right. All right, in the meantime, while we're getting started, I'll pull up the Twitch stream on my TV, even though it won't show me chat. Actually, I wonder if I can figure out how to extend my displays. That would be pretty cool. What's up, first viewer? How goes? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Shino? How goes? There we go. Now I can just extend. Hey, what's up, Maddie? Did I figure it out? Did I figure what out? I'm figuring out so much different stuff. Uh-oh. It does not like the extended, though. Uh-oh. Display settings. All right, well, we got to undo that really quick because that didn't work. My eyes are bouncing between the TV, the phone, and the PC. I'm trying to extend the display because I have my TV and my monitor hooked up, and then I can have the Twitch chat so I can see it on my monitor, but it's not working. My monitor has issues in terms of not being able to display full information, so it's complicated. What's up, Ash? What's up, boy? Thank you. It is a process. It is a process. It looks like where did it go? There was something about mRNA changes caused by the vaccine, and I wanted to know more about it. Have strong arms to hug me? Yes. Yes, I do. What's up, Sky? No, he's... Okay, well, that too. What's up, Annika? Artemis? More current events. Well, this is... I don't... What the hell is... Why... Oh my god, YouTube is so compromised. It's fucking unbelievable. I mean, Google. You search for something in Google and it's like, did you mean this shit that's convenient for the establishment? And it's like, no, I didn't. I absolutely the fuck didn't. Can you PM me? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're definitely doing current events. You did a paper on the MNRA? 10 out of 10 wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't either. I actually got into a debate with somebody and they said that my, oh, here it is. My, what do they call it? Uninformed opinion didn't matter. What's up, Mike? Install Onion? Why would I install Onion right now? You amazing. So, the mRNA vaccine, that is a tricky thing because they decided to give mRNA therapy to people so that their bodies would produce a spike protein antibody. Now, the body produces antibodies all the time. All the time. All kinds of shit. Really wild antibodies of all kinds of protein clusters and shapes and forms. 98% of the antibodies that your body comes up with in your immune system go to your thymus, and your thymus goes, no, 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 no. No, this antibody is going to attack a certain type of brain tissue or a certain type of heart tissue. No, you can't have that protein directive or shape. Can't do it. It's going to be dangerous. So the thymus filters those antibodies out and only allows through the antibodies that won't hurt you, but that will fight off everything else. What's up, Sarah? The mRNA therapy makes it so that your body creates spike protein cell antibodies, and then they get filtered out by your thymus. And then they make more, and they get filtered out by your thymus. So it creates this feedback loop where your immune system literally gets into a fight with itself. And depending on the strength and veracity of your immune system and its tendency to react to things, it can completely freak out. So that was why I initially, at very, very, very first, didn't take the vaccine mRNA therapy, and I never saw any evidence that that was something that was solved or not relevant. Hey, Shino, thank you for the cherries. Much appreciated. What's up, Leon? What's up, Julia? All right.
I also like to preface anytime,
let me know if the volume is too low on the media or if it is too low or high with my voice. Yeah, I'm not vaccinated. Yeah, I was supposed to be. I lied about it. I straight up lied about it. I was like, if you're going to try to coerce me to do something that I don't, no, I'm gonna lie my ass off about it. Prove that I don't have it, motherfucker. You see, you need to be not too moral. Do not be simply good. Be good for something. I don't have it now. Yep, they can't prove. Hey, boy, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back if I can. That favorite button is harder to click than the exit button on an ad if you're playing a mobile game.
Is going on, everybody? I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day. It looks like we've got some pretty interesting news. Now, again, I am not a doctor, and I think you should listen to yours. And if you don't trust the one you've got, you should find one that you do trust.
Yeah, I never got COVID either. What's up, Dan Federico? What's up, Mr. MP?
I also like to preface, anytime I talk about this kind of stuff, I don't judge anyone for making their own personal decisions with what they did with their health.
I do.
I know there's a lot of people out there that carry a lot of regret and are worried about what what may or may not be in their arm. There are a lot of people with no regrets. None of that's any of my business. But I do think the whole, cover your rear end stuff that gets put in place for a lot of these pharmaceutical companies is not good for Americans, especially when, corporations and the military and the police and federal agencies force people to get these things. Well, a new study from Yale, a bombshell new study, has shown that there's extreme body changes linked to the jab. We're going to talk about that in today's video.
Extreme body changes sound suboptimal. That sounds like a suboptimal outcome. What's up, Open? What's up, CVG? Bougie Bunny? And I can't read that language, but welcome. Welcome, welcome. Gaida. I'm positive I'm saying that wrong. Oh, I did it. Yeah. I'm a man of culture. I had it all along. I knew that I was going to say that name right. Welcome to the chat.
By the way, I know I've been telling you guys about my K-Cups over on Amazon. I know you're sick of hearing of it.
Oh, we don't. The K-Cups.
I just recall the absolute pack of you get dollars gingerbread, or if you don't, I'm up against, Blueberry Coffee or Search Coffee Brand Coffee. You'll find our stuff.
Oh, we had to watch a few seconds of it. I hate it. Do I have ketchup? Do you assume because I'm American I have ketchup and put it on everything? What's up, Tim?
Please, 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 if you do pick one up, leave a review. I'm up against people with thousands and thousands of reviews, but I have you, and they don't have you. And I know I can get a bunch of reviews if ever leave one. Jab victims left disabled after taking jab react to bombshell Yale study.
Well, it's just Yale. I mean, bunch of dipshits at the Ivy Leagues. Oh wait, no, Yale's pretty solid. Oh shit. Such weird goals. Your goal is ketchup. Why is your goal ketchup? I need to explore what you mean by that. What's up, Wolf Taylor? Demons. The Yale slander. I'll slander the entire Ivy League. I mean, Harvard Business School sent shitloads of people into the dot-com bubble to just get absolutely destroyed. Like, Harvard Business School. Fucking idiots.
Found that the shots cause extreme changes in the body.
What's up, Jimmy and Allie? Thank you for the cherries. Much appreciated.
When a new Yale University study identified a debilitating syndrome linked to the jab, Lindy Ayers breathed a sigh of relief. The 31-year-old Army veteran, who, by the way, Lindy Ayers' study identified a debilitating syndrome linked to the jab, Lindy Ayers breathed a sigh of relief, has been wheelchair-bound ever since she took her second Pfizer jab back in 2021.
Mother of God. What's up, Chris? What's up, Pearl? Hey, thanks for the favor. I'll hit you back. What's up, Trayvon? The problem with traditional vaccines has also not been solved. There's a problem with traditional vaccines where they can trigger an immune reaction which causes autism. Do they cause autism? No, they can trigger an immune reaction which causes autism. And the way that they do that is the adjuvant dose is not appropriate for the immune system. An adjuvant is a substance or material that triggers an immune system response. Am I a doctor? I am not a doctor, but I'm a computer and information scientist. So I'm smarter than a doctor. Doctors are fucking morons. Uh-oh. Yeeted. What's up, Kate?
As part of the government's military mandate. Now, of course, lots of people, millions of people took this and, and had no side effect.
Well, I definitely am a specialist in immunology. I am a computer and information scientist, and when a family member of mine was diagnosed with autism, they were like, "Did vaccines cause this?" And I was like, "I'm gonna research everything," and I did. So then COVID hit, and I'd already done so much research into epidemiology, immunology, vaccination, immunization, that I had a massive body of knowledge to work through in terms of judging the efficacy of that vaccine. Hey, thank you, boy. I appreciate that. I look like an actor. Thank you. What's up, Pippa? What's up, Hunter? An actor looks like him. Yeah, people keep saying that I look like Ryan Reynolds. Gosling. Reynolds. Shino thinks Gosling, but...
Effects are very mild side effects. My position on this is simply that I don't like that the people that did have side effects aren't allowed to sue them. And I don't like that somebody like, a police officer or a pilot or whatever.
What's up, Nordic? More beautiful than Gosling. Let's not get carried away. Thank you. What's up, Camden? Baltoni.
Who got fired for not taking it, or who did take it to keep their job, they've got no restitution. They've got no retribution. You can either get fired or you can take this thing, and you can't sue your job, and you can't sue the company that hurt you.
Yeah, anytime somebody's like, we need a shield against liability for the sale and consumption of our product, it's like, no. It's not how shit works. What's up, Umberto? What's up? Was that Queen Double Hearts? Or is that Quadruple Hearts? I don't know. Thanks, boy. How tall am I? I'm 6'4". What's up, Casey, Donovan, and Joe?
You can't sue the government. I just don't think that that's good. And I don't care if you're liberal, conservative, libertarian, socialist, anarchist. I think we'd all agree on that. 4 years ago, she was told her extreme fatigue and sickness and heart palpitations were anxiety. Then doctors said it was long COVID. She was branded an anti-jabber for suggesting it could have been from the jab. Thousands of Americans have reported similar stories. Thousands.
Yeah. Thousands of people had this happen. And then there's a gigantic multi-billion-dollar smear campaign against you, the sick people, from a huge pharmaceutical company. What? That's infuriating.
And anybody who, like, we know now, this isn't even up for debate. We know now that anybody who had any questions about it, or who were maybe considering not getting it, they were getting banned, like Dr. Robert Malone. They were getting censored. They were getting deboosted. They were getting at the very least, you were branded an anti-jabber, this, that, or the other thing. And it's not fair. It's ridiculous. And and then anybody who had any kind of side effects from it were also branded these things, even though they very clearly had them. Thousands of Americans have reported similar stories. After the study news dropped, now that the study's out there, you're going to see many, many more people coming forward, I would suspect. Daily Mail spoke to dozens of Americans, including those in healthcare, law, and the military, who said they felt a sense of validation.
I have dimples. Really? Like right there? Those are kind of weird ones. Your dad deteriorated right after the Pfizer vaccine? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. What a nightmare. What's up, Happy? My nose. Thank you. I'm sorry, Shino. Thank you, boy. Thank you, Pearl.
Validation after the years of being dismissed as crazy. Dr. Trevor Kyler, a 39-year-old biology professor from Minnesota who describes himself as pro-jab and pro-science, has been forced to cut his work hours after suffering extreme tremors and fatigue following his Moderna jab. For years, doctors told him his symptoms were not related to the jab and were probably just long coof. The doctor, who said that he used to be a very healthy, outdoorsy person, has now has trouble staying active with his wife and their 2 children. Of course, the jabs made by Moderna and Pfizer are estimated to have saved tens of millions of lives. I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with that study.
Estimated to have saved tens of thousands of lives. What a nice estimation. How convenient. What's up, Jayla? What's up, Lisa? Hey, boy and Pearl, thanks for the love bear in the sun.
Including 3 million in the U.S. But experts have said the push to quell damaging anti-jab misinformation has left those with genuine post-jab injuries treated like outcasts.
Absolutely. Hey, what's up, Lisa? And the metrics that were coming through with the COOF were just insane. They were like 300,000 people definitely died from COOF in Europe. And then later on they were like, oh, actually it was closer to 3,000. It's only several orders of magnitude off, you liars. What's up, Paul?
Well, if you remember at the start of this, they did not want anybody expressing any kind of jab hesitancy.
I got banned from Twitter for talking about the thymus reaction to the spike protein. Hey, checking it out. What's up? Thank you for the favorite. I'll hit you back. Well, thank you for saying so, Just.
They did not want you saying anything like, I don't know about this, or maybe this. Nope, they did not want any of that.
We're listening to The Quartering, and he is talking about a bombshell that a Yale study about the vaccine shows extreme body changes potential from the mRNA vaccine. If you want to be able to see what I'm looking at, if you go to twitch.tv/DuncanBlownuts, you'll be able to see me and what I'm looking at. And that's pretty cool.
Banned off social media.
I sure do climb
You were
on
a
up.
social pariah. People hated you. You were called a lunatic, a tinfoil hatter. And again, I don't judge anybody who made whatever decision they had to make for their own life. That's their decision to make, and none of my business. And if you followed me long enough, you know that that's always been my position. I said, hey, consult your doctor, figure out what you got to do is best, whatever's best for you.
Thanks.
Now, I don't know a single person who didn't get the jab that regrets not getting it. I don't know, maybe you do, but I don't know a single one who.
Yeah, can you imagine somebody who didn't get the jab that's like, oh man, I wish I had gotten it. I mean, you could still get it, right?
Didn't get it and regrets it and doesn't regret it. I'm sorry, who didn't get it and regrets not getting it.
When you go to a haircut and you get a haircut and they cut it too short, they can't make it long again. laying down a minefield or taking a vaccine, haircuts, they're all kind of like a one-way operation.
Those people.
Yeah, Lisa, I'm so sorry. Oh, I wish you hadn't too. What's up, Lexi?
Don't exist. There are people who did get it and regret it. Almost everyone I talked to who got it has some level of, uncertainty, especially because of the way it was covered and the way people were banned and silenced off social media and things like that. Now, listen to this.
You'd still obviously what? Well, thank you, Jess. That's a nice thing to say. You only got it so you could leave the country. Yeah, people needed it to travel for certain things. They needed it for other stuff. I was in San Diego for work with some clients, and we were at like a big sculpture garden thing, and there was a museum part. And to go into the museum part, you needed to have your vaccine proof. And they wanted to go in, and they're like, "You're vaccinated, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." What's up, Vino? Oh, what's up, Stu? Oh, I see. My stream is a desert today. What, the Duncan stream? It's not so bad. It's what, 5 people in there? 3 people? The cool thing about Twitch is that it records the entire stream, and then I have like a link in my bio here, so if people miss me streaming, they can go to Twitch and they can watch the recording of me streaming. Because live is cool, but also when current events are super recent, even a recording's not so bad. I mean, right? Duncan Blownuts, the same as in the stream description. DUNCANBLONUTS. Well, it'll only be there for a week, but I'll pull it to YouTube because I'm a G.
In this small study, Yale researchers found patients with previously unknown post-jab syndrome show distinct biological changes. The most common symptoms appear to be brain fog, dizziness, tinnitus, which is like, isn't that the ringing in your ear?
I should. Once I get my YouTube established and start putting content on there, there'll be no reason that I shouldn't include that stream key. Hey, Milky, thank you for the favorite. I appreciate that. I'll hit you back.
Incurable. Exercise intolerance, well, I have that. A feeling of exhaustion and limited exercise. In patients with the syndrome, the jab also appears to awaken a dormant virus known as Epstein-Barr and interfere with people's immune systems in complicated ways that we still don't understand.
So yeah, if you have Epstein-Barr, which is what, Lyme's disease, you get it from deer ticks and wood ticks and stuff, but then if your immune system is weak, you can get it from a lot of other sources too. And then if your thymus is overloaded by filtering out spike proteins and it's going nuts and starting to just filter out everything because it's overloaded, it's not going to be able to create the proteins that it needs to fight Epstein-Barr, and that's going to start to fuck with you. AIDS, or immune system disorders and dysfunction and diseases, are bad. They're really bad. So people are like, why would you care so much about overloading your thymus? It's like, some of the worst diseases we've ever had affect these systems. I don't think they should be played with. What's up, Scoot? Hey, Pearl, thanks for the sun.
This is the problem. Hey, look,
yeah, for sure. I want to hear the story sometime, Lisa.
A lot of Trump supporters always want to forget about Operation Warp Speed. Now, Trump was not in favor of requiring the jab. I know he allegedly got it. He didn't force it.
Nobody wants it. Everyone's like, I'm not going to take that crap. And I'm like, all right.
On people, as far as I remember. But, this is the problem with every major news people saying, you got to go out, you got to get this. You don't want to, you don't want something to happen to grandma. You got to go get it. You got to go get it. You got to go get it. Parents were taking their 3-year-old kids to.
I remember you did that. Was so funny. I was like, I'll probably get banned if I start negotiating in somebody else's chat with somebody else.
Get this. And then posting the picture online for clout.
We're listening to Jeremy of the Quartering talking about vaccine news. If you want to be able to see what I'm watching in addition to hearing it, you can go to twitch.tv/DuncanBlownuts and then you'll be able to see what I'm seeing as well. What's up, Landro? What's up, Cav? You heading out, Pearl? Thank you for the gifts and for hanging out. I really appreciate it.
You know, the Yale experts also emphasized that the results are still a work in progress, but they highlighted a need for further studies. Mrs. Ayers believes that she does have the syndrome. She was in peak physical performance when she received 2 doses of the Pfizer jab in 2021. 2 months later, she was in a wheelchair. Doctors dismissed the symptoms as anxiety.
Oh my God, from healthy to wheelchair bound. What's up, John? Thanks for the quick fire stone walls. I do like to smile. Smiling's my favorite.
Prescribed antidepressants, why wouldn't they? But Ms. Ayers told the Daily Mail that her condition soon started rapidly declining.
You're sick from this disease that we gave you from making you take this vaccine. Here, take antidepressants. You're probably depressed.
Her regular 10-mile runs and 20-mile bike rides quickly dwindled. She suffered muscle tears, ACL tears, things like that. During an art class, she passed out, saying she couldn't see, she couldn't hear, and now she's been in a wheelchair ever since. For a year and a half, doctors assumed that she had a long coof due to elevated levels of spike proteins.
The doctors told this woman that she has long COVID because there's elevated levels of spike proteins in her blood. After giving her an mRNA therapy, which causes her own cells of her own body to produce that spike protein antibody. Must be long coof. How retarded and or evil do you have to be to accept that? Do doctors that are providing treatments understand any part of anything that they're doing? Because that belies that they do. They don't understand anything. Doctors only understand that they've gone to 8 years of propaganda and bullshit funded by the big pharma companies, and then it's a crapshoot, prescribe whatever the fuck you want to everybody based on the literature that you get from the big pharma companies. That's horrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. I'm not a doctor, but I am a computer and information scientist. What's up, 420? What's up, Mert? Hey, you guys. Sonali. Yeah, that makes me mad that the doctors told her the elevated levels of spike protein were long coof. Those motherfuckers. That's your your tagline. It's a good one. The Goonies are good. How is she now? I don't know. She doesn't look good.
Persistent spike proteins in the body are thought to cause some of long coof symptoms, fatigue, brain fog, and more, by keeping the body in a constant state of inflammation. It wasn't until after 2023, 2 years after receiving the jab, that doctors at the Veterans Affairs of Stanford University even diagnosed her with chronic fatigue from jab residuals. Miss Ayers, see, the thing is, the doctors, in my opinion, many doctors are in on it. They don't want to say, they can't say that this is because of Pfizer or because of Moderna.
The type of mental or moral defect that would be required for a physician to diagnose somebody with elevated levels of spike protein being from long coof instead of the mRNA therapy that was injected to create spike protein antibodies, there's no way. You're either evil or retarded. There's no middle ground there. About Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, I do not know about that one. What's up, oops, hee hee? What's up, Will?
That would be career ending. I don't believe that. I mean, I believe that some doctors are honest and truthful, but I believe the whole healthcare system. I have a lot of concerns I have concerns now that I never had before 2020. Are you like that? I mean,
Dislocations are no fun. My shoulder dislocates all the time. I'm supposed to have a surgery to make it so that it doesn't dislocate so easily, but it doesn't affect my strength or range of motion, so it's hard to motivate myself to go get surgery. I'm in Minneapolis. From your jaw to your toes, they all just are at constant risk of dislocation. That's no fun. Is it like a connective tissue disorder? Seattle. I flew through SeaTac once, and it was a nightmare. I had to run all over the airport. I hated it. And they told me that the reason that they couldn't get me to the right gate until I'd run around the entire airport was that the Port Authority was in charge of when the planes landed, and they couldn't do anything about it. Hey, Shino, thanks for the love there. So then I asked AI, who's in charge of the Port Authority for the Seattle port? And it gave me an individual's phone number, and so I called that guy and I asked him, and he was like, no, the airport has a 4-hour window where we tell them what's happening. If they can't get it done, that's on them. I was like, thank you, sir. Went and complained to the Delta desk, and they were like, we don't care. It's a very scary airport, too, because the crosswinds, like from the ocean and stuff like that, make it so that it's difficult to land. It's an interesting spot.
I never had any concerns about it before. My doctor said, hey, you got to do this. I'd be like, sure. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't I do that? But now I'm like, man, I don't know, because of everything that happened after 2020.
How goes, CC?
You know, and she's not the only one. She says she's not anti-jab. I think they help people, but I think this specific one hurt a lot of people. It'd be cool if more people understood that it can hurt people so that doctors will research for a cure for what I'm going through.
I mean, there's vaccines that have caused more harm than good, for sure, in the past. People don't know about them. They don't know about the case studies. There's a famous case study about vaccine damage called about Merrick's disease, which was an extremely virulent disease in chickens. And they developed a leaky vaccine that when they gave it to all the chickens, it made it even worse. I'm good. I'm not tired. I'm full of pep and energy, full of piss and vinegar. What's up, Searchin?
Erica Evers, a 42-year-old former legal compliance worker from Iowa, was reluctant to take the Moderna jab when her employers mandated it. However, she told Daily Mail that she would have risked losing her job and her health insurance. She needed to pay for treatment for her son's chronic health issues. She said, I had to choose between his life and my own, and it's not a choice when you're a mother. A day after her first dose, she developed blurry vision in her right eye and couldn't see everything directly in front of her. It was terrifying. It worsened after her second dose, leading for her to speak to an eye doctor specializing in the retina, the tissue at the back of the eye that helps the brain, help you see. The doctor, of course, diagnosed her with a retinal hemorrhage, or bleeding at the back of the eye, which...
I wonder what there would be a hemorrhage in that area. I'm doing good. What's up, Sean? This is so upsetting. Is this as upsetting to you guys as it is to me? This is very upsetting.
Is treated by monthly injections in the eye. Government has big lobbies in, Pfizer and Moderna. We can't upset them. Again, scientists describe rare syndromes following the COOF jab. In a small study, because it's a small study, ignore it. I think they should expand the study. I think that Donald Trump should fund these studies. Actually, I think Pfizer and Moderna should pay for these studies.
Yeah, no shit.
Because I suspect as more understandings come out, we're going to hear a lot more people finally, getting some answers to the questions they've long been wondering. Thanks again for everyone for helping me work to get my cough.
All right, wow. So that's all. What it is. Seeing me makes it easier to not be upset. Well, thank you, lovely. What a nice thing to say. What's up, Bella? What's up, Jack? LOL, that's all what it is. What's up, Tom?
Rapper, decent for what she is. Not great. She's not Remy Ma or something. People think I don't know about rap. I know everything about rap. everything about it. But I have 2 Bentleys. What do you think I don't know about rap? And the leather in them is insane. It's insane. These people in the Hamptons, they all drive these old Land Rover, these old things, like these little military vehicles. None of these people have ever served in a war.
Nothing but lovely. Nothing but lovely. What's up, Ross? Here's the ecstatic glasses guy. That's Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon is an American hero. He's the funniest man alive. Trying to charm me out of my Bitcoin? Well, I am like Thorin Oakenshield, and I shall not part with a single coin. Not one piece of 8.
Their little war is going down the street in this like little armored old Range Rover, because you know Range Rovers were British military vehicles. They're in this armored little Range Rover thing that looks like
Not to you.
something that you would drop the Jews off at the camp.
And honestly, I offered it knowing that it was that it wasn't going to be accepted. And then I could say, well, I offered. You didn't want it.
But instead, the Jews are now in them, and they're driving these armored things to the beach. You know, come on. But I have this.
If called out, then you mean you got on the line for it. But I was pretty confident that people don't want to learn.
This Persian white Bentley with this red, white leather seats. It's so silly looking. And people look at me like, ugh, gross, because I'm a Persian Jew. That's the difference. I live like a Beverly Hills Persian Jew with a big furry puss. I got a big furry pussy. No, you'll never get it. It's cricket ball leather. You'll never be able to pull it up. Oh, there it is. Go up.
Oh, right here. Yeah.
There it is. No, but it's red. I don't have the white seats.
You have more trim than that. Yeah.
No, mine is so Persian, so over the top, so Persian Jew.
Yeah, apparently when Tim Dillon is sitting in his Bentley, he feels like he has a big furry pussy. I don't know what that means, but it does feel like a funny thing to say. What's up, Mark?
When I get in my car, immediately to start my car, I have to say Hamas embeds himself with civilians. For it to even start. It won't even start unless I say that. I have to look at who's ever in my car, or even if I'm alone, I have to go, Hamas embeds itself with the civilian population. What do you want us to do? And then the car turns on. My point is that I look like a disgusting slug out there, and that's fine. I'm not LARPing as a military person, these people.
What's up, Shelly? He's not LARPing as a military
I want to shout out my girls, my gals, my plus-size park hoppers.
Well.
I talked about them on Patreon.
What's up, Ice Cream?
They're 4 morbidly obese women who review restaurants at Disney World to see if they can fit. Really, I mean, they go down, they look at the plans, you know?
I hurt myself the other day.
They look at the blueprints of the restaurants.
That's no fun.
They're talking about the beams, you know? They go there. They're talking about, what's a load-bearing column and what's not. And people are mad at them because there's a whole genre of the internet now where fat people are cringe, and then people get mad at them and like, stop eating pizza. That's a whole genre.
It's a whole genre on the internet. What's up, Elisa?
It's a whole column of online behavior now is like someone who's 700 pounds dipping a garlic breadstick into something, and then like a million comments sort of like, you're gonna die, stop doing it. From people that are slightly less fat.
For slightly less fat.
No, I support these women. By the way, these are the only people that ever should be at Disney World.
Yes.
No one should be at Disney World.
Yes.
If you take your kids to Disney World, do it one time. If you do it all the time, you have no imagination. You're disgusting. And you should have your kids taken by CPS. The
Absolutely.
dumbest, least interesting people I know constantly bring their kids to Disney World.
I brought my kids to Disney World once. And it's dog shit. When I was little, see, I'm almost 40. I'm 39. When I was little, Disneyland was awesome. Not Disney World. Or wait, Disney World, Disneyland. Disneyland is in California, Disney World is in Florida, right? Who cares? The bigger one is in Florida. I went there as a youth, and it was the most magical place on earth. But it was a different time, it was a different economy, it was the late 80s. Now you go to Disney and it's a horror show. The people, the smell, the quality of the food, the quality of the employees and the actors and it's everything sucks. It's terrible. Me, yes, I do. They're all firstborns. I am Islamic Mormon. So between the two multi-wife religions, I have a lot of wives, a lot of kids, a lot of angry ladies.
To get molested by the characters. You take them one time, take them when they're 5. If they ask to go back, we don't do that. You know why? Because mom and dad have brains. So we've planned vacations where we can learn a little something too, okay? It's not all gonna be big puppets and people dressed in costumes. We're gonna go to different places and different countries and we're gonna learn. So Disney World should be filled with morbidly obese singles,
Yep.
sliding into booths, eating Buffalo Wild Wings level food,
Yep.
and
that's what
watching
it is.
fireworks displays.
That's what it is. That's what it is. BW3 quality food at Disney. So there's a concept in economics about competition. And when there's a vacuum of competition, things don't just decrease in quality a little bit. They just absolutely plummet in quality. What's up, Martin? This is happening in Disney. You kind of stay in the park. You don't leave the park. So if you're going to stay in the park to eat anyway, there's not a lot of competition between the different places in the park to give better stuff to make it so that they're making money versus somebody else. The park's making all the money, so nobody gives a shit. And they know you're not going to leave, so quality goes down, 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 down. What's up, Get Me? It's noticeable, but it's not so hyper severe that it's incontrovertible. Where it is incontrovertible is if you go to NASA and you go to visit NASA. I don't read full names. Are you kidding me? I can't do. I'm also on Twitch. There's no way I can do that. Shino, don't give me bad advice. So the worst example of a lack of quality because of an insulation of competition is you go to NASA, and to get to NASA, you have to like take a bus from like the front entrance of where like you go all the way back to like this huge building and facility, and they have food there. And you can't go anywhere else to get food unless you leave for the day. The quality of the food at the NASA cafeteria is worse than military rations. It is the worst food I have ever seen in my life, to the extent that they must have mathematically decided what are the cheapest ingredients and things that we could possibly make. What's the least that we could pay somebody to do it? Bare minimum. What's up, Bella, Nina, and Rebel?
While they digest. What I like about the plus size park hoppers is they go to each restaurant and they tell you if you can fit in it. After that, they then review the food, but this one they didn't fit in. Usually they fit in it.
What's up, Scott?
And when they fit in it, they actually are quite kind. They're like,
well, yeah, if they can fit into where they need to go to get num-nums, they're not going to be picky about the num-nums. I mean, look at them.
Jessica got the breadsticks.
What's up, Scott? What's up, Melon? What's up, Thug?
They were really warm and good. They came with a spicy dipping sauce that was a little too spicy for me, but it balanced really well with the Caesar salad that was served in an Asiago cheese bowl. I ate the entire bowl while no one was looking, and it felt really good. The next course we had was the pot roast. That came like in a traditional 1950s style pot. There was not enough jus and the meat was a little dry, but I still choked it down with a strawberry milkshake, which I got from another restaurant and I kept with me for most of the day. Even though it was warm, it provided the lubrication I needed to get the pot roast down my throat. Then I ate a churro I found on the floor, 15 M&Ms, and then so now, The plus size park.
Hey, what's up, MC? How's it going, buddy? Mr. Reynolds. I am not Mr. Reynolds. It's not me. You got the wrong guy. I don't think he streams. He doesn't have the creativity, the drive, the intelligence, the smart eyes that I have. So if he were to stream, people would be like, your eyes make you look like you have Down syndrome, and he would cry and stop.
Park hoppers are unhappy. They're unhappy. Now, they don't fit in this restaurant, so they get very nasty about the food. Here's what you have to remember about the plus size park hoppers. All of the food in Disney World is bad. Like everything in Disney, it's bad. It's bad. The rides aren't even good. Nothing's good.
No, yeah, nothing is good. The quality at Disney is horrible. What's up, JKM? It's almost like hiring identity politics obsessed post-Marxists wasn't a good idea for the company. Who knew that they wouldn't have a good work ethic? I legit could be in my 20s or 40s. What does that mean? Is that a compliment or is that mean?
Reason you think it's good is because you're stupid.
Yep. What's up, Amber? A compliment. Okay, will do. It's better than...
That's why you think it's good. Even if you have children, you should be rolling your eyes. Your kids should be happy. You should take a few... I'm not a heartless person. The kid should be happy. The Mickey Mouse hugs your son or daughter or your non-binary child, and you take a photo of them and you're happy.
Or your non-binary child. What's up, Mayor? What's up, Celine? I'm not a heartless person. He was talking about people who bring their kids to the Reese's Pieces make your own peanut butter cup experience, and you just pour all this nasty filling into this huge, like, ultra thick chocolate shell. And he's like, if I'm saying as a fat gay man from New York that you shouldn't do something with your kids, then it must be really bad.
But that should last a few minutes, and then...
What's up, Kate?
You go, it's hot, lines, it's gross.
What's up, Jessica?
Immediately, if like anyone's like, this is the most magical place in the world, anyone who says that, I want so far away from me. I want so far away from me when anyone says, I have a friend who I actually really like. Him and his wife go to Disney World, they go on Disney cruises. I think there's something wrong with them.
Yeah.
They have a beautiful family.
Yep.
I love this guy. He was like a brother to me growing up. But him and his wife, they said it the other day. They're like, we're going to Disney again. They keep going to Disney World. They go on the cruise. They will not leave their house unless Disney World is involved.
I love the hyperbole. They will not leave their house unless Disney World is involved. What's up, Marvin? Who is that speaking? That's Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon is a comedian. He is a homosexual libertarian from New York, and he, I think, is like the funniest man alive. His ability to lampoon, use hyperbole, make fun of things, take a devil's advocate position that he doesn't believe, and then use pure hyperbole to like embarrass that position. Just everything that he does is like the maximum tier of complex, meta, satisfying comedy. I think he's great. Joe Rogan says that his podcast is the only one that he watches, and I don't blame him. When you can see him, it is funnier. What's up, Jade? What's up, Matt? Hey, Pastor, how's it going?
Disney picks them up in a shuttle. It flies. There's Disney planes. There's Disney ferries. They don't do anything that's not Disney. Everything is Disney World. To me, it is disgusting. It is disgusting.
Bigger
You
boat.
should be teaching your children about culture, about the world. You take them to Scandinavia. You take them to places like that.
To Scandinavia. That's a weird thing. What's up, ex-Jasmine? You have all the time in the world for this sweater? My cable knit sweater? I'm a sailor.
You take them to Europe. You take them to China. You do not continually keep taking them to the Magic Kingdom. You go to Epcot.
I've never heard his podcast beeped before. This must be like a different channel that's reposting a clip.
Take them to France.
Thank you, Lisa.
Don't take them to Epcot. Plus size park hoppers.
Smoking a pipe and banging his students. What? What's up, IJ? What's up, Nemo and User? The only smoking pipe that I would partake of would be like a crack pipe.
Let's see them get mean.
Trying to eat at the quietest restaurant on Disney property, but you weren't sure if you'd fit. Hey everyone, we're plus-size park hoppers, and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X.
Who's
Make
the
sure you
2X?
like this video and follow us for more plus-size Disney tips and tricks. On this episode of If I Fit, Size 6, we visit
I think that the average size of a U.S. woman is what, like 18? That's getting to be nuts. What's up, FK?
Sci-Fi Dine-In in Hollywood Studios. This restaurant takes you back in time to a 1950s drive-in where you dine under the stars
Well, if you're teaching college.
while watching short sci-fi clips. The seating at this restaurant is a mixture of picnic tables, car booths, and cars with tables in it. Let us start out by saying that the ambiance here is a 10 out of 10. We were initially seated at a car booth, and we fit, but it was a tight squeeze, so
If you can't fit into a booth, you shouldn't be out to eat. You should be on a treadmill. For your own good, as well as the good of everybody else. What's up, Jay? What's up, Tom?
we opted
Welcome,
for a picnic
welcome.
table. It also would have been super awkward as a party of 3, as there are 2 people per row. Ashley would have had to sit behind us, and it would be pretty difficult to talk to her. Unfortunately, these booths are not adjustable.
That is legitimately, being that big is so hard on your heart. It's unbelievable. Not to mention the amount of cholesterol and junk that you have going through your vascular system as a result of being that big. Your body can autophage metabolize your own cholesterol blocks in your own arteries if you live the way that you're supposed to, eating large nutrient-dense meals infrequently and fasting in between. Your body will burn off cholesterol in your arteries and veins. Now, when your body is running on glucose all the time, when you're eating small meals that have sugar continually, your body never goes into a state where it's not just storing everything that it possibly can because it's already running on glucose. So your body is almost completely unable to actually burn real calories when you have sugar on board until the sugar is gone, because your body runs easier on glucose and it's going to do that. Having that much cholesterol built up from not going into any type of fasting for so long and being that big, I mean, I can't even imagine how close their hearts are to completely giving out. It's dangerous, and people don't talk enough about how dangerous it is to the individuals and how people who care about them should be encouraging them more to be healthy.
Tables were fine, but they were picnic tables. I would like to note that the picnic table
Yeah, this is the plus size, what are they called? The plus size park hoppers?
chairs cannot be moved.
What's up, Lola? What's up, LDR?
The menu here is pretty small with mostly burger options. Katie and I started out with the milkshakes. They kind of tasted like a Frosty, but not as good. Ashley and I got the black garlic Caesar salad. I couldn't taste any garlic over all of the salt on the lettuce. And the lettuce was bitter. Then Ashley got the banh mi burger. The whole burger was soggy and the flavor was lackluster. I got the classic American burger, which I actually really liked.
The food at Disney is so horrible, there's no way she liked that. What's up, LDR? Hits vape preaching about, yeah, nicotine is really bad for you. Dual stream, exactly. It's weighing on them.
And the sauce on the side was delicious. I liked this much better than the salad. Katie
That's
got
right.
the grilled
Really?
chicken citrus
Shocked.
salad and also found her salad to be salty. Like literal flakes
I think
of
you
salt.
guys are salty
Overall,
because you
the
didn't
ambiance-
fit.
They're salty because they didn't fit.
You've been dying to eat at the
I love my girls, my plus size park hoppers. That's exact, by the way, It's so funny to watch the Disney people get mad in the comments. It's like, that's what this is. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Who do you think should be there? Okay? Somebody goes, it's very sad. 4 beautiful young girls like you, instead of taking care of yourselves, decide to create an Instagram account to review, among other things, if you can fit in restaurants of Disney parks. Come on, you were in the best moment of your life. Take advantage of your passion for parks and try to enjoy them being more fit, healthy instead of this. So he's more insane than them. Do you see how the commenter's more crazy than them?
Why is he more insane than them? He's trying to help.
Take your passion for parks. They're adults. They're adults.
They're fucking adults. What's up, Steve?
There's people in the park. It's based off of cricket. The guy that started it was a Nazi. He was a Nazi.
I love in Family Guy when Walt Disney wakes up from being frozen and he just comes up and goes, "Are the Jews gone yet?" And they're like, "No." And he goes, "Put me back under," and lays back down.
And people are walking around. It's like,
What's up, Andre?
he's crazier than they are. You should be enjoying these parks as a fit person. What? Imagine getting in great shape and then going to Disney World, like going back.
Fit people have better shit to do.
Now I only eat a quarter of the at the pedophile Nazi land. It's a horrible place. Anyone who likes Disney World, and I want them so far away from me. There was a lovely one.
The pedophile Nazi place. That's a great, that's how I should refer to Disney from now on. Very accurate. We'll resume
in
this.
your brain where one day you could stalk these people or whatever, figure out how to murder people and just go in, kill these innocent people and leave and go to school the next day. Like, that is somebody's brain that's fucked. There's
Oh, he's talking about that one shooting back in the day.
no other way.
I went to Disney once. I mean, when I was little, once, and then as an adult once. And the pace at which it has degraded is horrifying. So twice. Don't get smart with me. And it is not the happiest place on earth. It's funny to say it's the happiest place on earth when you're there and you see like a parent like lose their temper with like their kids. And you're like, happiest place on earth?
Way to say it.
There's no other way to say it.
There's no other way to say it.
The Tokyo one is better. I believe it. I bet everything in Tokyo is better. All right. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a beverage, and then we'll play some guitar. That'll be fun.
And they think there's just a certain percentage of those
One
people.
second.
Like there's a certain percentage of sociopaths.
And I guess the challenge is identifying them.
Yeah, psychopaths, sociopaths.
That's where the
some-
text or stuff comes in, and you start to get nervous about it because, like, they'll be like, "Well, we want to start identifying those types of people early." It's like, yeah, but that's almost, you run the risk there of, drawing lines around a lot of people who are never going to do that, who are either goofy or funny or silly or saying dumb shit online, and then
They like death metal.
yeah, they like death metal, whatever.
horror movies.
They listen to my podcast,
They
whatever.
really don't want to
the-
hurt anybody.
Yeah, they don't want to hurt people. But at the end of the day, it's like that's where a lot of that tech stuff comes from. They're like, well, we got to identify these like antisocial people.
That's Minority Report.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. That's
Pre-crime.
Pre-crime.
Yeah, that's scary shit.
It's scary.
It's scary also because, like, there's people that at times in their life, like there was a guy who was on this podcast, John Bernthal, the actor?
Yes.
Great guy.
Yeah, yeah.
What an interesting dude.
Interesting.
Like way different than, when people think of actors, they think of people that are insincere. This guy's the opposite of that. He's super sincere,
Yeah.
really intelligent, really articulate, very deep and interesting guy, and a really nice guy, too.
Yeah.
Really, really liked him. But he was talking about this guy that he knew that he interviewed that was he was going to blow up a mosque. And he went into this he had this hate of Muslims after coming back from overseas,
Right.
from serving. And he was going to blow up a mosque. And he went in there and he met this woman who welcomed him into the mosque. And he was still totally intent on blowing her up, blowing everybody up. She invited him over her home for dinner. He was still intent on it. So he gets to know her and his family, completely changes course, becomes a devout Muslim.
What?
The fuck are you guys watching? All right. The way that I tried to hold my stuff, I re-injured my finger, so that was not fun. I need some sympathy. A different camera view. What? Which view? Guy called Joe. What's up, Joe? Oh, hold up. What's up, Kelly, Roxy, Dustin, Wandy, Miss Wandy? I apologize. Adventure Glasses, Cape Storm, Shelly. What's up, y'all? Good late night. Yeah, this is the late night hangout. We are gonna hang out until the morning. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Hey, Sailor Boy. Everywhere, nice. That's if you all want to be here and in Twitch as well. Not only can you see what I'm watching, but it really helps me out being in my Twitch, especially if you're talking in the chat, because that communicates to Twitch. It's not just an empty stream like film in the ground. And fuck. And the better I do doing this, the more I'll be able to afford time to doing it. So that's always cool. So have you guys noticed that water bottles have become so cheap that they don't fucking work anymore? You just twist it and it keeps just jumping, threading. I need to shake this up because it's G Fuel. It's a pain in the dick. It's morning there and you've got to go? All right, Lisa, that's all right. I'll be on for a long time. You'll be able to swing back in. How's it going, Jay? All right, Lisa. Rest well, or don't work too hard.
Wow.
And then talked about the whole experience, about what his plans were, and that he didn't do it. And now he's just like very happy.
Well, that's like there was a prison guard in Guantanamo Bay that converted to Islam. He was a prison guard. That's how you know you're losing the war, America. By the way, that's not a great sign. But he converted to Islam because, you know, he struck up a friendship with a guy in the thing. I think people are looking for something, and
that gives him purpose.
The intensity of belief is always interesting to me. And the people, and I like, you know, Camille Paglia wrote an interesting article about Obama, and she goes, he's such a...
What are my feelings about Kick? Empty comforts in the end? It depends on what you use it for. I mean, adult chatting with other members is fun, but probably doesn't have a lot of sustaining meaning or purpose. But streaming and or hanging out in streams where other things are being talked about and fostering friendships based on, you know, mutual interests or politics or gaming or whatever you're interested in. I think that's cool. I think that's a net benefit. What's up, Blonde?
Brilliant guy, but one thing he doesn't seem to understand is like religion. He doesn't understand the passion and intensity of like belief systems because he is so intelligent that he doesn't seem to grasp that which motivates people. Like, you know, that
how does she know that though?
Well, she just...
Oh yeah, Ross. I mean, things that are valuable are generally scarce, but they're worth looking for. So are the vast majority of people on any given platform going to be righteous, cool people? Unfortunately, probably not. Beautiful room. Well, thank you very much. I got all my happy shit collected over there. Right here I have the Bitcoin white paper, which is pretty cool and not dorky at all. It's not a nerdy thing to do. And people hype me up for being pretty, so that's fulfilling too. Exactly. I get a lot of fulfillment out of that. What's up, Ursula?
He's made comments on like the way he would talk about religion. I think this was like after he made that comment, like people cling to their guns and their Bibles or whatever. And she was like, I don't think he fully, you know, understands, you know, being a Harvard educated guy. Like he doesn't fully understand, you know, that the religion provides a great comfort to many people. And
yeah. This is getting boring. I want to hear something more contemporary. This is 2 years ago. 2 years ago might as well be a million years ago. I mean, who cares about 2 years ago, right? It was a different world. So now, what's contemporary? What's happening right now? No, not 10 months ago. What's up, song that I love? Nothing at all, or is that all right? Come and hang out. Everybody trickle in. What's up, man? What's up, good? Midnight? Dude, the Ukraine thing. Which one's the Ukraine thing? You know, he really doesn't like Meghan Markle. And even Trump ripped on Meghan Markle. His rant against Meghan Markle might be really funny.
The Duchess of Sussex has returned to Instagram to unveil her new lifestyle brand, American Riviera Orchard. In a short but sweet 16-second long video, Meghan Markle can be seen arranging white roses and baking in her cake. Do you realize how dumb we are as a country?
But articulate it more, Shino, and then I'll look it up.
So you know who knows it? Meghan Markle. It's what I kind of like about her.
What's up, Jinx? Miss Mandy?
I might try to have lunch with her. Meghan Markle understands how dumb we are as a...
Of course we're going to side with Russia. You can't side with the Ukraine. They're the smaller country. If we side with the smaller country and we fund them with weaponry infinitely, it's going to make a war that drags out into the most brutal loss of life ever. So you go and you side with the bigger country and you say, you're going to win, that's going to be your shit, but you have to give them basically everything that they want, or the rest of the world's going to be pissed that the UN allowed you to go and take things by force. We can't let that happen. So hopefully the US will broker a deal on Russia's side where Russia is basically forced to respect the sovereignty of the territory. But the Ukraine is extremely corrupt. They have a massive Nazi problem. They're not doing well on their own. They would be better off as a part of Russia. Do I like Russia? No. Would I want to be a part of Russia? No. In this specific case, are they better off as part of a Russia? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think there's no doubt about it. Funding weaponry for the Ukraine to fight with Russia was a massive mistake from the beginning. It was like giving a baby a gun because it's in a bar fight with a big biker. And you're like, okay, instead of stopping this, let's arm the baby with a gun. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Hey again. Dang, the love. Against UN resolution condemning Moscow for the war. I mean, yeah, the UN might do some stuff. Trump doesn't like the UN though, so the US might act more unilaterally than with other stuff. You hear I've got boss-like calisthenics?
Country. And that's what I respect about her. Because if you understand how stupid we are, just their money's coming. If that's your first realization, you go, it's like this woman left the royal family because she hated racism and class. That's what she hated, right? She hated intrusive paparazzi. She didn't like racism. She thought it's unfair. Decolonize your mind, And all of the woke retards followed Meghan Markle and they said,
all of the woke retards. I love his absolute inability to mince words.
She's our black queen. She's being with by these pale lizards.
What's up, JB? What's up, Anna?
And she became the face of this movement of equality. Meghan Markle. She then tried that fake Netflix podcast, and then she tried that cartoon where it was like throughout history.
Well, sleep is overrated. My streams, which run from 1:30ish a.m. to about 8 a.m. That's where it be. That's where we're having fun. That's where we're having fun.
They go find women that have existed in history. I don't know what they do. They find women that have existed against all odds in history. And then Meghan Markle has arrived at what she's always wanted to do. She took all of that capital, okay, her crusade against racism, to come up with American Riviera Orchard, a lifestyle brand for dumb white.
I'm doing really well. What's up, Johnny? I am really enjoying how bearish Tim Dillon is about Meghan Markle.
Who want more in their house. This is what it always comes at. This is when everyone was like, Chrissy Teigen's accountable. I'm like, man, I wish he was. I wish Chrissy fucking Teigen was boiling babies in a pot and eating them, because the banal reality of what all these people want is a fucking global lifestyle brand. They just want to sell Target. This is all it was for. This is all Meghan Markle ever wanted, was to sell shit at Target.
That's all. That's the reason that she fucked up the entire royal family and generations of tradition, is because she wanted to sell cheap shit at Target. Minneapolis.
She's like, and I'm telling you right now, I like her because fame's over. She goes, that's over. Acting's over. No one can pay their bills. The people that have real money in acting, they're slinging gin. Ryan Reynolds, Clooney, they're.
Is he calling me out? Nice. Minnesota's a good place. Good place to grow up. Kind of not so much fun anymore. But it was nice.
Slinging baby food, Jessica Alba. You know, that chick from The Sopranos we saw at Craig's the other night on OnlyFans. She's got her pussy out. She was on the greatest show in human history. She's got her puss on the street because she needs money. Adriana, okay? Drea de Matteo. Brilliant, great pussy on the street.
That's what happens. Hey, what's up, Luke? Hey, Summer, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back.
So acting's over. Hollywood's collapsing. LA, it's all done. It's just this knows what will never be done is women walking into Target and buying a plate from American Riviera Orchard. 3 words that don't even make sense together.
It's so true. They don't.
But you know what it is? Think it. I am
American big thing, either the continent or the country. Riviera, what's that, like a river walk area, like something by a river? Orchard. Those are truly 3 things that no one could ever conflate with one another, that have almost no overlapping qualities. The size and scale are different. Spelling and pronunciations are different. I don't understand why those words were put together. I really don't. What's up, Paolo, Ernest, and Kelly? What's up, T? Yeah. Thanks for swinging in and saying hi. What's up, B?
going to Target and I'm getting some American Riviera Orchard from Meghan Markle because they were racist to her. They were so racist to her. And then so this is all this all she's ever wanted to do is sell plates in Target. And probably the other I want to sell plates in Target, and they stabbed her. They went old school, like they did to Mommy. Remember when Mommy said, I'm going to marry this Egyptian? They went, no, you're not. You're going into a tunnel, and you ain't coming out. You ain't coming out. Well, it's
oh, he's talking about Princess Diana. Went into a tunnel and didn't come out.
actually quite interesting. It's actually quite interesting because, first of all,
is that the Princess Diana Beanie Baby Bear? The hyper limited edition memorial Princess Diana death Beanie Baby Bear. He has it, and he's talking to it. Brand just hit the random noun generator for their products. Well, I think Meghan Markle even took that and made it worse. What's up, MK?
I loved initially that my son was marrying a black woman, even though I was like, she's not really like sort of black, like, you know what I mean? It's sort of like odd, but it was like, whatever. I thought, you know, she's sort of, well, whatever, but I was really into it. And then I'm sitting here, and I'm here in heaven, and I'm watching this entire thing. Well, I'm in purgatory, actually. God does not love mixed race. I didn't know. And we're sitting here, and I'm watching this lifestyle brand, and I'm like, what a dumb I can't believe it. That's all she wanted to do, this entire thing. Fleeing the castle, leaving.
I think he's being dead Princess Diana, looking down at the choices that Harry and Meghan Markle have made and cursing them from the heavens. What's up, Jason?
Saying it was all fair and wrong, but that's all she wanted to do was sell souffle ramekins and Target. That's all she wants to do. That's all it is. It's the only thing that's left is consumer products. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now, the only thing that's left is consumer products. That's all that is left is consumer products.
That's all that's left. Consumer products. We got nothing else. When you were here before, could look you in the eyes, just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You flow like a feather, beautiful world. So fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here when I don't belong here? Oh, and I said, she's running out again. She's running out. She run, 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 run. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so very special. I wish I was special. I wish I was special. Oh, fuck. Hey, thank you guys for the gifts. Much appreciated. Hey, Big Zach, thanks for the rose. You have to go. You don't like it when hot people are talented. Thank you, passerby. Excellent backhanded compliment. Thank you, Ruby. Much appreciated. I like that song. That's actually not the full song. That's kind of an abridged version, but that's okay. Hey, Big Zach, thanks for the beers, man. Much appreciated. Sucking them down, back to back, just bonging them motherfuckers. Because that's how Beer is meant to be consumed.
Heed my warning. Heed my warning. Know it well. The only thing that is left is consumer product. There's nowhere.
We had to take a break from things. Were getting a little bit heavy with the Meghan Markle and with the dead relatives being disappointed. We had to have a little bit of right brain creativity.
Where else to go?
That's the commercial? Yeah, definitely. It should be. What's up, Leon? What's up, Con?
She doesn't want to be a movie star. That doesn't exist. There's 7 people that are movie stars left in America. Okay? The only thing that's left.
I should be a movie star. The fact that I'm not a movie star means that it's all controlled by pedophile, monster, horrible Kanye West.
Have to make your
No, not Kanye West. The people Kanye West keeps talking about.
to get your bag. To get your bag is to get dumb white women with their ribeye-sized steak feet
What's
that
up,
they've
Type?
wedged into
What's up,
Tory
Wanda?
Burch flats. They have to get out of their financed BMW 3 Series they can barely fit in, and they have to go buy American Riviera.
American Riviera Orchard. The average size of a Western woman is what, size 18? Like a 38-inch waist. I have a 32-inch waist.
I mean, Christ, American Riviera Orchard, because this is all she wants. This is all she wants. She just wants to be a mogul. She wants to be a girl boss. She wants to be a girl boss. She wants to be a mogul. That's all she wants to do. I have so much respect for the great women entrepreneurs. Dolly Lenz is a friend of mine who's the top realtor in New York City. I like them all, the ones that do it. You know what I mean? Carly Fiorina, right? A bad Hewitt Packard, right? Meg Whitman at eBay. There's tons of them, right? That are real deal female entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. And diversity, equity, inclusion, promoting women who shouldn't be promoted is horrible for the women that have worked extremely hard and legitimately want those promotions. And then also, when people are thrust into positions that exceed their level of hunger and drive, they get overwhelmed, and like that's a hard job, and that's more than you had wanted to sign up for. So I mean, it's like the diversity, equity, and inclusion promoting of people for reasons other than meritocracy or that they're ready for it. I mean, it's difficult in many directions. What's up, Incoherent? What's up, Norway?
Even that Babble, Bumble, Beeple. Who's that? The chick who's like the women shit.
Whitney Wolf.
Yeah, Whitney Wolf. I mean, yeah. No, I mean, me and her are not going to have a great dinner if we see each other napping. It could happen, but you know, I mean, we're not going to really enjoy our time in Santa Barbara if we sit there. It's going to be a lot of me being like, well, is that really? Is that the? What is that? But we chatted on Clubhouse briefly. But here's the point. The point is that whenever somebody goes on some moralistic crusade, right? It's just consumer products. This wants to sell souffle ramekins. The United States government wants to sell missiles.
This one is audio balanced more, or hopefully it is. Hello. What's up, Incoherent? What's up, Jay? Yesterday, Tim was really loud, and I was really quiet. So when you're trying to watch it, it's very difficult because of the volume, you know. Sounds like it. So the previous one. No, this one. Wait, what? Sounds like it. Is the audio bad? Are the levels not good on this one? Because they should be fixed in this one. They should be bad in the previous one. Are you fucking with me?
It's consumer products. That's all we got, okay? So I know Vladimir Putin's a psycho and he wants to march through Europe. And the only thing that's going to stop him is our lifestyle brand. Our lifestyle brand happens to be Raytheon, Boeing, General Dynamics. That's our lifestyle brand.
Our lifestyle brand is using Boeing to blow up other countries. Jesus Christ, it's so true. Military industrial complex. What's up, KR? What's up, Lisa? I read it late. Oh, I mean, that's probably going to be pretty typical. Hey, Norway, thank you for the favorite. I'll hit you back. I got favorited by all of Norway. I'm fucking on a roll. What's up, Logan?
That's all we're doing. We're just a white to get into Target. That's what NATO is. Target for weapons, and we're just a white to get into Target.
Hey, Kay, thanks for the favor. I'll hit you back.
Trying to get in, that's what we're trying to do. We are just trying to launch our global lifestyle brand. You know, our initial launch was after World War II. It was big. People liked it. You know, our brand awareness was huge. It was high. The verticals were growing. Bitches. And that's all we're trying to do. That's all we're trying to do. So the Pope's doing, he's got his lifestyle brand with the Swiss Guard, you know, having tranny parties in Italy, everybody dousing each other with olive oil. And then the Pope's like, maybe we should stop this war. And then our American Riviera Orchard missile lifestyle goes, hey man, shut the up, okay? That's all it is. Consumer products is the only thing that's left. Sort of dispiriting. It's not nice. You want something more artistic. Perhaps there's more to life than that. Perhaps there is.
What's up, Mark? What's up, Elvira?
There are many other things, right? We know that there is love, there is belonging, there is goodness, kindness. There are things you can do for other people. There is great realizations one can have. There is literature, there is art, there are the great world religions. There are all these things.
The great world religions. I mean, are there really, like, there's Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. As an atheist, like, which one's the great one? Maybe Christianity, but even Christianity's got some problems. The Pope ain't perfect. There's been a little bit of molestation problem running through the Catholic Church just a tiny bit. So which one's the great religion that you can take your pick of? What's up, Fun Kisser? Mistress of the Dark is here. Elvira. Those movies were awesome. Elvira's a pretty name. Yeah, back in the day, Elvira was like this character that was really stacked and was like in like goth, like scary movies. Or were they scary? I'm not sure. I wasn't allowed to watch them. I wouldn't call that a tiny problem. It's a huge problem. What's up, Andy? What's up, Jeff?
But not for you if they have their way. You're looked at as a consumer and you're only consuming. And this is all what it all will end with this. So to the people of the Ukraine who
It's funny, Tim Dillon does this, and I'll do it too. If something is a massive problem, you're just like, you know, that's suboptimal. That's a little bit troublesome. But obviously, it's like a massive catastrophe. Hey, Jeff. What's up, Fab? Thanks for the favor. I'll hit you back.
feel terribly for, and I hope there is some arrangement there that can work. Make no mistake, do not confuse a global lifestyle brand with a enduring relationship with this country. It's just not going to happen. We're just slinging souffle ramekins. We're just slinging napkin holders over there. Make no mistake, we don't really care.
Elvira's profile is just, are you obedient? I'm a good boy.
We don't really care, okay? And if we were worried about...
We hope you are doing well as well, Elvira. What's up, Burt's Bees? I got your shit right here. Look at this. I got you all figured out. You're going on my lips. Everybody else is going to be jealous of you. I got it on my teeth. How could this happen to me? There's nowhere to run.
The dignity of all the human beings, we certainly would worry a little bit about the dignity of the people in Palestine. We would, but you don't see that. That's like a line in the news. They do that very quickly. And I've always been a guy that says Israel's got a right to exist and defend itself. But what is happening in Palestine is a bit wild. And they always do one line. They go, the Ukraine has arisen, and Gaza, 30,000 babies have been put, not good, not good, not good. It's always a quick aside. But we're not concerned with dignity. We're not. We're a global lifestyle brand. And it's a consumer products division. And I'm proud of it. By the way, I'm proud of you, bitch. I am proud of her. You got there quicker than I thought. You got there quicker than I thought. I am proud of you. I have come. Here's the circle. Watch the circle. Watch this, ready? Meeting Harry, challenging stereotypes, acting like the princess, loving it, changing things, revolutionary things are happening. Ooh, having a baby, don't like the paparazzi, they're getting too mean. Royal families being racist, too stressful, putting stress on me and my marriage. An example for young women, can't let it happen, fleeing, taking my babies and my husband, leaving Tyler Perry, house, Montecito, Netflix, we're going to Netflix now, Spotify, podcasts, cartoons about young women. Everyone hates me. Netflix doc didn't work the way I thought it would. Wait 6 months, my sister-in-law maybe gets stabbed, or she keeps lifestyle brand, Target, Montecito, Santa Barbara. We all just want to go to Santa Barbara. That's all we want to do. The people selling the weapons in the Ukraine and Meghan Markle and the host of this podcast, all we want to do is to go to Santa Barbara. That's all we're trying to do. And when you get up, Santa Barbara, get it up. Show the people. Get it up. You see that? We just want to live in Spanish-style mission houses, drink wine.
He does. I feel like he always has a point. The only time I've ever disagreed with him is just the other day when he was like, I think that they're cutting the federal government too fast. And I was like, what? As a militant libertarian existentialist, there is no such thing as cutting the federal government too fast. Fire everybody and bring the federal government population of the workers to absolute zero. And then if you have to hire people, like restaff, I don't like the federal government.
And look at the mountains and the oceans.
What's up, singer?
We don't have that much time on this planet, and why not spend it in Santa Barbara, summer in Santa Barbara on the American Riviera Orchard. That's all we're looking to do. So
I can't get over how hyper stupid the American Riviera Orchard is, and I love that he keeps harping on it.
Don't get too hot under the collar. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter where Kate Middleton is. It doesn't matter where she is. She'll come back. They'll put her out on a press junket, the press tour. Whatever happens, they'll get the colostomy bed, they'll throw it in the thing, the wounds will heal. Whatever it is, whatever will be, will be. She'll be fine. And
what's up, Maria? Stretch. Yaritzi. Perez, what's up? Hey, Maria, thank you for the favor. I'll hit you back.
And don't worry about Meghan Markle. She's going to sell pie tins in Macy's because that's what she's always wanted to do. That's what she's always wanted to do. And the United States is going to keep funding the war in the Ukraine until the Ukraine is completely decimated. And then we're going to go, oh, God, when something else happens, when China gets popping, or when we need to divert our attention and go see barbecue, whatever the case may be, we're going to have to fall back from the Ukraine. We're going to fall back from the Ukraine. And somewhere at that point, someone somewhere in
Whoa. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Why would I want cheap viewers? How do I destroy this member of my chat? My options are to pin it or to reply to it. Neither one of those seem like a very effective solution. I'll pin the message. If I didn't think that Twitch would get me in trouble, I would pin the message just because it's funny. Best viewer will come in. Best viewers. Sorry. The Twitch stream had a spam bot telling us where we can buy cheap viewers. Who would want that? What's up, George? Britt. We as viewers are so exactly. I like my expensive viewers that I have cultivated and birthed from my own loins. Thank you very much. You're all wet with my afterbirth, and I'm just supposed to leave you to dry in the sun. Come on now, what's going on here?
Langley, Virginia, is going to
Let's have Alexis and Haley.
call somebody in Santa Barbara, and there's going to be another country you've barely heard of, and they're going to go, I'm worried about their dignity. I don't think they have enough dignity. Wall Street Journal is now
Dignity. That's the big concern here in this here country. Diet Ryan Reynolds Little Raisins. That's what my viewers are. Trying in this. Oh, yeah. What's up, Froggy?
profiling a man who is super commuting from Ohio to New York City every week.
What's up, Levy?
Doesn't live in
Jack?
New York.
What's up, Mad Max?
But he basically said to himself, hey, what am I really going to do? Let's watch this, because this seems like a good life.
New York. To get to the office on time, I set my alarm in Columbus for 4:15 a.m. and then hustled to the airport for a 6 a.m. flight.
What's up, Soak Deep?
If everything goes to plan, I should make it to the office by 9 a.m. I moved out of the city during the pandemic to be closer to family, and when it came time to return to the office in 2022, I didn't quite want to return. There were no good apartments within my budget, and I liked Ohio because it meant walks with my sister and short drives to see my parents. So for doing some math, I thought I could keep my living expenses, super commuting plus an apartment in Ohio, at around $3,200 a month, or about the price of a nice New York studio. I've used points and miles to book flights and hotels, but ultimately ended up going over budget by 15% and relying on the kindness of friends who let me house sit in the city. I've been doing this trip once a week for over a year. I
Can you
still like
imagine,
living
by
in
the
both
way,
places.
can you imagine getting that call that guy wants to house sit again? Like, first of all, he's a serial killer. He's living in Ohio so he can go on walks with his sister. What does that mean? He's a killer. The guy's a killer. He seems like a murderer. I live in Ohio. It's nicer. It means walks with my sister. Play the rest of it.
But I'm not sure how much longer I can keep this up. But for now, I just made it into our office.
So he is talking about how boomers have turned Gen Z and millennials into forever renters. And this guy is renting or living, I don't know, he's commuting a really, really, really far away because of that.
It's 9:51. It's time to start the workday.
Yeah.
So he woke up at what, like 1 a.m. and didn't get to work until 9? What's up, Jonies?
Okay.
It's the central bank's fault. The central bank is nothing but a bunch of good people working hard, trying to make sure that everybody's got enough value. The Federal Reserve is breaking their back, doing the work that keeps America going. They're a bunch of really good statesmen, hard workers, angels. They are absolutely infallible. And anytime they've even printed a cent, it's been for a really good reason. That we all, as Americans, would be devastated, sobbing and gnashing our teeth had that money not been printed to fund unfunded liabilities. What's up, M? What's up, Beep? Our guardians, they're the best. I love the Federal Reserve. I don't think that they should be made federal. I think that the fact that they're called federal, which would imply that they're a public organization while being private, I think that's totally fine. I don't think that was engineered on purpose. Abdication of responsibility over monetary policy in America was during a midnight vote on Christmas. That seems normal. That seems legit. That sounds good. Oh, okay, slash command. Well, what is that, the right slash or is it the other slash? I don't know. I'm confused. What's up, Dane? What's up, Tay? What's up, Sarah? I was told they are neither federal nor reserve. I could see the squirrels when they were merry.
Hey, it's like, yeah, great. People commute all the time.
People commute all the time. That's all he has to say about a 9-hour commute.
Majority of people's life is commuting. That's the majority of what people do.
The majority of my life is not commuting. I hate commuting. Well, actually, I kind of like it. I work from home most of the time, but the physical offices of the software corporation that I work for are in San Diego. So going to the office, commuting, I have to fly down there. And when it's winter in Minnesota, I'm like, oh no, I gotta go to Southern California. I'm gonna cry. You know, 'cause it's a sad situation.
That's really what it is. That's why people listen to this show and other shows, because people are always commuting. They're always going from one place.
How many viewers right now are commuting? Weigh in.
They don't want to be home.
What's up,
to
Crystal?
another place they don't want to be. Work.
Yeah, I banned the cheap viewers. If I find out that anybody is a cheap viewer, immediately banned.
And yeah, good for him. I mean, listen.
Arthur C. Clarke used to talk about being able to work from anywhere in the future. The future arrived, but retardation persists. Absolutely. To the extent that scientific knowledge and understanding does not take hold when it's discovered, nor when the information about it is propagated. It takes hold when the people who knew the wrong shit die. It's like, man, in terms of describing and labeling a phenomena and what that means for the speed that we can evolve and improve at, it's like, damn, that's kind of depressing.
If he enjoys, and I'm sure he doesn't, but if he finds this is a financially feasible thing, then do it. Do it. Who cares? I'm sick of judging people's lives, you know?
Me too.
The other way to do it is being a forever renter. Somebody is saying the average age of a renter now is 33 years old. It was 29 a decade ago. Owning stuff ain't for everyone. I mean, I think you should, it should be the goal, but it's not for everybody. So, you know.
What's up, Tina? Tim is like, not everybody should own. Renting is, not ownership isn't for everybody. Ownership of property is so vitally important to the extent where, what's up, outline face, drooly face, Tina? So, all right, I'll work my way to my point backwards. Women should not have the right to vote. They should have never been given the right to vote. It's a bad situation. It's a bad plan. It's a bad system. And not because women shouldn't be able to vote. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the entire process of being like, we're going to give all women the right to vote. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Not all women should have the right to vote. Not all men should have the right to vote. Only certain people should have a right to vote. And who are those people? Well, they're property owners. You have to be absolutely insane to let people vote in an area that aren't direct stakeholders in what goes on there. So if you're a renter, if you're traveling, or if you're passing through, the niceness of the area or not will be up to the people that live there. Otherwise, all of the people that you allow to vote that aren't property owners are obviously going to vote for handouts. They're going to vote to steal shit from people that are the property owners and that have stuff. And that dries up charity as more and more collectivist, socialist things are voted for, and the more that happens. Ipso facto, it's an important thing to recognize.
There's a lot of people that don't want to buy houses. It's very difficult. And they don't have the money.
So women who own property should be allowed to vote. Men who own property should be allowed to vote. But no person or sex or group should just be like carte blanche, like you all have the right to vote. It's like, And so that's why giving women the right to vote is problematic. Not as any criticism towards women, but you can't just blanket give an entire massive group the right to vote in elections. Democracy is really incentivizing some goofy behavior that seems pretty anti-pragmatic in terms of one side importing lots of population and then having them vote without owning property. I should be on the Alex Jones show. Thank you very much. I used to have a show on YouTube in 2014 about Bitcoin called the Bitcoin Group on the WCN. That was a lot of fun. And I talked to Alex Jones a few times, not on his show, but in direct messages and stuff like that about cryptocurrency, etc. What's up, Katie? What's up, Brown? What's up, Jonas? Yeah, I talked to Paul Joseph Watson about it a lot too.
They might not want the responsibility to buy houses. So what they do is they rent houses.
Everybody should aim to own a home. You should. Good. It's a good investment too, because then you're living in an investment that if shit hits the fan, you can either mortgage against it or like move out. Like it's a savings account that's always there no matter what, that you have to pay to live there anyway. So if you have to pay the rent versus if you have to pay to, pay off a mortgage, you definitely want to be owning. What's up, Shell?
And here's the deal. The real estate expert said that a portion of forever renters are of the higher end demographic and have an eye for apartments with large scale rooms, sophisticated aesthetics, and kid friendly amenities. So basically they're like, listen,
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
we don't want to buy. That's not where we want our money. We don't care. We'd rather rent. If you rent, you just always are.
Well, corporations buy politicians, but they don't just buy politicians for no reason. They're incentivized to buy politicians because regulations are untenable. You can't have regulations. Regulations are fucking stupid. If you could have regulations, the entire world could be regulated into the most regular experience ever, and it would be a utopia, but that's not how things work. You tried, you kept waking up. Well, come back on in. So regulations are tough because they're not the rule of law. The rule of law is like, basically you can't do things that are harmful to another person. So you have rights. Like, how do you philosophically explain and examine rights? Rights have to be weighed against duties. So then you have negative rights and positive rights. Negative rights are rights to things that just make it so that people have to do nothing. So like the negative isn't a positive or a negative connotation. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It means negative in terms of the obligation that it causes. So a negative right can also be called a liberty. And negative rights are things like your right to life, your right to not be imprisoned for no reason, the fundamental rights, like people can't come and fuck with you. Positive rights sound great, but they can interfere with negative rights. And people's negative rights being interfered, their liberties being violated is really bad. It's not a good thing. Long story short, that's all that we can really say that the law absolutely should be. And when you go beyond the rule of law to statutes, ordinances, and regulations end up having regulators. And then the regulators get bought and sold in the market that they're supposed to be regulating. And then they engage in capture by having people lobby the regulators for compliance that they know their competition can't afford. They force all their competition out of business, and they capture all of that business for themselves. And it's the mechanism by which monopolies are made, and it is the reason why so much corporate money goes to lobby Washington, because it's effective, because, it's captured. The regulatory environment is not aimed at helping consumers or people or constituents. It's aimed at helping whoever has the most money in the corporate game to pay off the regulators. Ipso facto, ripping the regulations away would make it so that there's not a gun on the table for the biggest corporation to grab. It would make it a much more fair market, and smaller companies that are more agile would be able to compete with and put out of business giant top-heavy companies that no longer have regulations to fall back on. Essentially legalized bribing, kind of. It's differential advantage that you pay for, and so then you say the government needs to be picking winners and losers, basically, and pick us as a winner, make everybody that's our competition losers, and we'll continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, who likes monopolies? Doesn't matter if you're left or right. People are like, a monopoly sounds like something that's not good. The mechanism by which monopolies are created, the only one, is regulatory capture, and nobody talks about it.
You don't have that security. Somebody can always raise the price on you. Somebody could always come in there and go, hey, this happens to friends of mine who live in Brooklyn. They live in these little dumps, You know? These things you'd never want to live in your life.
Exactly.
You would never want to live in these places. You would never want to live in these places. But every year they have to pay like $800 more a year for these apartments because the real estate market in New York is psychotic. You would never want to live in these places. But every year they just go, F it, I got to do it.
No, I'm a computer and information scientist, but I have studied a lot of economics, Chicago school, and Austrian criticisms thereof, up to and including working on and contributing to cryptocurrency as a cryptographic economist and a mission schedule expert. That's the Bitcoin white paper right there. And there's a picture of Vitalik consulting with me before launching Ethereum in 2013.
They have no other option. That's the thing. If you don't have any other option, you know, then you just have to kind of. And I think a lot of people are over real estate anyway as a, you know, people understood, like when the boomers got it and then they went on that amazing ride with it, nothing appreciated more than real estate. And very few things do, right? I mean, if you have a great run in the stock market.
The way that the boomers took from both directions, from their parents and from their children, to receive, and print more money than all other generations combined forever. And they're like, oh, my house that I paid $70,000 for is worth $1 million. And it's like, God damn it. Oh, you heading out? All right, Sook. Thanks for coming. See you soon.
You can, but real estate's still a very good investment. But I think younger people don't look at it as glamorously because a lot of them saw their parents get divorced and fight over a house, or they just remember.
If you get divorced and you don't have a house to fight over, you basically can't even pay for the divorce. You don't have enough money to get divorced unless you have a house. So if things are so bad that you have to get a divorce, you don't want to be stuck in an ability where you can't get one. And if you don't own a house that you can liquidate to fund the separation, I don't know what you're going to do.
A house is a place where somebody had a Halloween party and everybody killed a kid in Arizona. You know, like, it's not always.
Thank you, Moon Pie.
It's not always all amazing, the memories that people have in these homes, and I'm sure they never were. Most apartment buildings, especially over the last 10 years, have been targeting a 27-year-old, and they have orange doodads as the design theme. I don't know what that means.
Orange doodads.
We have a mid-Atlantic focused portfolio. Our average renter 10 years ago was 29. Today it's 33. Soon it'll be 70. Soon people will live longer and they will just rent and they will not buy a home. And, you know, because everything is so out of control in terms of money, I've talked about it on the show, outside of forcibly evicting boomers from their houses and putting them in mental institutions and then putting those houses on the market, I don't know.
You're still listening to her? Jayla, that's a weird question.
What else you can do? Truly, I don't know what else you can do. They won't stop or retire. It doesn't seem to be happening. They certainly don't want to sell.
Yes, he is gay.
So you're just going to have to deal with the apartment. You know? Until you regroup. Until Bitcoin's up. Bitcoin's gone back up. It's gone back up. Get on the ride. Get the house if you want.
That was 11 months ago. Yep. Bitcoin is the greatest investment in the history of economics by definition. Programs to be that. So if you don't have any Bitcoin, you should definitely get some. You can sign up for Coinbase or any other exchange. It's not that hard. Buy like $20 worth of Bitcoin, just get it done. And then you'll have $20 worth of Bitcoin and you can see the way that it goes up. And then it becomes easy to add to it because you've already done it. And within a very short amount of time, instead of like working your ass off to save like $2,000, you worked your ass off and it's like your savings are worth like $20,000. And it's I don't know how people can stay ahead of how difficult life is without having some type of a multiplier like that for their money. I know that if I didn't, I would be absolutely on the struggle for sure. Where am I from? I'm from Minneapolis. How long will that take? Nobody knows. It's going up, and every 4 years the supply of it gets cut in half, which makes a supply shortage, which drives the price up. So everybody knows that that's happening every 4 years, which drives a continual demand to get in on that situation. And then as people get in on that situation, as they try to price that in, more and more people keep grabbing up BlackRock keeps buying up Bitcoin. Donald Trump is talking about having a federal Bitcoin reserve for America. So if America buys a shitload of Bitcoin, that will drive up the price for everybody else. So uniquely, right now, the opportunity in terms of we know certain things are coming up in the future that are going to make the price go absolutely nuts, makes now a good time to buy, and it makes it so that other people know now is a good time to buy, and it keeps pulling more and more capital in. And then when you look at Bitcoin as money versus fiat currency, it functions as better money. The utility of it is higher than the utility of dollars. So there's no reason to convert back. And the more people that realize that, the more people start using Bitcoin full time, and it's eventually going to take off in a way that it's going to become so valuable that it'll replace all other forms of exchange. Minneapolis is where your sister moved to? It's okay. Hey, Shell, thanks for the favor. I'll hit you back. So say $50 worth today, and by 2030, I don't know, by 2030, $50 worth could be worth a shitload. What's up, Joel? So year on year, you can expect about a 300% return on your investment. So if you invest $100, at the end of 1 year, you have $300. If you invest $300, you have $900. In other years, it doesn't just go up 300% per year. It goes up astronomical percentages because it creates a deflationary spiral. So there's an inflationary spiral, like in the Weimar Republic, like in Germany after World War I, they hyperinflated and their money became worthless. That could be kind of described as an inflationary spiral. There's also a deflationary spiral. And Bitcoin creates deflationary spirals because it has an inelastic supply. You can't make more of it. There's only 21 million Bitcoin, and there'll never be any more than that. So when BlackRock and a whole bunch of people get really excited and want to buy Bitcoin and no more of it can be made, it's only what's on the market, it ends up driving the price up a ton really fast. And then other big investors see that that's happening and they want to get in on it and they start buying it. After a while, it's running away to such an extent that people that didn't buy any of it are starting to get scared. It's one of the most important inventions in the history of economics because it solves the Byzantine generals problem in computer science, and it solves the Mr. Goodbank problem in banking and keeping money safe. And how would you cash it in or where? Well, there's exchanges. There's tons of exchanges that'll exchange it. You could even send it to me and I'd mail you cash, but you wouldn't have to do that. Where do you buy some? Depending on where you're at, different places. Like if you're in America, you can buy it on Coinbase, but there's other, like Bitstamp is an exchange. You just go to any exchange and then you buy some and you just hold on to it. Then you can log in whenever you want, check it out, and you can see how much it's gone up or down. Thank you, Moopy. Or sorry, Moonpie. California. So then, yeah, Coinbase is going to be a good choice for you. That's what I would do. Boomers are giddy about the American experiment failing. Yes, they
Boomers
are
going to...
It's my parents are boomers, so and my parents are terrible. But it's funny to criticize the entire generation because it's kind of easy to do so. What's up, Taylor? Oh, Shell, thank you very much. Wait, what are you gonna research?
Boomers are going to retire. This is real. The boomers are going to retire. Now, they don't want to. They don't want to. And we have some.
The boomers. Bitcoin, yeah, absolutely. Do research. Bitcoin, just like anything. Don't take anybody else's word for it. Do a little bit of fundamental research. You can ask AI about it. AI knows a lot about Bitcoin. And like a dollar cost average strategy is what you want to do. So on an exchange, you can tell it, every time I get paid, buy $20 worth of Bitcoin. You can just let it run. You don't have to worry about it at all. And economically speaking, just setting up that dollar cost average to go automatically is going to be the difference between, after a while, having a massive savings account or having no savings of any kind. And having a savings account that you can use to pay off debt or credit cards, or that you can use to pay your rent if there's a disaster, I mean, it's extremely important. Not having any investments, just working for all of your money, that's a very hard time. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it. What's up, conspiracy?
Some articles we'll talk about later in the show where the boomers actually don't want the world to continue. A friend of mine sent me this border thing.
Yep.
This is so hilarious. Over Instagram, and was basically like, what? And she sent me this article like, are we going to have a civil war?
Attaway, Jayla. Atta girl. Doing research about Bitcoin is the most valuable research that people will do in their entire life. Incontrovertibly, absolutely. Hey, Moon, thank you so much. I'll hit you back. Thanks for the favorite. What's up, Candy Princess?
And she goes, what an exciting time to be alive. They are giddy at the prospect.
Yeah, boomers don't even want the country to continue. They're the most selfish generation of all time, to such an extent that it's literally horrifying. Like, spoiled doesn't even begin to describe the horror of what the boomers have done. Absolutely incredible. Took the wealthiest country in the world, and now we have, damn it, cable, sorry, cable management issues. Ah! Fuck it. All right. Lots of them on Facebook. What, the boomers? The boomers.
Of the entire American experiment failing and the civilization going dark. Boomers are ebullient at that. They are sitting around pubs and casual restaurants, and they're sitting at country clubs, and they are actually very excited about the prospect of civilization crumbling because they are at the end of their life. The boomers never wanted their children to have
Nope. My parents certainly didn't. I was an inconvenience to my parents.
better lives than they did, ever. The boomers were threatened by their children. The boomers viewed their children as obstacles to their own success and fulfillment.
They absolutely did. The entire generation. What happened to them? You're gonna put for coffee? All right, Shell. Have fun putting for coffee.
This is all in the book coming out. I know you don't think it's coming out. I don't care what you think. It's coming out. It'll be there in the summer. You read it on the beach. But this is all true. And the more I observe these boomers, which I have for my entire life, and I'm really keying in on it now, what I'm noticing is that they're kind of a death cult.
Yeah.
The boomers are a death cult in the way that radical Islam is a death cult.
The boomers are exactly like radical Islam. That's a very good, yep.
Radical Islam doesn't really have an...
Reefer Madness? Well, it's something about, like, the greatest generation and, like, all the war and the depression and shit like that. And those parents loved their kids so much, the boomers, that they became so spoiled. They became self-absorbed, narcissistic sociopaths, like almost as a rule.
Interest in.
And then we had shit parents. So like me, I was born in like 86. So I had shitty parents, which makes me awesome because, you know, I had to deal with shitty parents and everything else instead of being spoiled. So it's always like it like swings back and forth. Like if you have a really rough childhood and you like make it through, like that's like the day-to-day of your adult life, you're like, it's no problem. What's up, Chewy? What's up, Kang?
Anybody existing that isn't a devotee of what they think and what they believe.
Yep.
Boomers are the exact same way. They are ready to usher in the apocalypse, and they're doing it gleefully. They're holding on to all the houses and all the money. You know, we have an article here, 80% of the stock market. 80% of the stock market is owned by elderly people.
80%. 20% for everybody else. What's up, Saturn?
Boomers. They can sell it and trigger a downturn. Here we go. Your grandma is a downside risk to the stock market. How more old people owning equities could exacerbate a downturn? The boomers are holding the American economy hostage.
She looks old for a boomer, but I don't know. Yeah. Trauma sucks, but it can make you stronger if you address it and understand it and overcome it. I tried to ignore a lot of my trauma for a long time, being like, I'm tough enough that I can ignore it and I can act in a way that is not affected by it. But I eventually had to admit that, you know, I'm human. I'm like anybody else. Like it did affect me and I did have to deal with it. But yeah, life is rough.
They're holding it hostage, and they can at any time.
That bear is always there, which is why it's so funny. I didn't realize that it was the Princess Diana Memorial Beanie Baby bear. Back in the day, that was like absolutely priceless. But now I don't think Beanie Babies are really worth anything, as far as I know. So who knows how much she was able to get it for, and then having it as this like weird relic from this hyper weird craze. I don't know, it's kind of funny. What's up, HHTH? Couldn't have said it better. The snuffleupagus was gone. What are we talking about?
Flood the market by selling all their stock, taking all the cash. Now, many people go, well, they're going to take it for medical emergencies, then they're going to take the cash, and whatever they're going to do with it, okay, they're going to like fund some nightmarish thing.
They're going to fund Skynet before they die.
It's like Pinky in the Brain with these people.
What's up,
Like they're
Candace?
going to take the cash out of the stock market so they can build a laser to zap the world. The way that they are going on now, refusing to sell these McMansions, they will not downsize. They will not give up their jobs. Biden will not step aside. He's 80. He's an octogenarian. He's elderly. He's foaming at the mouth. He's got dementia, and he will not step aside. Who's that that just died in office? Was it Feinstein? Mm-hmm. They die in office now, these senators and Congress. One article I read, the Pentagon, by the way, prepared a report. This is true. The Pentagon has prepared a report. Now, one of the threats, they talk about bioweapons. They're talking about COVID. It's on Drudge. This is a new thing they wrote about how, like, you know, here's the threats that we anticipate. Okay, here are the threats that we anticipate coming. One of the threats, okay, this is great. A new study by the Office of...
This is what you edit to, but more comedy talk show. This is a comedy talk show. But more comedy talk show sounds like a challenge. This is Oh, not political. Not that it's more comedy. It's just less political. All right. You're on thin ice. What's up, Hot Lion? I'm like old money handsome. Thank you. That is one of the nicest things that anybody said to me.
The Secretary of Defense provides a unique window into the views of military planners and how they see future forms of warfare. So now we know COVID, we go da-da-da-da-da, we got COVID. So here, if you go up, so I love this, okay? Additionally, listen to this, okay? Additionally, the authors caution against the possibility of government employees replacing their natural eye lenses with artificial ones containing tiny cameras connected to micro storage devices. The small cameras could collect classified intelligence and leak it to foreign adversaries. Okay, now the reason that they're worried about this, by the way.
What's up, Jess? What's up, Pat?
Come on, go up a little bit here. They're talking about, in another intriguing scenario, seemingly inspired by the decline of Senator Dianne Feinstein, and this time set in a more distant future, the report suggests
Doing good. How you doing?
that elderly congressional leaders, desperate to retain power. This is everything I've ever said. It's in this report that the Pentagon has now just come out.
We are listening to the comedian Tim Dillon criticize boomers as a generation, and it's pretty savage. It's really funny. What's up, Bill? What's up, Thick? Brittany B?
The Pentagon is saying the biggest threat to the bottom.
My Twitch is muted. Are you sure? What's going on? No, it's not. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me, dude. Well, tell me that my Twitch has no sound.
Body politic to the survival of our.
Now you're just trolling me. What's up, Kathy? Yeah, you son of a bitch.
Our country is not climate change. It's not, for all its other issues, immigration. It is boomers. Boomers will not relinquish power. Listen to this. This is actually really fascinating.
What's up, Kathy?
In another intriguing scenario, seemingly inspired by the decline of Senator Dianne Feinstein, and this time set in a more distant future. And by the way, they mean like 5 years from now. The report suggests that elderly congressional leaders desperate to retain power secretly install state-of-the-art brain-computer interface devices. These devices, commonly used among wealthy senior citizens in this scenario.
Where have you been hiding? Because this is where I would be every day. Well, you'll have that opportunity from about 1 to 1:30 a.m. Central Time to about 8 a.m. Central Time. I'll be doing this for the foreseeable future. So come on and hang out.
Initially helped the senators regain mobility and speech after years of clear cognitive decline. This, by the way, is the wildest report I have read in a long time. I read these things so you don't have to. I sift through them. I work hard to take these private planes. You don't think I do. Many of you don't think I do.
Oh, the boomers.
I love this article.
What else do we got? He talks to Alex Jones, but it was so close to the Trump assassination that that's all that they talked about. Look forward to it. Thanks, Moon. What's up, Bumble? What's up, Emma? We could watch Tom Segura and Christina P. on the Tim Dillon Show. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I can't complain. Springtime in Texas. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. I'm here for the opening of the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, and I wanted to borrow a studio, and my agents at CAA were like, you have to call your friend down there and borrow his studio.
My Twitch is Duncan Blownuts. DUNCANBLONUTS.
I think they meant Joe Rogan.
Thank you, Shino.
But I have another friend down here that I absolutely love, and he's one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. And it's very exciting
You're welcome,
to be with
Yoshi.
him, and I'm sure that they're all fine. It's CAA, I'm sure they all love this. What would be wrong with this? Please welcome my friend.
Headed to work. All right, man. Have a good one at work. Don't work too hard. Don't be lazy and get fired. So just like right on the fence. But don't be anxious. Hey, what's up, Jane? How's it going? How you doing?
Who needs no introduction, the great Alex Jones.
Tim, amazing. You did an incredible job. So the rest of the folks at the mothership last night. Joe looks like he's in a time machine. He's getting up.
You're on holiday. Working on holiday. You've been trying to get in contact with me for a while?
While you and I get older.
Yes.
Amazing hanging out with you guys and Roseanne Barr last night.
Yeah, me and
Adam
Rose.
Curry.
Yeah, me and Rose.
I'm sorry, Jane. I'll take a look.
Dan look like we're going the wrong way, and Joe looks like he's going the right way.
Well,
physically.
Roseanne looks pretty good, actually,
Yes.
compared to me and him.
Well, you know, Roseanne is she's animated by a force of life.
Yes.
Which is good. And me and you struggle with that. But
You're a sexy guy. Come on.
I appreciate
The
it.
truth is, we're getting married in Vegas next week.
We're getting married in Vegas, and everyone will support that, I believe, right?
Well, I mean, it's not a joke. We're getting married.
It's going to be
You and I and Joe had a menage a trois last night.
it's the royal.
Oh, Alex Jones. What's up, Juicy?
Well, yeah, so we were both very out of shape, and he talked to us about that. But this is going to be the royal wedding. Fuck Meghan Markle.
You like the LOTR set that I have behind me? Yes, it is magnificent. We'll move it up front and center here. Next to the Hourglass of Fate. Tolkien is one of the most important authors in all of history. An existentialist, individualist, liberal, classical liberal, who wrote a book that wasn't the Bible that could be the most engaging and entertaining story that you could possibly tell as a way to weave in morals and goodness in a way that people would understand why they're important. Having that deep of a goal when you go to write something and then writing something that good is just like blows my mind. Absolutely insane. I don't have the Silmarillion. I don't think I've read it. I should. But what I do have, I have a bunch of Tolkien's letters that he wrote to his son as he becomes an anarchist. Because much like Tolkien, I'm an anarchist. And anarchy is basically just fundamentalist, liberal individualism. So it's cool that my bro wrote those books to promote that. And most people don't understand or know that. What's up, Paul, Lizzie, and Nicole?
And that autistic lizard. This is going to be the one. It's amazing to be here. Thank you for letting me use your studio. Thank you. There you go. Somebody wrote that, Alex. 3/4 of Mount Rushmore. I'm dead about the crate on his sheet.
I want them to talk about current
This is
events.
what media protesters to not breach the Capitol, which
I definitely will. If you sent me a DM, I will respond to it.
is literally what happened. And I want to play that clip in a minute. Speaking to you off air, a lot of things are now coming out about January 6th that changed the picture a little bit from what people thought.
Hey, Yoshi, thanks for the
It was
favorite.
just
audience.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And I want to know if you can illustrate some of that for us, because I know that this directly impacts you. It affects you. You were there. You were there to protest what you felt was a sham election.
Anomaly.
Oh, it was totally a sham election. That was absolutely unbelievable. It was the most blatant sham election steal of all time. Everybody deep down secretly knew it. Absolutely. Tim Dillon isn't as good with other people because they don't let him talk the whole time. And I only want to hear Tim Dillon.
Welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are excited to be here.
What's up, Renesteva? However you say your name, I'm sure I said it wrong, but I didn't mean to. No disrespect. Welcome. Hey, what's up, Libby?
Here. We ended up in Miami for the week, so we have a nice little studio here in Miami. These people have let us use the studio.
Hear me out. Say something old money would say. Old sport. Daisy. Don't drive the car so fast. Daisy, what have you done?
Studio, and we will put their information in the description of the episode. If you were...
All right. We are going to do some grinding at the same time as listening to Tim.
In Miami and you want to record a podcast, you should do it here. Now, are you going to be in Miami? No. You're not going to be here, and you don't have a podcast, and you don't...
I mean, it's the classy... I mean, I have a copy of it right here. The Great Gatsby. So I might be a one-trick pony, but F. Scott Fitzgerald's pony trickery is the best kind to know. I opened our chat and I sent a pic and you asked to make sure I was over 18, lol. Well, yeah, it's... Seems like standard operating procedure. What's up, Maja? What's up, BBY? Hey, Lisa. Thank you. My cable knit sweater makes me feel like a sailor, or like I'm gonna go on a yacht. I'm going yachting later.
Don't have any money to pay them to rent the space because the podcast you have doesn't earn any money, and none of that's my fault. So what this is called is an empty gesture.
My apologies. Sometimes the messages get pushed down and then I don't see that I have one, but I'll definitely look for it. I look like a Menendez brother. Or Mendez. I was like, wasn't that guy a serial killer? Oh boy.
I'm saying a nice thing that has no bearing
Interested
on
in
your
what's
life.
behind the
It
sweater.
never will. You'll
The man behind the sweater.
never be here doing this. Doesn't matter. But I'm saying it because it makes the people here feel good, and it makes me feel good. It's nothing for me to say it. It just means nothing. And it's just like the reactions that many of you are having to this election, they ultimately mean nothing. They don't mean anything. I appreciate that people are unhappy. I understand that you're upset. Do you need to post the suicide hotline? Do you think that's appropriate? Do you think it is appropriate to take time away from people who are genuinely suicidal?
That's so funny. So right.
There are people that have been suicidal for months or years that utilize that service because they want to check out. And you're calling it the day after the election because you're upset. That's not what a helpline is for. A helpline, I don't know if people need to hear this, or a helpline is not for people being upset over a presidential election. That's not what it's for. It's for people who have genuine problems that are going to jump off a bridge or take too many pills or end it with maybe a firearm. I don't know. That is who it's for. It is not for you because you are upset.
What's up, Daya? What's up, Danielle?
About the outcome of the presidential election. Also, when you see the helplines that people are sharing, you can see why the election went the way it did. Because it's not one helpline. Why unite? It's 17 helplines. If you are a BIPOC person, call this.
Hey, KR, thank you for the 2 winter hats. With 2 of them, I'll stay even warmer than I would otherwise.
If you are Southeast Asian and trans, call that one.
Yep.
If you are a Quaker, call. There's too much going on with the helplines. I don't understand. They're like, why did we lose? Why did we lose? Anyway, here's 27 suicide hotlines that correspond to every single thing about yourself. If you are non-binary and Scottish, call this line because they are well-versed in the non-binary community in Scotland, and so they can handle this. Do you understand how silly it all is? How silly it looks to people?
What's up, Gaffy? What's up, Alejandra?
And I know people are angry. You can be angry. You can be sad. You can be mad. These are all emotions that you can have. And you can be fired up. And that's all good. These are all good things. These are all good things.
Thank you. I think it is interesting.
It is curious to post the hotline and then say you're at your breaking point, and then 13 minutes, I counted later, post a tasting menu from a 5-star restaurant that you are attending for your friend's birthday. That is curious behavior.
That is curious behavior. What's up, Jay Dude?
Obviously, the election happened last week. We don't have a result yet. We think Trump won. We don't know. And people are mad, and comedians are mad. And comedians are mad because Donald Trump and J.D. Vance went on podcasts. And had they not done that, it may have been different. This generational rebuke of everything that...
Thank you, Moon. I came for you and stayed for the podcast. Well, I hope that the stuff that we're talking about is interesting and engaging. There's a air travel rant that he does that's also really funny.
The Democratic Party has stood for. We're going to blame losing the Senate, the presidency, and most likely the House. We're going to blame that on 4 or 5 podcasters. You get it? People with podcasts. They're the ones who are at fault. Everything
What's up, Tom?
went down in flames across the board. Donald Trump won every swing state and gained with every demographic, including Latinos, blacks, across the board. He did incredibly well. Kamala did not outdo Biden in any of the states. Most of the ballot measures that were, for example, in California, things like bringing back harsher penalties for looting a store or a flash mob running in and grabbing stuff, most of those ballot measures passed. The liberal DA, George Gascon in California, was replaced with a guy named Nathan Hochman, something like that. He promised to bring back stiffer penalties for crime. People across the board, Oakland, where people are insane there, recalled, I believe, the mayor. They went more right wing. In Oakland, they went more right wing. And it's the fault of a few podcasters. I can't. That's the lesson to be learned here. Every single thing that you wanted to happen did not happen. Every single thing across the board. The people of Oakland, the conservative people of Oakland decided that they wanted to have a functioning society. That's what happened in the election, by the way, whether you like it or not. People decided they wanted a functioning society. They said, I would like society to function. And for that, you're saying they are racist Nazis and they're dangerous. And it's the fault of a few people with podcasts. Now, by the way, I want to send a message out there to comedians that are upset about this. You can also have a podcast. This is something that many people, I guess, are unaware of. You can also start a podcast. There is not one law.
Even I have a podcast
on the books preventing you from starting a podcast and making it successful. You can do it. You are absolutely within your rights, well within them, to start a podcast and have it be very successful and then bring on any candidate you want and talk with them. But the same reason that many of you guys don't have a podcast is the same reason that Kamala Harris would not go on Joe Rogan. Because Kamala Harris was depending on the institutional media to elevate her campaign in the same way that many of you have depended on the institutional structures within the entertainment business to give you a career. So when everybody was going...
Moon Pie said that my white WTF face is adorable. Like that. What? What's up, James? What's up, Charlie?
Going on the internet and building podcasts and making sketches and being independent and getting a fan base. Many of you guys were sitting there waiting for your pilot to get picked up or to get a writing job, and you were betting on the institutions, the same institutions who said a couple of years later they wanted to replace you with AI. Those guys, those institutions. And you wanted to make sure that you didn't go on a podcast and say anything offensive, because God forbid somebody at one of those institutions that you were all depending on, who
what's up, Aussie,
who now want to replace you with AI, you wanted to make sure that none of them were offended, not any of those executives in their 10,000 square foot homes in Malibu. You did not want them to see a tweet or hear something you said on a podcast that was offensive. So you stayed away from the internet. You huddled and you hunkered down and you said, fuck it, I'm waiting for the good people.
God damn, that's really fucking true.
At Comcast or wherever to give me a job. And listen, cool, fine. But nobody prevented you from having a podcast. Nobody prevented you from getting a fan base on the internet. And certainly nobody prevented you from having Tim Walsh or Kamala Harris on that podcast. Nobody prevented anybody from going on any podcast. In fact, Kamala had a standing offer to go on Joe Rogan. She would not show up to Austin and sit there for 2 hours. She wanted Joe Rogan to fly to her and sit there for 45 minutes where she could give tightly scripted answers to questions that he would bring up. And Joe Rogan, who's a friend of mine, was not trying to do a gotcha thing. Nobody did. None of the podcast interviews with politicians are gotcha interviews. That's not what a podcast is. A podcast is a conversation between two people. You watch my interview with JD Vance, you leave it going, oh, I know what he believes. I have a
What's up, Joe?
good idea of what he's putting forward as his beliefs, and that's going to guide and shape the things he does. But it's not an interview where you're trying to embarrass somebody or call them out. And that's not what Joe was trying to do with Kamala at all. He wanted to sit there and talk with her.
Hi.
Now, the problem is if you don't have any deeply held beliefs, that might come out over 2 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't podcast if you don't have any deeply held beliefs because you don't really know what position to take on things. You're just going to randomly decide on a position and then defend it. Like, that's going to be kind of tough.
On the Joe Rogan experience.
I have this nicotine vape. Moon asked, what have you been vaping? So this one is what? A random one that I got at a gas station. Lost Mary Turbo. It's just nicotine. And then this one is THC, and this one is psilocybin. What's up, H? What's up, Rabbit?
Speak. You stand before me as a figure of vengeance, and I bow down before you in thanks. With that cow's death, and knowing that their seed will no longer spread over the face of Azeroth, I can put my energy into something more lucrative. I hope you looted their farmstead after you finished them off.
I don't need the reward from that quest, so I'm going to immediately sell it. I wanted to sell it back to the quest giver, which would have been funny, but...
What greetings and welcome.
Oh, thanks for this
I'm not
quest
very good at
reward.
smiling,
Here,
but trust me.
give me 34 silver for it. All right.
Watch your back.
Any of you guys play World of Warcraft? I'm playing hardcore classic World of Warcraft on Twitch. So if you go to Twitch/DuncanBlownuts, same as in the stream description, you'll be able to see what I'm doing, which is kind of cool.
Experience. If you don't believe in anything except your own advancement, that might come out in 2 hours. There was a reason that her people told her not to do that interview. I don't know what that reason is, but I can imagine.
Because she's an idiot. She's a Manchurian candidate. A candidate that is run, well, like AOC is the definition of a Manchurian candidate. The Justice Democrats, or whatever they're called, that movement chose her to go and represent them, and then they tell her what they want. Which some people are like, oh, that's fine, it's just organized democracy, but it's like, that's supposed to be not good. Do I wear glasses? Yes, I do wear glasses. Vintage 1950 style glasses. Or Johnny Knoxville glasses, whatever you want to call them. What's up, Rosemary? What's up, CD?
How may I be of service? Farewell.
You like glasses?
imagine they said, we don't want you sitting there unscripted for 2 hours. We don't know what will happen.
Yeah, somebody that doesn't know anything. 2 hours is way more than enough time for people to be like, you're not really seeing anything. You can't even think straight, Moon Pie? Well, Kamala Harris can't think straight ever. For no reason. What's up, yes? What's up, Casey Wasey?
But nobody prevented her from doing it. This is her choice. That was the campaign's choice. In the same way that every comedian has a choice to do something online or not.
I'm a comedian.
You can do you don't have to do a podcast. Nobody's prevented. But I've never looked at comedians that disagree with me and say that they are less of a comic or that they are dangerous. Or Mark Maron had a show on Air America for many years. He had one of the most successful podcasts in the world and still does. I think he's a hilarious comedian. And I don't think because me and him would disagree on things that he's less of a comedian or less of a person or whatever. I don't understand where that comes from. I don't understand where that comes from. And this idea of all these podcasts, they're right-wing, these podcasts. We came through a period of time where the prevailing wisdom in the comedy community was that people that didn't line up 100% with the ideology that was emanating at that.
Hey, what's up, Duncan?
From universities or from the larger media institutions and from the entertainment business, if you did not line up with that ideology 100%, you paid a price for it. You paid a financial price and a social price for it. And a lot of the people that were unwilling to line up with that ideology had to be on the internet. There was no other choice. Many of them didn't get work. Many of them were prevented, or the things that they could do, they didn't have an interest in doing because they didn't want to feel that they were being controlled or stymied in any way, so they wanted to be on the internet. I'm one of the people that wanted to be on the internet.
At an absolute minimum, another hour and a half.
I enjoy it and I have fun and I talk shit and I say what I want and people can like it or not like it, doesn't matter. But if you take away from this historic beating, this complete, stunning, I thought he would win, but not in the way that he won. Like, if your takeaway here is that
I make no promises.
somehow the rejection of everything that you believe is Theo Von's fault, you're insane. And you'll never win anything ever again. You have to meet people where they are. You cannot always drag people to you. Everyone's racist, everyone's homophobic, everyone's transphobic, everyone's a misogynist, everyone hates you. How do you make it through the day? How do you make it through the day? How do you get up every day? Everyone's hating you all the time. There's so much energy to hate you. Everyone hates you. And everybody's trying to get you and
what's up, Al?
Kill you every minute of the day. You're getting coffee and you got to look around because they're coming. It's deeply paranoid to believe that people care about you that much, that they're sitting around their homes hating you.
I wonder if people are smoking too much weed and getting paranoid.
Trying to kill you or make your life harder. There are certainly people that don't like you or don't agree with you and maybe don't want...
Excuse me, sir. Jane, I'd be fine if you streamed with no shirt. Well, I don't think the Twitch and Kick would be fine with it.
How you doing?
They're all stingy and prudish.
Nope. The Witherbark Trolls and Boulderfist Ogres of Arathi are working together to rid us from this land.
What's up,
but we shall not meet our fates at their or anyone else's hand. We will slay them and show them that we too have a home here. The trolls turned their backs to us. The ogres would use us for food and bedding if we allowed them to. These things shall not be. We start our attack on the Witherbark trolls to the south of here. Slay them in droves, and only return when their camps run thick with blood. It is still clear to me, like yesterday. So many years without hope, with wood and steel to bind me to this terrible place. Then finally, there was the war chief. Doomhammer in his midnight plate, his warhammer held high. It was too terrible that the blow of a coward would strike down our greatest hero. From behind, he charged on his horse, and then his lance ran him through. I fell to my knees. What hope was there? What hope is there?
Dang. I'm sorry about that. Jesus Christ. There we go. The face and the glasses. Like this. Moon asked to see my glasses on and me making my WTF face. Had to do it. What's up, Ariel? What's up, Little? Hi, Ariel. How's it going?
Want you to have certain rights, or maybe they don't want you to have a platform. And
who you be?
This goes every which way, and there's people that hate everybody, and it's perfectly legal in America to sit around in your home not liking other people, hating them, being jealous of them, being envious of them, wanting them to be less happy, less free. This is not a new thing. But when you talk about an election, you have to provide policies that people actually care about.
My pet pig, Bang Bus. It's a good pig.
You cannot run a campaign on the word joy when people cannot afford food.
Blakey McSword. Ariel? Why that name?
Food. You cannot run a campaign on the word joy when people cannot afford food. Do you understand that? Have you lost your fucking mind?
Have a good one.
It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Joyful work is good work, and good work is joyful work, and people are going, I don't have any money.
My new name. That'll be interesting to live with a name like Blakey McSword. What's up, Jess? Well, Moon likes it, so it's gotta be good. What's up, Josh?
You cannot bring Oprah out, who's a billionaire, and will.i.am, who's rapping, and then have these awkward white college kids who can like barely move, trying to dance. This is not a well thought out thing. It's the podcast. They never went on the. Stop it! It's embarrassing. You have to have some sense.
Hello from Holland. I'm also streaming on Twitch, and we're playing hardcore World of Warcraft while listening to Tim Dillon. And it's a good time.
Sense of humility in this time. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. You have to have a sense of humility in this time. We've all been badly beaten. I've been badly beaten many times in many things. And the way that you're supposed to handle it is to have some grace and to go, wow, we fucked that one up. Bad move. That wasn't great. That was not ideal. Lying about Biden's mental capacity, and then Kamala's in, and, you know, she was like the least pop.
Yeah, it's on Twitch/Duncan Blownuts, and then you'll be able to see what I'm doing. What's up, Miss Back Up? How's it going? I was just saying I'm also streaming on Twitch under Duncan Blownuts, spelled just like in the stream title.
Popular candidate ever. And she tried her best. By the way, I think Kamala Harris did a pretty good job.
I'm doing good. How you doing, miss? Twitch is cool. Twitch is cool. Well, I feel like Twitch would agree. What's up, Allie? spy on this dude.
Hail.
Hey, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back. What's up? Hi, Allie. What's up, 21? How's everybody doing this morning? How you like my sweater? The cable knit sailor. I look like I'm going yachting. Fancy Dan. Like Insta and Discord? Yeah, I guess kinda. Except there's like a main directory of stuff you can search. Maybe Discord has that. I don't know. Thank you, miss. I appreciate that. Hey, Joshua, thank you. Yeah, in terms of streaming, Twitch is great. I just have to now figure out how to download the videos from Twitch so I can upload them to YouTube because they only stay on Twitch for a week. But maybe that's okay. I don't know. Do they need to really last for more than a week? Who knows? Hey, what's up, Boogie? I look nasty again? Thanks, man. Your accounts are new after a break. You deleted them. Yeah, understandable. What's up, Jim? TikTok is boring sometimes. I don't use TikTok. TikTok is Chinese spyware. So hopefully we can get that fixed. And then I would use it. Is my sweater from 1981? Maybe. It's definitely a yacht sweater because I'm old money. Exactly. Yeah, I'm just a monocle having, Monopoly top hat wearing type of guy. Looks nasty. All right, Boogie. What's up, JR? I'm a sailor. Why is that a capital A? Like an A? Like a grade? Me and my streaming boat.
She did a pretty good job. Really, truly, for somebody who doesn't have core beliefs.
I'm from Minnesota in North Central North America, and it's 4 a.m.
Or any policies, or any opinions. She did a good job running for president. She ran for president. You got to think about this, because I'm kind of impressed by it. She ran for president with no policies.
Thank you, Ariel.
No core beliefs, and no real opinions.
What's up, Fran? What's up, Dap?
Outside of don't let them steal your joy, which is something.
Don't let them steal your joy. Good job, Kamala.
Something a menopausal aunt says after she is drunk in the bag and her husband leaves her. That is something this is not a political statement. Don't let them steal your joy. That is something that a divorced woman says at a book club. It is.
What's up, Em? What's up, Sky? Mississippi. The mighty Mississippi.
Not a statement of politics at all. But I thought she did a pretty good job. She did a pretty good job. She killed in the debate. And it was a close election, kind of. Not really. It was kind of at the end it was a landslide, but she
she started out
strong. She was in it. And all these people that are like, how could this happen? 2 people are running. One of them's going to win.
One of them's going to win. Louisiana? Wait, so are you from Mississippi or Louisiana?
If Kamala Harris had won, people going, how could this happen? Because both candidates have roughly half the support of the country, and one of them are going to win. That is not anything crazy.
Alligators. What are you talking about?
I have people on my Instagram going, I don't know how this happened. It happened because it had a 50% chance of happening. Are you insane? Have you lost?
Are you insane?
All.
Hey, Moonpie, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Hope to see you back sometime soon.
You know,
what's up, Sophie?
To reality. People live in these bubbles, and then they're shocked that people that.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody join on Twitch if you can, if you want to. Then you're seeing what I'm seeing, and it's like we're in it together. What's up, Miss Kira? What's up, Sophie? Jumper. Is this a jumper or is it a cable knit sweater?
That don't live in these bubbles are doing things differently than they would. And the idea that everybody hates you and that she lost because everyone's a hateful person and they spend all their time hating. No, people don't have the time for that. They're selfish. They think about themselves and their own needs. And a lot of them are broke and pissed off, and they don't understand why we're sending money.
How you been, Kira?
To the Ukraine, or we're going to go to war with Iran when we do not have a thriving country here. They don't understand why the downtown of every major city has been surrendered to homeless drug addicts. They don't get it. They don't understand that. They don't understand.
Just going to bed? Are you at home or are you traveling? You're always traveling. What am I doing? I'm dual streaming on Kick and on Twitch. And on Twitch, I'm playing hardcore World of Warcraft because I'm awesome and not a dork. So that's a pretty good reason, right? To do it. It's fun though. It's stressful to play hardcore because when you die, your character dies. And then it's like, you're really paranoid and like sweaty the whole time that you're playing. It's a lot of fun.
And why people that break into their cars and houses are not being put in jail. They don't understand it. They don't understand why there isn't a border. None of this has anything to do with workers' rights or anything that Democrats supposedly care about. All of this is a corporate giveaway to defense contractors and multinational corporations who want to employ people and not pay them.
So you're not traveling.
So I don't know what the hell this.
What's up, ...
has to do with any Democratic platform that I've ever heard of. You know, I understand, and the people go, if the trans kid thing, we're gonna, you know, if you're a parent of a trans kid, okay. I don't understand what was the only thing that has been discussed here is when a child should.
Did I color my hair? No, I did not. I didn't. Just got back from Thailand. Oh, that sounds like it would have been fun. A bunch of my buddies live in Bangkok, and it would be a lot of fun to go visit them. I did not color my hair. See, I still have that gray streak. Just kind of blending into the shine from my studio lights. I figured out a light camera combination that hides my gray streak. I'm crafty. Still down to me to, yeah, Dubai. Tons of fun. It's a nice spot. I was talking about Dubai the other day about American Airlines and air travel, and all the American planes are crashing because they're all old and shitty. Versus like if you take a flight from like Korea or Dubai or like any other country, the planes are like maybe 4 years old at the most. So it makes it like, hey, How come all the American airplanes are from the 70s? Seems like they should be new by now, or replaced. What's up, Lily?
Irreversibly transition genders by using puberty blocking hormones or surgery. And people have been like, hey, how about we wait till 18, 16, that arrangement.
What's up, Jace?
12. Nobody is going to come, I don't think anyone is going to put your trans child in a workhouse like Oliver and make them eat gruel and work. I don't think anyone's going to kidnap your trans child. So this idea of like, I'm going to keep fighting for my trans child. Okay. Listen, I don't know what to tell people who cannot fathom a world in which there are going to be people who don't think it's a great idea for a confused teenager to medically alter their body. People that can't imagine those people and think they're motivated by hate. Only, exclusively by hate. Why do you hate my child? It's a bad idea. A lot of people think it's a bad idea. A clinic in Britain, the Tavistock Clinic, closed because the people there who were performing these types of services decided it was a bad idea, that there were too many people, too many children that were confused, that maybe were not genuinely trans, and that were suffering from mental issues, and they didn't know who was who.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, those are responsible clinicians. Absolutely. What's up, Da? What's up, Emmys?
Because all of this is very new. And the idea that they were going to be experimenting on children with new therapies and medication made them uncomfortable. And this is a big clinic in the UK, and you can look it up. They closed their doors, not because they hated trans people or hated trans children, because they weren't sure what they were doing was good. They weren't sure what they were doing was correct. And I understand that there's transphobia on the right and racism and homophobia. There's all of the things everywhere, by the way. If you go looking for the things, you find the things. If you go looking for people that hate you, you'll find people that hate you. I know that personally. If you go find them, they're there.
What's up, Dan? What's up,
so
Maggie?
You can use that as a way to reaffirm your belief that everybody hates you, or you could realize that most people are not motivated by a personal beef or vendetta with you or your group. If the Democratic Party doesn't
What's up, Jordan? What's up, Mikey?
ditch identity politics and start creating a coalition of people that believe in things like economic justice and freedom and healthcare and things like that, if they continue down this road of, if you're a Southeast Asian trans person, call this number. If your gender is Zer and you happen to be from Guatemala, call this number. If you keep going down that road, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. And again, that's I think, and now listen, here's the uncomfortable thing. A lot of people I know are going to have to go to jail now. A lot of people I know, members of my own family, are going to have to go to prison because of what they've said about the president. That doesn't make me happy. I'm not happy about that. But I will say this, and I've said it a lot. I think prison can be a very positive thing for a lot of people. People have gotten in shape. They have found God. They have gotten degrees. Many of the people that are going have degrees anyway. That's fine. It's okay to admit that you fucked up, and a great way to do it is a stint in prison. Many people, members of my own immediate family, are going to probably have to go to jail now. I don't have control over this. I'm going to try to do what I can to make sure that the cell you get and is good. And the part of the prison that you are in is good. I'm going to try to do the best that I can for you. I can make no promises. I can call on your behalf. I can send a text. But a lot of you are going to have to go to prison. It's not. I apologize for that. I apologize. 2 years, 5 years. I think that's the terms right now that are being discussed. Some people longer, of course. But I think it will be good. It'll ultimately be good for you. I called my aunt and I told her, I said, get ready now. She's going to have to go to jail. She said a lot of terrible things about the leader. And the leader is gracious and the leader is forgiving. But you must prove to the leader that you have atoned. And a good way to do that is to turn yourself in. I'm asking right now, I'm asking you to turn yourselves in wherever you are. If you have denigrated the leader, if you have spoken ill of the leader, social media or elsewhere, if you have called the leader names, turn yourself in. Turn yourself in now, and let's not spend the money trying to find you. Turn yourself in. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court now.
What's up, D?
Many of the comedians who have attacked the other podcasters and comedians for having on the leader and the Vance, the little leader, even though he's very tall, actually. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Apologize now. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Tell them, say, I have sinned. I have sinned, and I am sorry. And it may be good. A great way to get a lighter sentence would be to inform on some of the other members of your circle who also have, been using language that is insensitive towards the leader. I'm helping you. Understand? Listen.
What's up, country? Morning.
This is not a negative thing. Admitting you were wrong, turning yourself in, informing on your friends and family who were also wrong, and getting into a re-education camp immediately is a positive. It's a positive. It's positive. Learning about, having RFK teach you about raw milk and stem cells and peptides. Having RFK, there's going to be courses in the camps, in the re-education camp. Roseanne will be teaching a course. It will be exciting for many of you. Many of you, I understand, are upset, and I understand that. But imagine waking up in a camp and being taught a course by Roseanne or RFK or the Nelk Boys or Bryce Hall. You're going to be taught.
What a class. What a class that would be.
Going to learn. You're going to learn whether you like it or not. You will learn. You're going to learn. The milk that we have is poison.
Oh my God, that's mean and funny at the same time.
It's poison milk, and what we're going to do about the milk, we're going to have raw milk for the babies. I don't understand people resisting this. I do think, obviously, I'm kidding, kind of. But I do think that there's no energy now. There's no pussy hat march. Nobody has any energy. Even the people that are really upset are kind of faking it. And you can tell they're kind of faking it. And I'm not saying you're not allowed to be upset. I have lots of friends who are very upset, and I respect them. and their anger and rage and whatever. But, you know, most people that I see are not really even, they don't care that much. They're not really destroyed.
They're not foaming at the mouth.
If your status is, I can't live in this country anymore. Happy birthday, Jessica. Jessica, happy birthday. I love you, bitch. If you're thinking about Jessica's birthday, whoever that is, you're not that upset. You're not fleeing. You're not going anywhere. There's nowhere to go. There's problems everywhere. You know? People get mad at me. How could you have that on? How could you? Listen, if the country in the next 4 years gets destroyed, I'm not happy about that, but I will personally move to Tuscany, which I've kind of been looking at anyway. I've kind of been looking at Tuscany anyway, and it would give me an excuse if we descend into some type of civil conflict. There's something about the hills of Tuscany I like, and it's green. And you can buy kind of something for a couple of million. Nothing, you know, it's not nothing, but it's kind of beautiful. And that's where I will go if the country descends.
What's up, doll? What's up, NJCN?
Into a kind of a chaotic grab for resources.
How you doing,
I
doll?
mean, it's fair to have that plan. Peter Thiel said New Zealand. I don't love it. But, you know, it's fair to have that plan. I'm not saying you're all wrong. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen. Nope.
What's up, Carol?
Nobody knows what's going to happen.
I'm doing good. I'm playing World of Warcraft over on Twitch. So that's fun. Dual streaming it up. How about you?
I tend to think it's going to be fine. It's going to be like the 80s. People can have money.
What's up, Maul?
You know? People can have money. They're not going to be, you know, it's just a cultural swing. It'll swing one way, and then it swings back the other way. It's a pendulum. It's a pendulum. That's why when you rule, you have to be a little gracious as well.
That way I can check out your stream when I see it.
When you have the ball, when you have the power, you can't try to starve everybody, perhaps. So if you're running and you think you have control of all the universities and all the institutions,
well then,
in Hollywood and the media, you cannot try to starve everybody.
It's pretty cool. It takes a little bit to, you know, kind of build up a following or an audience, but once you do, I don't know, it's a fun community.
And make all these enemies, because that doesn't work well. That's not good for you. When Joe Rogan says, I think Bernie Sanders will be an interesting candidate, and then the Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren wing of the Democratic Party goes and tries to systematically destroy his life, that does not work well for you. You should not do that. You should not do that. When you have control of the Justice Department and you go and investigate your political enemies and then charge them with a lot of bullshit, you should not do that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I mean, my vibes are obviously better than anybody else's, but you know, they try.
That is not good. Be gracious in defeat, be gracious in victory as well, because you're not going to have the ball forever.
What's up, Lauren? What's up, YM?
You know, I mean, this seems like a pretty rational stuff. You're not going to be on top forever. Nobody is, and you're not going to have power forever over the people that you have power. Things change very quickly, as you can see. Imagine waking up.
Thank you.
In a camp, drinking raw milk and listening to the sound of Robert F. Kennedy's voice on the speaker, because the camp will have a system. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We're excited to start the day. We have a very special presentation being given by Roseanne starting at 10 a.m. This is not a bad thing. This is not a negative for you. Get with it. Get on board now. I'm telling you, my podcast has evolved since the last holiday season. Has your team grown? Have you added new shows, events, or merch? I'm telling you right now, a lot has changed over the last year. If you have a growing...
I don't know if I want to wake up to that. The milk is poison. The milk is poison.
E-commerce business, you can relate. Whether you're looking for better efficiency during the hectic holiday season
What
or
are
your
we
business has
listening
outgrown
to?
your old shipping solutions, you need to compare.
No, Tim. No. Oh, no. We don't listen. We don't
This
listen
is a
to
paid
ads.
advertisement. Get on board now. This is going to be really, really nice. I'm here in Miami. It's been a...
Hey, thanks for the favorite. I already favorited you, though.
It's been beautiful. People are,
of course,
excited.
And not even the royal we.
Bitcoin
I'm just speaking
is
for you.
High. It's the beginning of a beautiful end of crypto and money.
The end of crypto. Hopefully not.
You're going to have to be savvy, of course, to take advantage of it. But you're not. You don't have to be depressed and angry and hateful. You can embrace the future of cryptocurrency.
Oh shit!
You can embrace the future of. I don't know how crazy and wild and Christian it's going to get. I hope it doesn't get insane. I don't think it will. Trump put a lot of space between himself and the really pro-life advocates that favored a national abortion ban.
Oh, no dabbling. What's up, Kira?
And Trump said he's not for that. He's going to leave it up to states, you know? I don't think he's going to go ban birth control nationwide or anything like that. I don't.
That's a funny thing. Birth control. When I was in college, we were supposed to come up with the most destructive thing that you could uninvent, like throughout history. And my response of contraception made everybody laugh. So that was fun.
I think he can. But I understand people that are angry.
Oh, crypto's the best. You gotta buy some Bitcoin. Don't buy anything else, though. Everything else is derivative penny stock bullshit, but Bitcoin is the best. You should set up a dollar cost average purchase strategy. DCA is a good exposure strategy for an emerging asset. It was popularized by Charles Munger and Warren Buffett at Berkshire Hathaway. So you take the best advice of the old school and you apply it to a new investment, and it works really well. And all you have to do that, to actually execute what all that is about, is just set up a recurring purchase of Bitcoin. So like 20 bucks every paycheck, or however much you want to invest, and then over any investment horizon, your savings increase in value to the extent that it's like, oh, I saved up $200, but now I have $2,000, which is nice because there's not a lot of investments like that around anymore.
About that, I completely understand that. I'm not minimizing that. But I'm just saying I don't think that's his main goal or focus, or even a minor goal or focus. I think he's going to try to reignite kind of the criminal spirit of America. And we're excited about that. You know? Kind of the criminal, gangster spirit of America. Not in a negative way.
Not in a negative way.
But in a positive way, in a fun way.
In a fun way.
In a fun way where you find a wallet on the ground and you take a little bit out before you return it.
We're going to run America in a fun way. In a way similar to when you find a wallet on the ground and you take the cash out before returning it.
That's what we need.
That's what we need.
We need you to find a wallet on the ground to take a little bit out and then give it back.
I have stock in the company I work for that I play around with frequently, but honestly, I'm kind of silly to it. Ha ha ha, man. Stocks in the stock market are good and everything. That's all cool, but they're denominated in U.S. dollars, which are fiat currency. And with the runaway printing and inflation and the unfunded liabilities that we're facing, it's just not a good medium to park value in. So it being the value that denominates stocks, stock gains can be cannibalized by inflation, which sucks. So the opposite is true of Bitcoin, where the more inflation there is, the more it makes it go up in value. What's up, TD? What's up, Ratch? Bitcoin's like shorting the dollar. And shorting the dollar is great because they've completely abandoned making it valuable.
That's the United States. And then stand there and...
Crypto is fun to research, though, because like if you do some independent research on your own terms and kind of learn about Bitcoin and stuff, it's the most valuable research that you're going to do in a person's life because it unlocks an investment vehicle that's going to return more so than any other. And just trying to live life with the money that we get for trading our time for labor, like working and going for a job, like not having that exponentiated by investments that do well, makes life extremely difficult. I don't want anybody's life to be difficult. I want people to be comfortable and happy. What's up, Curly?
Get the accolades for returning it. Because maybe the person, doesn't realize that you took 50. Take 50. Take 50. That's why the Trump campaign won.
Or you could take my word for it because I seem really smart and just go to a cryptocurrency exchange and set up a recurring buy. Shortcut.
Kamala was like, if you find a wallet on the ground, it's probably owned by a trans person. And you go, okay. And then Trump's like, just take 50.
Just take
and
50.
Bring it back. Don't steal the whole thing. And that resonated with America. That resonates with me because you know why? Because I found it. I found it. I'm not fucking with the cards. I'm not stealing your identity. I'm taking 50 or 20. And then I'm going to give it back to you. Okay? Kamala didn't get it. She didn't understand. She has a fundamental misunderstanding of what
when I put my glasses on, then I knew that you would be able to tell that I'm smart.
Motivates the American people. It's not my fault. But Trump understands you because if you find a wallet on the ground, take a little bit for your trouble. Take a little bit for your trouble. Turn it in. And then when they say, thank you so much for returning my wallet, go, you're welcome. And you go, you're lucky I found it. You got it?
You're lucky I found it. I only took 50.
Say that. Got to say, you're lucky I found it. A lot of scum out there. And then you take that 50. Take the 50. And sometimes they'll even hit you off. They might say, take something for your trouble. You go, no, don't worry about it. But take it. Now you got 75.
But take it.
That's the economy.
That's the economy. You sing in what capacity?
It's maybe I'm simplifying it a little bit, but that's kind of it. That's pretty much it. That's all there is. So I don't think people should be irrationally angry about this. I know Thanksgiving's coming up. People are going to be upset. People are going to be upset. I'm going to handcuff members of my family, and at gunpoint, we are going to listen to Robert F. Kennedy's book, The Real
Book.
Anthony Fauci.
Well, that's cool. I was singing a song earlier, which was kind of fun. So, I might grab my guitar and play another song. What's up, Sean? What's up, Always? What's up, CEO of Djibouti? Y'all ready for a song? For some live music? 1 second. All right, we ready for this? The violin and the cello. I need frets. I don't think I would be able to play a stringed instrument without frets. What's up, HMU? What's up, KC? All right, what are we doing here? Max frame. I have an injured finger, so I'm going to try to not upset that. You need an A string. Hey, Barry, why aren't you playing A for Steve? Fuck this shit. What's got into him? He can't take criticism. Well, great, there goes the band. Well-rounded, I don't know about that. When you were here before, couldn't look you in the eyes, just like an angel, and your skin makes me cry. You flow like a feather in a beautiful world. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here when I don't belong here? And I said, she's right out again. She's right out. She run, 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 run. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special. special. I wish I were special. Mixed it up a little bit. Mixing it up. What's up, Dwight? Jordan? Hey, thanks, Dwight. What's up, Tina? The other day, but I went with The Fray, How to Save Life. That's a good song, too. I like that song. What's up, Matt? What's up, Alejandro and Mike? All right, reconnect. Let's get the stream back to... Uh-oh. That should be good. Your room loved it? Let's hope the judges do as well. Yeah. But that's usually a pretty good indication that the judges will. What's up, Cello? What's up, Just? You just did a thing. Thank you for the rose. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
Gun to their head, like this. At the Center for Disease Control. I hope they let RFK loose. I hope they let RFK loose.
I do too.
I hope he executes.
I love RFK. I know RFK. So, I know RFK's nephew. I'm a pretty big deal, is the overall point.
Cutes, the CEO of Yum Brands on national television. I hope RFK uses the military to close down Pizza Huts because they're using fake cheese. The most interesting thing about the next 4 years might be
using the military to close down Pizza Huts.
Just let him loose. Put RFK and Roseanne on a tank and let them go through the countryside. That's what we want to see.
I don't know how to say this, but I'm a pretty big deal.
That's what we need to see. Just RFK completely untethered.
Yep.
Go get him, Bobby, Trump says. Go get him.
Yep.
RFK's just in the Entenmann's factory, deporting immigrants, throwing pound cake on the floor.
Smashing immigrants' heads together at the Emirates Bakery.
This is poison. It's poison.
It's
You're killing people here.
Well, sounds like a nice lady. What's up, Majila?
Why are you killing people? He just goes in, he asks like a 19-year-old hostess at Chili's, why are you killing people?
RFK interrogating a 19-year-old hostess at Chili's. Why are you killing people?
With the triple dipper. Do you know what's in the triple dipper? But that's
God,
our country now.
That's our country now. What's up, Rita?
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's pretty fucking exciting.
It's pretty fucking exciting.
Get a normal person, get a Josh Shapiro, go build a Clinton machine around Josh Shapiro or something like that, as Barry Weiss said the other day. Leave the identity politics to the side. Nobody cares. Stop elevating the craziest people anyone's ever seen.
There's definitely something wrong.
You can't. Can you have a meeting over there and just say you can't be, non-binary and have green hair and be 400 pounds and be like annoying and be a communist and be a vegan and be somehow in Hamas. You have to pick one. Pick one.
Oh, man.
Please.
What's up, Jax?
You can't be all of the things.
Me too. I like to be involved. I like to have a toe dipped into everything.
People are not going to get on board with that. People don't want to deal with it. Stop catering to people's need to feel.
What's up, M?
Like they are revolutionary all the time.
People are just looking for a set of opinions to be able to spout and act as though they are as if they are their own, instead of being like, hey, maybe I should come up with some of my own thoughts about things that maybe aren't necessarily fun to think about, but are pretty important to think about.
You're not a revolutionary, okay? You're drinking a smoothie. You're an idiot.
What's up, love?
Idiot. Enough.
You're drinking a smoothie. You're an idiot. Enough. I like how there's evidence that somebody is an idiot as if they're drinking a smoothie. The Knives Out crossover knockoff sweater. I don't know what that means.
You know, I'm telling you, they have to elevate normal people, sane people.
Yes.
That people get it. People go, okay, you know? And the whole thing with the Gaza thing, it's like, what did Kamala didn't really, why did she pick that guy Walz? If that guy was...
Yeah, Tim Walz is the governor of my state. He's like the worst governor we've ever had by far. And Kamala was like, my running mate's going to be Tim Walz. I was like, what the fuck? Why? What's up, Mysterious? I'm just as hot as Chris Evans, in your opinion. Thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. Doll likes the sweater, so that's good. That's nice. Usually people tell me I look like Ryan Reynolds. But I don't think that that's true. But people say it a lot. Like, a lot. Like 30 to 40 times per stream. Is it a real Aaron? I don't know. It's a Calvin Klein. I think it's made out of like cotton wool blend or something. Ryan Reynolds has eyes that go like this, which is hideous. So, I win. Not real then, lol. I don't know. I don't really care if it's real or not in the context of something I don't even know. I don't care about things like that. I think that flashy or expensive fashion is a sign of an inability to invest that money better. Oh, okay. It's like a specific wool. I get it. What's up, cute Ashley?
I thought that guy was going to come and be like, get out there in that keffiyeh scarf and, you know. I thought he was going to do that, but he didn't do any of that. He's like, Israel has a right to defend itself. What's he there for?
Yellow sapphires and pearls. That's very specific. You know what you like.
I thought,
yeah, you can DM me.
She didn't pick Shapiro. She picked the guy Walz. I'm like, all right, Walz is going to come out. He's going to have his wife in a burqa, and they're going to start screaming about the Jews. He didn't even do that.
Tim Walz's wife should have come out in a burqa.
I thought that's how she was going to try to win Michigan. He didn't even do it. That idiot talked about football. But
hey, Jax, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back. What's up, Tony? You can't decide where you want to eat. Too many choices. Paralyzed with options.
You could just look at them and go, they're not going to be in the White House. You look at Doug Emhoff, you go, you're not going to be in the White House. You look at Tim Walz, you go, you're not going to be in the White House. It's just not going to happen.
Yep.
Doug Emhoff, one of the strategies that the campaign had was for Doug Emhoff to eat Jewish food with Alex Edelman on Instagram.
Wow. Starting the day Tuesday. At least it's not Monday. Yeah, these strategies very painful.
I like Alex, but that was their strategy for the campaign, is for Doug Emhoff to define Yiddish terms like verklempt and spilkus. And Alex would go, "What's spilkus, Doug?" And he'd go, "Spilkus." And they sit there and they eat egg salad, and they thought that truckers from Pennsylvania were going to enjoy that.
The truckers from Pennsylvania didn't enjoy that? What a shock. Nobody could have predicted that. That's a wild, out of left field thing. What's up, Craig? What's up, hello?
They thought some guy in West Virginia or fucking Wisconsin was going to go, "You know what? This is good content. This is good content. I want to watch Jews eating food. Is there any way to watch Jews eating food? Please. That's what we need. Please. God, I want to see some Jews eating food." That was a campaign strategy.
Yep,
You've got Oprah up there, who's John of God.
What's up, Stop Biker?
Oprah's spiritual advisor was popped for human trafficking. P. Diddy, who was the get out the vote guy, was popped for human trafficking. And you got Oprah up there talking about if you don't vote, it'll be the last election. You'll never be able to vote again. Where's John of God?
Oh, Diddy.
What went on with the schools? You set up a bunch of schools. I don't understand. Were the girls from the schools getting trafficked by John of God? Has anyone asked you this? Can anyone sit her down? By the way, the future of America, every single person you've ever had respect for will end up being involved somehow in human trafficking. I don't know how this happened. Every single person you've ever had respect for, it will be human trafficking. It doesn't matter who. Doesn't matter who. I'm telling you, it's just either they will be human trafficking or like their best friend will be human trafficking. There's nobody who's not 1 or 2 degrees of separation away from human trafficking, apparently. So you got Oprah up there.
You wrote a Diddy courtroom skit last week. Do tell.
And she's saying, if you don't vote, if you don't do, you have Beyonce, you have Taylor Swift, by the way, who's like the biggest celebrity on earth. Taylor Swift is probably one of the most famous, recognizable people on earth. She's texted this phone because it used to be owned by someone named Janina, who was a big donor, I guess.
What's up, Born? How's it going?
Maybe not a big donor, but somebody who does. So Taylor Swift has...
I'm doing good. We're listening to Tim Dillon rant about things because he's hilarious. And I'm over on Twitch playing World of Warcraft.
Has texted me about 13,000 times about Kamala Harris. Taylor Swift is the biggest celebrity endorsement any politician can get. It didn't work. No one cared. Didn't matter. No one gave a shit. No one gave a shit about Oprah. Nobody cared about George Clooney. Nobody cared about any of these people. Nobody cared about any of these people because people are sick of it.
Yep. Tired of it. I stream with a music producer and a Broadway actor. We haven't done the skit yet, but in short.
People are sick of it. They know George Clooney doesn't get them. How stupid would you have to be to think that George Clooney had your best interest at heart when you're waiting to get discounted food from the church? Is that comforting when you're on a line to get discounted food from the church? Who Taylor Swift, a trillionaire, thinks you should vote for? Do you think, and all these people are like, well, the women are going to come out because of abortion. Apparently not.
Oh, the women are going to come out because of abortion. There was this comment on somebody was screaming about, the left lost and they were really upset about it, and reproductive rights, this and that, this and that, this and that. And the top comment that had a shit ton of thumbs up was, "I guess killing your babies wasn't as popular as you bitches thought." Oh, fuck. So that was probably the spiciest comment I've ever seen in my life. What's up, Les? Definitely reviving added charges from all of the bad fishes he owns. Receiving the Diddy sketch.
A more salient issue is food.
Food is a more salient issue for sure.
Who can afford food? That's apparently a more salient issue than abortion.
Yep.
But they're imagining that these women with children and a husband who are waiting in line at a food bank are getting a text from Taylor Swift, and these women go, "God, I want to feed my kids, but what I really want to do right now is have an abortion. I just want to have an abortion. I'm hungry. Mommy, we're hungry. Shut up! I want to have an abortion."
The idea that it's an extremely important issue to all women is just kind of like, really?
I've been in traffic for half hour.
Every woman that I've ever known has a complete and total mastery of contraception. It's not like, I've never met this. I don't know how to do it. I keep getting pregnant.
Mommy, we're hungry.
Perhaps I, attract high quality females, and that's not a good sample size. Potentially. 72-hour, you can take a orthotricycline, take more of it than you should the day after you, whatever, and it's like, everybody has orthotricycline, or you can get it really easily. It's a good thing to know.
Why are the interest rates so high? I imagine they're very smart.
Farm school. Big farm. So you're a big fan of Big Pharma?
Why are the rates so high? Shut up! Your mother just got a text from Taylor Swift, and Taylor made a good point. And now I'm going down to the clinic. I want an abortion.
You're poor, so you didn't graduate. That's no fun. Man, I mean, that must have born. It's a chance we take. My daughter condom broke, and I still kept her. That's a very brave thing to do, and you absolutely have my respect. Being a mother is an absolutely beautiful thing. What's up, Beans? What's up, RR Summer? Middle class. I mean, I guess I was kind of middle class, but my parents split up, and then they both resented their children for like holding them back. So that wasn't too much fun.
That's all I care about is abortion. I want an abortion! Mommy! We just want one.
Adoption is also a beautiful gift to people that can't conceive their own children. For sure.
Waffles are $40, but an abortion is free. EXPRESSVPN.com/Jim Dillon. It's a great way to support this show. You get 3 months free. 3 extra months free.
We don't do that.
Do that. And by the way, that's what Taylor loves ExpressVPN. Because it's encrypted. That's what Taylor Swift imagines going on out there. That there are these women, and they're trying to feed their kids, and their hours have been cut at work. And their ability...
Isn't that funny?
They don't have health care, and they're working class people, and they maybe don't have a college degree, because those are fucking worthless now anyway. And by the way, all these Democrats going like... What?
Yeah, I'm having fun. I get to listen to Tim Dillon, who's my favorite comedian, one of the best living, and I get to hang out with you fine people, and I get to grind through quests in World of Warcraft. Sounds like a good day.
Well, you know, the college-educated people voted for Kamala, and the uncollege-educated people voted for Trump. And it's like, well, that's a great way to win support. That's a great way to win support. And by the way, I have a lot of people in my family that have graduated college, and I've never seen them at the Rolls-Royce dealership, and I've never seen them anywhere. So, not to be a cunt about it, but shut the fuck up. No one gives a shit.
Not to be a cunt about it, but shut the fuck up.
About your liberal arts degree, faggot. No one cares, okay? You're a broke hoe. You live in a little box in Brooklyn. You a broke hoe. Understand me? He's a broke hoe.
Oh my god.
So we don't give it. There's a here's this sweet guy's like, what is
Minecraft? I never played Minecraft very much. It seems like it was pretty in-depth. Like you could do a lot. You could build a lot.
But I will say this. But it's true. You can't brag about having a college degree. It's not 2004. Okay? No one cares if you have a college degree.
No one cares if you have a college degree. I mean, unless it's like you're a doctor and you need one. Or a hyper-licensed type of situation. The degree hasn't aged well.
Bad Baby is a bank. The woman who's threatened her mother on Dr. Phil is a bank. She made 80 bill on the fans. Or 80 mil on OnlyFans. But the point
she made $80 billion on OnlyFans.
Is, and I'm not saying go on OnlyFans and get pussy out, which I don't even know if she does. We're off track. The point is this. Don't brag about having a college degree. It does not make you intelligent. Some of the dumbest people I know have graduated college. What does college prove? You can go get drunk for 4 years, you scumbag? What does it prove? Doesn't mean anything.
What's up, Christian? What's up, Jesse? I don't know if I just call all people who went to college a scumbag.
It proves you can go to some assembly.
The hyperbole is just fantastic.
You were a lesbian who got shot in Iraq talks? Who cares? I'm bored. No one cares you went to college anymore. You people are clinging to status symbols that haven't mattered in 20 years. I'm educated. Yeah.
AI is an interesting topic. I have programmed some AI robots based on programming libraries of Alan Watts and Jordan Peterson. So it was fun to talk to them. And then the server that they were on and the company that I paid $34 a month to like run everything, like completely shit the bed and went tits up, and like now all of it's deleted. So I'm kind of like, God damn it. But it is pretty cool. Jane, if I have time, I don't know what to tell you aside from that. But AI is great, but it's kind of mislabeled. Like it shouldn't be called AI. What AI is a trick, and that trick involves scoring and rating words, and then scoring and rating sentences and paragraphs. It's also able to use that to program things. So pretty much one of the biggest breakthroughs that AI or the GPT models that are called AI represent is the ability for a normal person who's not an expert to program a computer with verbose language. They can just talk to the computer and it can understand and either produce code that can be copied, or it can just produce code that it then runs. The ability for people to program a computer with common language is a huge deal, and AI should in some way be called or refer to that, but it doesn't. What's up, Jim?
You're educated. The hell are these people educated about? So here's what I'm saying, and I'm just saying this, and I'm being, I think, positive. I'm saying you have to stop condescending to people. You have to stop talking down to them. You have to stop telling them their concerns about the country are invalid. You have to stop thinking that you're better because you happen to go to fucking a college for 4 years and get a fucking degree. Who gives a shit? Think that makes you smarter than anyone or better than anyone? Think that makes you a better person? Because you're this smarmy and You're some pseudo-intellectual who thought nothing about anything?
I love how savage he's being.
You don't know anything about how the country's run, you moron. What do you... If you did, you wouldn't have gotten walloped the way you did.
Oh my God. What's up, Bjorn?
You just lost. So take some time to lick your wounds, drink some raw milk, listen to Roseanne, listen to RFK. They will lead the way. Learn to love yourself. Sit-ups in the morning, push-ups at night. When you are laying there on your little mat and you're looking up at the cell, be grateful. Be gracious. Be humble. Don't be angry. I know a lot of people that have gone to prison. They've emerged truly amazing people. And when the sentence is over, because it will end, everything ends, and you'll walk out, and you'll be let out back into general population. And you taste that fresh air, and you see that blue sky, and you're tempted to take your grubby little mitts and grab your phone and say something. Just remember.
Just remember. What's up, 420? What's up, Grayson?
Remember that little room where you learned to be a good person. I'm kidding, of course. It's a joke. Many of you will be angry. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not Theovan's fault. It's not Andrew Schultz's fault, or Joe Rogan, or the Nelk Boys, or Aiden Ross, or anything, or but.
Making some coffee. Morning's a good time for coffee.
With the boys, I don't really even know what that is, but I know it's huge. But it's nobody's fault. It's not Dana White's fault. It's not RFK's fault. It's not anybody's fault. It is your fault. It is your fault. It is your fault because you suck. That's why. That's why it happened. Because you were condescending. You were dismissive. You were rude. You thought that you were going to compel people to agree with you by abusing them, denigrating them, starving them, making them desperate, making them fearful. You made the enemies. You did it. No one else did it. You did it.
You did it. You did it, doll. You did it, 420.
You did it.
You did it. I'm blaming everybody.
Understand? So now you have to live with it, and you have to figure out how to not do it again, or you keep doing it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me.
But it is a completely crazy way to process this. And any comedian that's angry that other comedians had a politician on that they don't agree with, get to work. Get to fucking work and do your fucking job. It's a hard job. Go and get attention. Go and have people give a shit about what you're doing.
Oh no. Whenever the streams crash or whatever, I'm like, did I get banned? The paranoia is real.
Stop taking it out on those of us who figured out a way to do that. It's not our fault. It is not our fault. Everything is available. The sky's the limit. The internet's big.
What's up, real?
There's a lot of room for you. Do you work? Do you do anything? Or do you get high all day and shake your fist and go,
That's
you
right.
angry? Okay. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Get to work. All these people that are angry, that are pissed off.
I get banned all the time. I actually have a stalker that I can't keep out of my different streams that just reports everything that she possibly can. So that's no fun. And also she knows what she can report that isn't against TOS, but it'll still generate an auto ban. So that's a lot of fun.
Get to work. Go start your own Joe Rogan experience.
What's up, Esta?
Good luck. Stop being a cunt about it.
Good for you.
Inform on your friends and family and put them in jail.
What's up, KJ?
If you want to figure out how to get through the next 4 years, inform on your friends and family right now and put them in prison.
Yep. And then RFK will teach them how the milk is poison.
Put them in a re-education camp. tell us where we can find them. Not us, not me, but I can pass a message along. Perhaps.
Well, trolls can be fun.
That's the way to do this. It's the only way to do it. The only way to do it is to figure out who the problems are and give them a chance to say they're sorry. But it's not my fault. It's nobody's fault. It's your fault. It's always your fault when you lose. Really, for the most part. You haven't communicated. You haven't provided something that people care about.
I'm not a douche.
It's
I'm a
no one's
funny
fault
troll.
but yours. You can get mad. And all the people... that are so mad at Rogan are also texting me going, can I perform at the mothership? Who's the booker at the mothership? Can I talk to the booker at the mothership? Can you, all of these people that are publicly angry are privately desperate.
Mm-hmm.
And they're privately texting and going, can I perform here? Can I do the, oh, they're...
He used to get along with that's his thing. He trolls, and he's good at it. He's good at getting under skin. Trolling's fun. It's an art. Can't go too hard or people know you're trolling. It has to be something that people think you're actually defending.
There's so many right-wing people in comic. Do you know the book? Can I get the number of the booker? I'm going to be in... There are so many demonic fascists. I'm going to be in Austin in January. Is there a way that I could perform? The fascists have taken over. Is there someone I could email or send a tape to?
What's up, Steve?
Stop. We all know. We're all embarrassed. Inform on your friends and family now. Inform on your friends and family now. But it's not going to be bad like you think. I have heard the jails are going to be fun.
The jails are going to be fun. I would talk to him. I would see what's up. What's up, John B?
That's what I've heard. And I believe it. And let me quote someone who I like, but I think we won't hear from much anymore.
How's it going, buddy?
When you're in the camp, and there will be physical punishments in the camp because obviously people are, there's going to be fighting. It's jail. Still jail. Still jail. And there will be programs where you can work.
He's talking about re-education camps for the Democrats that are upset about the election.
To get a lighter sentence, from what I've heard. Building casinos or buildings. You might be building buildings. How cool is that? You used to be an editor of a magazine, and now you build buildings. Pretty cool? I think so. And as you are out there and you're working with your hands and you're building buildings, you're doing construction, I want you to remember this quote that I've always found very instructive. Hard work is joyful work. Doesn't that sound nice? Hard work is joyful work. And as you sit in that cell, and as you look at that bleak kind of, because you're not all going to be nice in cells. And it's a little bleak, and as you look at the concrete, I want you to go, don't let them steal your joy. Don't let them steal your joy. They can't.
Kamala Harris's best advice. Don't let them steal your joy. That's really the only thing I heard her say the entire time she was VP and or running.
They can't take it from you. So that's it. Again, I don't think it's a big deal. I think we're going to have it's going to be fine. I think if you are angry and upset about this election, you're going to rebound and you're going to be fine. I think the biggest adjustment for you will be to life in a re-education camp or prison. But I don't think that's going to completely destroy your thing. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. So I leave you with a few words of wisdom. Inform on your friends and family members now.
Yep.
Let everyone know where they are. And be gracious. Be gracious in defeat. Be gracious. There's nothing. We didn't talk about much. I thought we were going to talk about more. We have articles. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This was a PSA. This is a public service announcement to everybody who is angry about this election. Inform on your friends and family now. It's not. This is something, and I want people to feel better about this. We're helping them. They're being helped. They're being helped. Okay? They're being helped.
Informing on your family and friends and arresting them for the re-education camp is helping them. And they got Kool-Aid. They got the Jimmy Jones Kool-Aid. What's up, 99? What's up, Connor?
So, what I will tell you is this. Positive thinking. Huge. If you're upset. We will list all the hotlines and the helplines that you can call, but the most important hotline, if you are upset, the most important hotline, it's not the suicide hotline, it is the hotline to inform on your friends and family members right now. Get ahead of it. Good luck.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We are late, and we apologize for that because I was coming back from...
Inform on him now, early and often. What's up, Leon? I think Orwell was rolling over in his grave during the last 4 years, during the last 12 years. Now he's probably laughing and super excited about the re-education camps. The milk is poison.
The Levity Live Comedy Club in the Palisades Mall. What a treat. And, you know, it's a dump. It's a fun dump. And the audiences were fun. It's... the area is kind of a dud, and I was coming back, and I was on the FDR, and I hit a big pothole.
Ooh. Good morning, Mark. How's it going? What's up, Knight? A quote from Friday. You getting high today? You ain't got shit to do? I don't know. I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
With my car, which is a luxury car, and I was up in Harlem when that happened.
In a luxury car in Harlem.
So I turned off the FDR drive on.
You got fired on your day off. There you go. I'm doing good, Mark. I'm also streaming over on Twitch where I'm playing hardcore World of Warcraft. Not in a dorky way, but in like a really cool way.
Onto a street corner in Harlem, you know, with this brand new Bentley car, which the people in Harlem loved, to be honest. They're very complimentary about it. Everyone that was walking by was like, we love the car. What kind of car is this? This is very nice. And there were cops parked there who promptly left when I got there. They were like, let's see what happens, which I would have done too if I was a cop. I would have said, it's not going to be any fun if we sit here on the corner. Let's take a loop and then see. We couldn't get a tow truck till 4 a.m. And it was just me and my opener. And we were sitting in the Bentley, and we were on 145th Street, 142nd and 5th Avenue. And we were sitting there in the Bentley, and we would stand outside of it periodically from time to time, and people would walk over and talk to us, and some people would look at us, and some people would, you know, and then the one tow truck guy, we got a pizza at one point, and we were eating the pizza, and one tow truck guy came over, looks like a Dominican guy, and he's like, I can't tow it because it needs a flatbed. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense, you know, and he's like, you got to watch out for these Venezuelans. I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, the Venezuelan migrants, they're robbing everybody. They're just taking purses. And he goes, there's one guy. He goes, he's on a walkie-talkie. He tells him, he goes, go get me a phone. Go get me a phone. I'm like, wait, what? What's that? So, you know, again, that's not me. I didn't say that. You know, that's a guy who's coming up to me, a Dominican guy at 1 a.m. in Harlem going, you got to watch out for the Venezuelans. And which just made me laugh. I was like, where is that guy on the news? But, you never see, like, where is his react? You never see, like, the Dominican tow truck driver reaction to what's going on. But he went on and on. He was going on and on about Venezuelan migrants, gangs, and, I was like, oh, well, we'll do our best. We will do our best to avoid... But, we were sitting ducks. If anybody wanted the car, they would have taken it. Nobody did. We ended up getting it out of there. But that's why we're late. So it's not, and we weren't in, maybe that's important, we weren't in the center of things. We're kind of off to the side. But, it's not that bad. Fox News. It's not that bad. A new Bentley sat on the corner on 142nd and 5th. It looked like a Sting.
It looked like a Sting. There are certain things that are expensive enough that if you're a thief, you're like, that might be a little bit too hot. That brand new Bentley parked on the corner in the ghetto, it's either a trap or like hundreds of people with automatic weapons from some type of like organized crime syndicate are going to come saw our heads off. That makes people hesitant to steal, I would say.
I think if you wanted to steal a car, it looked like a Sting. It was like me and this other white kid standing outside of the car like two undercover cops with this Bentley there, eating pizza, waiting to get jacked. So I think it was one of those things where like people were like, wait a minute, I was like, this is a little too on the nose, maybe. But the cops kept, like they would be like, every like hour they'd be like, oh, you're still here. I'm like, what does that mean? I'm like, this isn't such a bad area. They were like, no, it's not good. But nothing happened.
No, it's not good.
But what did happen was we did not get home until 5 a.m. And I was exhausted, and so I slept till like 1. And now, of course, I'll lose the car for a month. The thing about having these luxury cars, which is stupid, I've kind of learned my lesson about them. I think maybe the next things I get when this is a lease, when I turn it back in, I think I'll just not do this again, because anything that goes wrong with any of these cars is like the minimum a month, and you have to turn it in, and it's annoying. Now, obviously, it's not as annoying as other things that people go through, right? This is not, I'm not, people are going to be like, what about Gaza? I know, I'm aware. That seems worse.
What about Gaza?
It is annoying that you can't take this to a regular, they don't have a spare tire in the Bentley. There's none. There's no spare tire. You're just out there, like, and then you got to go through their people. You can't use AAA. You got to go through their whole thing. And, it's a very annoying process, but
sounds like a nightmare. What's up, E? What's up, Jay? Is this like a free stream sort of thing? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What's up, Lexi? How's it going?
What is happening in Gaza is worse. Is that okay?
My hair looks great today. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you for saying so. What's up, Lexi?
Is that okay to say that the starvation, the mass starvation now, and and of course being in a tunnel, the people that have been in that tunnel for a long time, the hostages have been in that tunnel now for how long have they been in that tunnel? Probably about 2 months since October, 3 months, 4 months?
Almost 4, yeah.
4 months in the Hamas tunnel. And a lot of them have died now. It's never going to work over there. I mean, this is just my surmise from the whole thing. It's just not going to work. And, we're not going to talk about it because, it's just not going to work. Eventually.
Hey, what's up, Sid? Jim Carrey 2.0. Usually people would say that I look like Ryan Reynolds, but I don't look like him either. I look like Blake.
You just, you have to accept that it isn't going to work. I remember I had an uncle and an aunt, and they, it just didn't seem good.
That's a nice thing to say, though. Much appreciated.
They would show up.
No, not your bad. I was just being a goofball.
They would show up to the, the holiday parties at different times. She would come later and bring dessert. She would kind of not come for the dinner, and he would come for the dinner, and she would kind of show up.
Is it a user base, or does the app host? Does the app pay you to stream? People can give me gifts, and then the gifts are worth bits, and then you can cash bits out. It's similar on Twitch, but on Twitch you can also subscribe to people so it's a little bit different.
Go up with like chocolate covered strawberries.
Hey, Sid, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back.
How you doing, man?
All right, got 2 quests finished. We got even more turning. We are kicking ass at hardcore World of Warcraft.
You know, 3 hours later.
What is this? Polished bone. What use have I for polished bone? Will a trinket restore the horde to its glory? Torgon sent you, didn't he? Pah! Why he feels some mercy towards me, I would not understand. Mercy was denied me when I was not allowed to die with my war chief in battle. A cruel blow fate has dealt me.
Oregon Trail. No, I'm playing World of Warcraft. Hardcore World of Warcraft. So if you die, your character dies. And it takes like weeks of gameplay to be able to reach the end. So kind of a fun challenge. Makes you all sweaty. Makes your stomach hurt when you're playing. It's a lot of fun. I don't know if I could help you with that, man. What's up, Learns? Same thing. Yeah, pretty much. When I was little, before Ace Ventura came out, we had an assignment, and I was supposed to pick out of a magazine what I thought I would look like when I grew up, and I picked a picture of Jim Carrey. And I didn't know who he was yet. So, I can't blame you.
The signs of war are upon your garments, and sweat drips from your brow. Good. Very good indeed. Your strength is evident, adventurer. Now to see how you fare against the real enemy. The Boulder Fists have a lair to the southwest of here towards the...
Well done, son. What's up, PS? What's up, Mike? I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it was. You hated him for a while after the Rhino Butt movie? Why? That scene is so funny. It gets kind of hot in these rhinos. And then the fan stops, and he taps it in an extremely irritated fashion. And then it completely breaks, and then he freaks out. One of the funniest scenes in history. You couldn't handle the cheese. Well, the cheese was, yeah, but just his acting, his reaction of thrashing around in the in the rhino immediately after realizing he was trapped in a rhino cooking in the savannah, and there was no one that was going to come to check on him. I thought it was funny. You signed with an agency and the app pays you to host. Oh, well, that'll be cool. It's like, yeah, it's like a more of a traditional type of situation. Jim Carrey is pretty funny. He grew on me. Yeah, he was great in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's a really fucking good movie. And he was really good in it. He was also really good in The Truman Show. So, that's a really fucking good movie. What's up, Puffer? What's up, Big Red? Yeah, he turned out pretty good. Hey, Puffer.
And we were like, oh, something's up. And something was up because they are now divorced and they both live happy lives separately from each other. But this is what I think is happening over there. Now, obviously, there was in my uncle and aunt.
I'm very handsome like a sociology teacher. Thank you. What's up, Corey? What's up, Rem? You just realized that Robin Williams was the bat in Ferngully. I knew that. I'm Betty. My logic is erratic. Hey, Puffer, thanks for the favorite. A librarian. Well, I am a libertarian. A sociology teacher. Interesting.
God's case, there was certainly less violence. There is more violence over in the Middle East, from my perspective, with my uncle and my aunt. My uncle and aunt, they made a lot of faces. There was a lot of like scowls and kind of, and that's not nothing, but it certainly wasn't kind of the bombing of the hospitals and everybody dying. That's a little more depressing, but
it is a good song.
Our president now, I think they're getting into the final stages of grief, and they got to get rid of this man. They cannot run him. They are going to lose if they run him. This is the scuttlebutt. I talked to a lot of people that certainly know more than I do, and they're all basically saying that this is not going to work. They cannot run a guy who is essentially in a stage of mental decline. We all know that. It's
I read that, and I was like, "Oh, that's a nice thing to say." I was like, "That's awfully forward."
Missteps, but in nowhere near the level that Biden has publicly. And finally, the special counsel just released a report that they're not really indicting Biden for these documents that he had because he doesn't know where he is. They were basically like, this is a kindly old fellow who doesn't know where he is or what he's doing. He has a poor memory. There was a quote that basically said alleviates his responsibility. It would have been better if he was indicted, because people would have went, oh, okay, the old dog can still fight. At least he can still lie to us. I mean, that's all we really want our politicians to be able to do, is to be able to lie. That's the job requirement. That's the whole
I appreciate
description of a political figure, primarily, is that
no
they
apologies.
have
Joking is
mental
fun. Joking is
capacity
what
to lie.
makes life livable. What makes life bearable. Clowning around and fucking shit up. It's the best thing there is.
To make things up, to
directly from her. Some comments take a moment to recover from.
To manipulate, that's what a politician does. And he's too old to do that. He's too confused to do that. He's too forgetful. He doesn't really know what happened.
Mandy Savage.
The money quote, I think, was it? Yeah, he's an elderly man with a poor memory. The jury would be sensitive to an elderly man with a poor memory. The president did not remember when he was vice president. Even within several years, when his son Beau died,
If only I could find a man who could make me like it's under the rain, but suck his life. That makes it sound like you have a massive problematic oral fixation addiction and you can't stop, and it's leading to shortages of other things in your life.
Memory appeared hazy when describing the Afghanistan debate that was once so.
How do you know when winter is coming? I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. The typo made it sound like that. But what you meant to say, I know that that's not what you meant to communicate. It's just funny when typos change the meaning of everything. It's like, God damn it. Happens to me all the time. Did I hear about the winter vortex coming? I did. It's been warm for a little bit. Now it's going to be shitty. Minnesota's going to definitely be cold as shit. What's up, Bernice? What's up, AP? I'm all thumbs.
So, I mean, this is the biggest, non-story, because we know all of this. But, now the people are being forced to confront this, and now there's not that many people. I mean, you have Michelle Obama, who, half the country is convinced is a man. I don't know if that, hurts her. I imagine that it could help in certain
areas and certain
I imagine that it could help in certain areas. Really?
areas it might be a problem, but she's kind of it. Gavin Newsom is a hated charlatan who lives on a vineyard and manages a failed state from a vineyard that is trying to be. I mean, the plagues, the biblical plagues, are descending upon California at a rate that only suggests that there is a God and that he is not impartial to the coasts. He clearly prefers the East Coast, which of course he would.
Which of course he would. Oh, shit.
If there is a God, there's no way he likes the West Coast better. There's no way. That would imagine he's like the most superficial being and he just cares that it's pretty, No, I'm sure he's interested in, the flora and the fauna, but he also likes the life, the people that he's created. And there's no way that he's not disappointed in the West Coast. There's just no way. And Gavin Newsom is a, hated figure. He's not liked. He's smarmy. There's all the things about him. He's a good-looking kind of 50-year-old fuckboy that nobody trusts and no one should. And he's presiding over a state. And when he had the chance to really wipe the floor with Ron DeSantis in the debate, he didn't. He kind of choked, And DeSantis is not like a great debater. He's like a cop. DeSantis is like a cop. Best case, he's like a principal. He's like a substitute math teacher.
True. What's up, C? Trying to get back to sleep. Okay, Randy. Have a good sleep. Come on back if you can.
Who takes himself way too serious. We had a guy like that. We had a substitute math teacher that was really proud of that he was a teacher and he was a coach and he wasn't a full-time teacher and he was doing extra around the school to try to get hired full-time and he'd call you out if you were wearing a hat in the hall. That's kind of the vibe. So, you could easily kind of trounce Ron DeSantis, but Gavin Newsom didn't do it. So I don't think he's the move. And then you're looking at the rest of the field and nobody has name recognition. That's the biggest problem. The biggest thing with the political system in America is you need name recognition. And Michelle Obama has name recognition. She can come in.
I guess. What's up, Amber?
And if she comes in, I'm telling you, it's the only shot they have. It's the only shot they have is if Michelle Obama comes in and they do the whole kind of, because it is powerful, right? The idea of black female president, identity politics is annoying and ultimately probably destructive. We know it's destructive, but it does have a certain visceral appeal. And it always has certain visceral appeal. Even I catch myself. I'm not a human being. When I watch people and they're very emotional about, the fact that they are taking steps that nobody in their race has ever done before, even though that's not true. A lot of these people no one has ever done that. And it's no, people have, they erase a lot of people, right? It's Martin was my favorite show growing up. It was a great black sitcom, right? I mean, the Cosby Show, Living Single.
Blade was one of the best superhero movies back in the day, and nobody ever talked about Blade as a black empowerment movie or anything like that. Wasn't about that.
In Living Color, there were a lot of
good movie.
But sometimes people get up on stage, you're like, no one has been here before me, and I want to thank everyone who tried and failed. And it's it's an odd, you're like, wait, what?
That's an odd thing to say.
I want to thank everyone who tried to get here and failed because this country was always racist, but they couldn't deny me, of course. My talent couldn't be denied.
Oh my god, it's so true. You can tap the heart, and then I see the hearts coming up, and it makes me feel happy and loved and accepted. What's up, Canna? What's up, Vol?
The others of, they tried, but they lacked something, but I had it, and now. But when you look at a lot of these people, the gay people that get up and do it, and they're like, I'm the first queer person to ever. And it's never true, by the way.
It's never true.
All of these things are never true.
What's up, Akira? Thanks for the favor. I'll hit you back.
And people get away with it,
but
they're never true. You can always find, and you don't have to look that hard to find people like Ray always brings up that, like, one of the composers for the music of the Stanley Kubrick movies was like a trans woman who, is like this legendary composer of all this music that went in the Kubrick films. You don't have to look that hard to find somebody before you that also did a thing. There was a gay comedian. I don't know his name, and I'm not going to find it out. But there was a gay comedian who performed for the military.
What's up, Saint KY Sam? Today, we're talking about... Apparently a job is a job. That's what we're talking about. And we've gotten a little bit off topic.
All the time. And it was very difficult. And if somebody knows who this is, they can message me. His name. And he died, but he was a gay comedian that would perform often for the military, which is not obviously always going to be the easiest crowd for an openly gay comedian. And he died. But he did it, and he went out and he said, and he would win them over with material, and then in the middle of the set or towards the end or whatever, he would come out of the closet, and people wouldn't mind. It was, but it was, a little awkward because you're performing, and when he was performing, attitudes about gay people were more,
What's up, Jay Gator?
Conservative than they are now. But he wasn't famous. This was not a famous person, but he was out there as an openly gay comedian doing what he did. So...
Hey, doll, thank you for the hearts for him. Much appreciated. It makes me feel extra loved.
I've been lucky enough to get to a level, and I've probably even said there's probably not too many gay male comedians who've gotten to a level that I've gotten. There's a few of them. And I've been lucky, and that's the internet, primarily, because the internet has, allowed people to get involved in people's careers. But... The reality is you can never claim to be, you're not the first of anything in 2024. You're not it. You might be doing it great.
It's fun, right? It's kind of fun. What's up, S? What's up, No
Job, but you're probably not.
And now you're my biggest fan for the stream, so I can always come back to the stream and be like, who is actually a G?
The first... That you just maybe got more famous than the other people, which is such an empty way to look at it. It doesn't mean you're better or you're more deserving. It just means that things worked out for you. But there's a lot of people that, so it's always interesting when these speeches go a little overboard. They run that line between narcissism and, because we get it. It is good to break new ground. But then it just gets always gets a little uncomfortable towards the end. It's a little uncomfortable towards the end of the speech when the person's like, I stand on the shoulders of giants. To be here tonight is the only person, of my group to be here, the first non-binary Pacific Islander to be here with you tonight. And I look at those other people that were disgraced. Their lives were horrible, and they were spit on.
What's up, Nick?
Their whole lives, they just opened their mouths, and people shit in their mouths. And when I got out of that limousine, and I walked on that red carpet in my dress, and I got taken... All these people were taking photos of me. It was never lost on me how horrible all those other people's lives were and how great It is for me, even though there's a lot more to do. And this is no indication that it's over, because it's not over. It's actually, in many ways, worse for me than...
What's up, Liz? What's up, Vinny, Trevor, and James?
Those people, somehow, even though I'm winning this, I don't want to, I'm not handing you over the thing. I'm telling you it's still bad and it's going to be bad. But just as I was in my Valentino dress, I got out of, and I thought about all those people whose lives were terrible right before me. But there is a visceral, exciting thing about identity politics, something fun about it. We all can get into it. We go, yeah, good for you. I'm happy. I'm happy when someone wins, right? So I think Michelle Obama is the only way.
What's up, Willow?
And it's gotta be big. It has to be big. It's gotta be Beyonce at the convention. It has to be big. It's gotta be that. You have to lean. You have to lean into it in a way that's, you gotta ride the line between offensive. I mean, it's gotta be Native American with the drums, kind of drum circles.
Thank you, Willow.
It's
What a
gotta
nice
be
thing to say.
African, like traditional African dance, because that
Thank
is a
you for the
nice
favor.
dance.
I'll
You
get
don't
you back.
see that a lot, like the traditional kind of African dance they do. And I'm telling you, this all seems racist. None of it is. And that's what's interesting. What's interesting about it is that it all seems racist, and genuinely none of it is. And then I have to correct people all the time because I'm telling her how to win. And in order to win, I want to see Minnesota delegates, white, I mean gaunt white ghost people
Like
that
me.
emerged from their shit, snowy towns in the Northeast, and they come in the Great Lakes,
We're coming in the Great Lakes. That's what we do. That's why they're the Great Lakes.
Finger Lakes region. They come out, and they are
What's up,
just
Maya?
kind of moving awkwardly at the convention to some great African drum beats. And you just see like the awkward swaying of a librarian from Minnesota. She's just awkwardly swaying, and they gotta bring the Jews and the Muslims together. And we can only really do that at this point through kind of a beat, kind of a dance, kind of a musical.
Directly connected. What's up, Maya? Steven.
Because it is going to be very awkward, right? Because, I mean, you're going to have to, what do they do? That's the biggest issue for the Democrat. Do they even bring it up? At the convention? They're going to maybe have to, but I'm telling you right now, it's got to be spectacle. They have to lean on spectacle. They don't have, the Jew-Muslim thing's going to be tough because they've got people of color. That's one of their big, demos. And then they have Jewish people. That's another big demo. Okay? And then they're going to have to get up and they're going to go,
What's up, Keith?
oh boy, how do we handle this? And the only way to handle it, the only way to skate past it is spectacle. The only way to skate past the border stuff is spectacle. The strength of this country is, they really just have to double down on spectacle. And the only way to do that is kind of with Michelle Obama coming out with Barack, star power, star-studded. You bring everybody out. I mean, everybody is
Lake Erie. What's up, Maria?
on that stage. Doja Cat,
That's Erie.
everyone. And you are just, and
What's up, Throbber001? I thought Throbber 007 would have been a natural choice, but, to each their own.
no one, because that's
What's up, Samantha?
the only thing they're going to be able to, they're not going to be able to, like, logically,
Ding, ding,
There's
ding,
too many
ding,
contradictions.
ding, 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 ding.
in their platform. There's too many groups in the room that hate each other. Too many people hate each other. And when too many people hate each other, you have to lean on spectacle. It's kind of got to be a concert. It has to be a coronation. It can't be like you're going through the platform. No. Not gonna work. You cannot do a line by line, like let's decide the party, but that's got to be done behind closed doors in secret and silence. Tracy look at Tracy Chapman has to do Fast Car.
Oh my God. Fast car.
There can be no
Oh, what's up, AJ? Diddy should be there.
discussion of anything. You bring out Tracy Chapman, you got a fast car. It doesn't matter that Michelle Obama was raised rich, pretty much. Not rich, but middle class. Fine, she's fine.
She's fine.
Michelle Obama can just talk about.
Michelle
she
Obama
should just
was
do the
an
lyrics
attorney
to Fast Car,
in Chicago. And was disbarred. Do you know
she
how
got up
much
there.
you have to break the
Get the
rules
lyrics
to get
to Fast Car.
disbarred as
She
a
got
black
up there.
female attorney in Chicago?
And just poetically, she was like, "You've got a fast car," and everyone's clapping. And I want a ticket to anywhere. Yeah, maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Yeah. Starting from zero, we got nothing to lose. Been working at the convenience store.
Tim just keeps getting louder and louder. It's hard to balance the audio. Hopefully the audio's not too unbalanced, but not much I can do if it is.
There's a lot of people out here that manage to save just
What's up,
a little
CC?
bit of money. Clap.
Moon Pie, what's up?
Everyone's going nuts. And we won't have to drive too far. Just across the border and into the city. And then someone's going to yell, "Free Palestine." And that, you just have to keep going. And you have to ignore it. You have to, because that's going to happen at the convention. They're already planning. They're already planning that disruption. So they're going to go, "Free Palestine." And then if she's good, and she's good,
Of course you
she'll
do.
just point at them. You and
You're a friend of
I
mine.
can both get jobs. Finally see what it means to be living. And everyone's clapping. And then she gets serious because my old man's got a problem. He's got a problem. He live in the bottle. That's the way it is. He said his body is too old for working, and everyone's nodding. The nodding, because she's a wise black woman. It's what it is. That's what it is. Whenever a black woman talks, I listen because they know more than like a 17-year-old white piece of shit. So I always listen. They've been through more as people than like young white. I never. If you're not.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. What's up, Mike? Giggling it on up. What's up, Marty?
Hot on Instagram and you're like a young white dude, if you're hot, I just watch it on mute. I don't care at all what you're saying. If you're a 20-year-old white dude and you're like, that's all I hear. But if a black woman, no matter what stage of her life, if she's homeless, I listen. A homeless black woman, who's like, I will turn and listen to her immediately because I just have more respect for their base of what they've been through, more shit. So people in the audience are going to be enwrapped. There's going to be like they're going to. Is that a word? Enwrapped, enraptured, in what am I looking for?
I think it's a word.
It doesn't matter. The point is,
It doesn't matter.
what am I saying? You know what I mean? They're
What's
going
up,
to be,
Adam?
and
It's not.
and then
Aren't words what we make them? Aren't all words made up in the base etymological sense?
Michelle's going to be at the convention, and she's going to be like, his body's too young to look like this, and everyone's
I just can't admit when I'm wrong.
going to start nodding. Now,
I question the entire set of assumptions. Change the frame and situation.
here's the deal. There are maybe certain people in the convention will
America.
know it's the lyrics to Fast Car by Tracy Chapman, but it won't matter. She'll go, "So Mama went off and left him. She wanted more from life than he could give. And I said, somebody's got to take care of it." And then and it's a big applause line. "So I quit school and that's what I did." I'm telling you, you have to lean on spectacle at that.
Did you just call me Amanda?
At convention. Biden has to be
What's up, Justin?
taken
What's up,
out
Cole?
like old Yeller. Because Biden's a racist criminal. He's an old racist criminal, like many of our politicians. Biden is he called the cities jungles. He's got shady deals in the Ukraine.
What's up, Cloud?
He's got a crack-smoking son who's fucking hookers with guns to their head. Biden has had it, I mean, his like, biography, I mean, it's just
I look like Colin Josh? I've never heard that before. Thank you. I assume that if he's married to Scarlett Johansson, he's probably good looking.
You know,
Thank you,
Biden
Zero.
is the senator from Delaware, which is the shadiest state. It's where every credit card company moves to in America just so they can fuck over financially illiterate people by calling them on the phone and saying, we're sending credit cards to your house. And they have these exorbitant activation fees and crazy interest. And the monthlies are insane. And they moved to Delaware because there's very little regulation and they can fuck over everyone. Joe Biden's the senator from that state. That state, okay? He's a shady guy. And he's been a lifelong politician. He's stayed in there forever, okay? Al Franken got bounced because he did like a fake little, he's like, oh, look at me, I'm pretending to grow tits. He's out. Biden has been around forever. It gives you an idea of what he's into or who he's in with, that he's been there forever.
Forever. We can't assume. No assumptions. What's up, Christine? Someone married the dude from Full House. What, recently? In general? What's up, Christopher? Imogen Heap. Who is Imogen Heap? What's up, Mark? I don't know who that is. Alright, I'm deep in a cave in a hardcore World of Warcraft, and that's really stupid. So I am going to teleport out of here before I get murdered and then freak out. Same old, same old. She's a singer-songwriter. Yeah, I think it sounds more familiar than not, so to speak, as it were, if you will.
He's a shady guy. He's just a shady guy. There's no way around it. He's an old racist criminal.
Yep.
That they have to put him out to pasture nicely, like Old Yeller. And there's something beautiful about putting him out to pasture and then having Michelle Obama come in a real...
Don't do what?
Real elect...
Boxers again? Yeah. Boxers every day. I have no other options.
Trick way.
Don't
it leans heavily on symbolism, imagery, spectacle, fun, and that would be the Democrats' only shot. Make it throw a party. You have to throw a party right now for the next 6 months.
Oh, don't freak out. Yeah. It's hard on the soul.
Get someone to it has to be, because
it's like the opposite of chicken soup for the soul.
Donald Trump is throwing a party. He's throwing a party. You may not like the party. You may think the party is not good for the country. You may think the people at the party have had too much to drink. You may think some of them aren't mentally well. You might think some of them are violent. You might look around the party and go, some of these people, that seems like a real powder keg. And it might be, but it's a party. It is a party. There's helicopter rides, there's festivals, there's comedy acts. He's out there on the stump, roasting people, making you laugh. He's throwing a party for his people. That's all we have left in this country right now, by the way. Don't kid yourself.
Minnesota seriously gatekeeping. What's that? What? Huh? What? Are we talking about sports?
Is a part. People just want to go to the party. We know we're kind of at the end, not to belabor a point, not to keep going back to the same theme, but we know that we're entering a period of turmoil, okay? In many different ways. California houses are just falling off the hill into the street. It's a period.
Gatekeeping. What do you mean that? What?
Period of intense difficulty. China, Russia, North Korea, all of these countries are enemies of us. We have problems everywhere you look. Some of it's unavoidable. Some of it can maybe be fixed. But we know all of the things coming down the pike, AI, automation, climate. It's not going to be easy.
Climate. See, the climate disaster is a disaster in terms of the massive corporations of the world became all fucking eco-obsessed, but not because they wanted to help the ecology of the world or to, not pollute. They wanted to be able to control the most fundamental commodity that there is, which is energy. And now they have carbon credits in a big derivative market that is absolutely horrible and keeps everybody using and burning carbon instead of having us move past it because people don't want to stop trading the derivative carbon credits. What's up, Ari?
Won't be easy. We know. We just want to go to a party. You have to throw a party. The Biden candidacy is not a party. The only person in the Biden group is Hunter, and he's partying too much. It's like we all have that friend where it's like, this is too much. Hey, this is too much. Like,
no quitting.
That's not a fun party. Hunter's overdid it. He overdid it.
Hunter overdid it as the president's son. He could have been a little bit less, I can get away with anything.
And the Biden candidacy isn't fun. Here's what the
brains, looks, and personality. Come on. Well, thank you, Moon.
Biden candidacy is.
What a nice thing to say.
Trump's party is a party maybe in a big desert mansion in Arizona. Can we say that? And everybody's out in the backyard. Everybody's getting fucked up. It's crazy. It's a turquoise colored pool. The desert lights are out. Everybody's just really fucked up. The party is the point.
Everybody's just really fucked up.
Is the point, right?
Hey, Daniel.
Biden's
hey, thanks, man.
party is like you go to this rich kid's house and he keeps telling you about all the things that are going to happen.
What's up, yes? Agreeing about what? What's up, misspelled and natty? Thank you, Daniel. Moon pie. Good morning, Natty. Thank you for the favorite. I'll hit you back.
At the party.
Hey, Daniel. Thank you for the favor. I'll hit you back. What's up, Rick? How am I doing? I'm doing amazing. Living the dream. Living the dream.
And none of it really
How about you?
happens. And you're like, is this guy confused? Is this guy lying to us? Is this even real? And it never gets off the ground. It just kind of sits there and it's kind of a dud. But the Trump party, the party is the point. All the experiences you're going to have, you're having. You're having. That's kind of the fun of the Trump candidacy.
Just waking up. What's for breakfast?
Promises things that may or may not happen, but they're never the point. They're never the actual point. You know, it's the point. He's like, oh, these girls said, the Central High School. Well, the girls said they're coming, and give me your phone. Let's text. What was her name? Tracy, Tina. Who is that? Ooh, she was a hottie, and she.
That's Joe Biden for you. Bread, cheese, coffee, and papaya. It's exotic for my Americanized palate.
She's coming, and then she said she was coming. Like, it's at the party. You get to the Trump party, and he's like, "Isn't this the best party in the world?" And everybody's clapping. You're like, "Well, I guess it is."
Tropical Brazilian rice. So you're from Brazil? I'm from Minnesota, which is northern North America. So basically Canada.
This seems like the best party in the world. Everybody's fucked up. And yes, at the Trump party, a few people die. Probably. A few people die, and then, he eulogizes them. He goes, they died, they were at the party. And everyone goes, yeah, they were at the party. Who cares?
Ohio.
The Biden party's safe. You know, Biden's telling you not to get too close to the cliff. Trump's like, get the picture. Get the picture. Get that fucking Instagram photo. Who cares? So Michelle Obama has, and the Democratic Party has, in their ability right now to throw a fucking rager. But it's got to be big.
Why not? Minnesota is not that bad.
It's got to be big. It's got to be 90s liberalism that was fun when all the white people wanted to be black, even though that was gross then because we all know that was in the middle of mass incarceration. But you know what I mean. What I mean by that is that it's got to be fun. It's got to.
But you know what I mean. It's got to be
fun. If you want to win, I'm telling you how to win. And I know people listen to this show.
The old Dunkin' Blownuts trick. What's up, Michaela?
That have some influence.
What's up, Scarlett?
You have to throw some type of event. This campaign has to feel new and electric and exciting. It's got to feel like a party. And if it doesn't, it's never going to work. So,
all right, I will be right back in 1 second.
Take my advice. At that convention, I'm talking about African dance, or maybe it's an 80s themed, 80s, 90s break dance with the big boom boxes. Again, you're like, oh my God, this is right. It isn't. I'm just wondering, what theme are we gonna go with here? What theme? Is it Gen X 90s slacker? Are we doing that? Is it Friends? Is it like a Friends theme? Like, is that the theme where it's like we're all looking out for each other? We're all friends here. Michelle's our friend, and we're all friends. And does she walk out with Aniston and Kudrow and all the? I'm not kidding. And do we like pour out hot tub water for Matthew Perry? And do we all put our fingers to the sky? I don't know what we do. I don't know if we do that. I don't know if that's wise to have a friends convention where we memorialize Matthew Perry. That's out there, sure. That might not be one that they take from this episode, but I will say do we reunite the cast of Martin? Do we reunite with Tisha Campbell? Kind of what the Emmys did. The Emmys got a couple of more viewers than they usually do. Do we get Tashina Arnold, Tisha Campbell, Martin, Cole Anthony Payne? This was one of the greatest comedy shows. Do we do that? Does Brittany Griner come out and just start 3-point? I don't know. I'm saying Trump is going to have his version of that. He's going to be doing the White Olympics opening ceremony. You have to give liberals, they got to feel cool again. People got to start looking at them going, this is cool. This isn't just like green-haired people that are angry in Wisconsin. This feels cool. Guaranteed. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and sign up with code Tim Dillon. First of all, Pick 6 is the newest way for you to get in on the fantasy football action with DraftKings. Just pick between 2 and 6 NFL players and choose if they're going to have more or less of a stat. For example, will a player have more or less than 100 rushing yards? Or will a player have more than 1 touchdown? Track your lineup and compete against others for a shot at huge cash prizes. You need to download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Sign up with the code Tim Dillon. That's code Tim Dillon. TIMDILLON. Only on DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 plus in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Valid only in states where DraftKings Pick 6 operates. Pick 6 not available in all states, including but not limited to Connecticut and New York. For up-to-date list of states, please visit dkng.co/pick6 states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com. Polyamory is a big thing now. Everybody's polyamorous. Or not everybody, but they're pushing it hard.
Sorry about that. Did I make you guys listen to commercials that whole time? That was unintentional. That couldn't have gone worse. Cool. Oh, Brazil. Brazil, where hearts are entertained in June. We stood beneath an amber moon. What's up, Jay? Chris? Obla? Milk? You were utterly devastated when I left. Well, now I'm back. Uh-oh. How do I... What's up, Milk? What's up, Faye? What's up, Diak? You guys got some pretty creative names here. Well, that's what I was doing. I was switching from here to here.
Even long-time married people
There we go.
are doing it, from triads to quads.
Oh, I see. What's up, AP?
More people are choosing polyamory over monogamy, but it's not all rosy, participants say. Yeah. This is one of these articles where it's like quite obvious to everyone what it's going to say, where it's like, at first, the whole poly concept sounded flaky. Married happily for 26 years to a guy she met when she was 19, Charisse always had this, what? What is this word? Are you serious? Is that a real word?
I believe it is, but it's I wouldn't say it yet.
Are you
I believe it is, but I wouldn't say it.
crazy?
Are you crazy? That's unhinged.
Either say it.
The word in it. What publication is that?
The National Post. The National Post.
Can I spell this word? Charisse always had this Niggling. Charisse always had this Niggling thing.
If you're writing to be published in a consortium or anywhere, describing things with adjectives that are modifications of the N-word are probably not the best things to do and use.
What?
It's a word.
This is the craziest. There was no other word. This made it through an editor.
There was no other word. This made it through an editor. My thoughts exactly.
All right, so I'm going to say it if it's a word. Charisse always had this niggling thing, a curiosity about women that she never had the opportunity to explore. Who cares? White chicks, I mean, listen, some people are bi. I'm not saying it's just white chicks, but I don't, folks, I'm stuck on this word now. This is crazy that they let this word even get. Here's the deal. Polyamory doesn't work. Here's why. People get jealous. Jealousy is real, right? So we all know what polyamory is. It's we're all going to fuck everybody and everyone's going to be cool about it. You're going to have sex with people. I'll have sex with people. Maybe we'll be in a throuple, which seems absurd. People are in a throuple. They're in a relationship with two other people. I mean, it's crazy. We're going to have romantic comedies now with quads, with 4 people. We're going to have groups of... Folks, we've tried this. It's called cults.
We've tried this. They're called cults. There is an awful lot of overlap with what happened in cults and with what he's talking about. What's up, NYC?
Called cults. I mean, truly. A bunch of people living together and fucking, or not even living together. It's called a cult. It doesn't really work. Everyone has to drink poison at the end, or they make a documentary about you on YouTube. But that's really what it comes down to. I mean, these are like, the idea that this is going to work is crazy. People, the idea of it sounds good, but the happiest people I know are they're building something with their wife or husband or partner, significant other.
What's up, Cole Elmani? Because how can we not be? Hello, I'm doing great. How are you doing? It's a beautiful morning. Hello, Roars. What's up, Kyle? Katie? Getta? How's it going, everybody? Thanks for joining me on my stream. If you go to twitch.com/DuncanBlownuts, like it's in the stream description, then you can see what I'm looking at on my computer as well as seeing and hearing me. So that might be fun. All right, I'm gonna fly over to Shadow Prey Village in Desolus.
Ever. Like, when you are building something, you have to.
Nice. Manny's stoked. I like it. I like Manny's energy. Manny's a vibe.
Subordinate all of the desires you have for the greater good. And the greater good is you're building something with a person, and you can't gratify every base need that you're having all the time.
Yep. There's actually a time preference in terms of what things are worth when. It's actually the basis for interest rates. Economics. What's up, Val? Me and my vibes. I've got good vibes. I work on my vibes a lot. I'm residually working on my vibes. What's up, Bill?
This isn't a productive way to live. And the reason that the media has fallen in love with polyamory is that a lot of people in the media are losers. And losers, this is an attractive philosophy to losers. And a lot of people that are in the media are losers.
Thank you, Cool Down. Much appreciated. We're just listening to Tim Dillon, who's a gay libertarian comedian from New York. And he has some of the funniest, most hyperbolic, sarcastic takes ever. So it's like perfect to have on in the background.
The people that are writing these articles that are like cocooned in their apartments all day, eating Chinese food, eating bao buns, and writing about how you should proceed with your love life are losers. And they're incapable of being in any type of productive relationship. They're incapable of finding a partner that they enjoy and that they want to build something with. So they tell you that no one should have these things. That's what the media, they tell you that they don't have any money. No one should have any money. No one can make any money. They tell you that they can't find a partner. Well, then no one should. Everyone, they say if they can't be attractive, no one should be attractive. It's the ideal that's the problem. The ideal is the problem. If they don't have a six-pack, no one can have a six-pack. And that's what the media often does. They often go, well, this is our experience. We're miserable. We live in New York. We don't have any money. We live in these tiny little apartments. You don't need the suburbs suck. You don't need that backyard. You don't need all that land. You should be like me, miserable in Brooklyn. I'm 46.
What's up, Pete?
And I'm miserable. I'm single. I live in a section of Brooklyn that's coming up. I'm 46. And the time to do that's when you're 19, But that's why this stuff is all catching. There's no this polyamory stuff, but it feels like engineered. I don't know anyone. Well, I don't know anybody who's polyamorous. I know people that are not. It's my godson. Should we answer?
What's up, Ocho?
Should we answer my godson? Should he be on the pod?
Sure.
It'd be kind of interesting to have him on the podcast. My godson was watching the Tucker interview with Putin and clapping. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means.
I don't know what it means.
But I watched that whole interview. I'll tell you what I think
What's up,
about
Emily?
that. It's very hard to me because Putin. I've known him for a very long time. We have a lot of social circle. Is he? Hi, Roland. Say hello on the podcast. You want to go to my house, Roland? You can take him to the pool. You can go to the pool if you want. Take him to the pool. China. Play him the interview with Vladimir Putin. Tucker Carlson just did an interview with Vladimir Putin. It's very important for him to watch because that is his ally. Putin is your ally. Putin is your ally. He's so happy. You can take him to the pool and then play him Putin. All right, well, I'm in the middle. I do have to finish this podcast, but goodbye, Roland. Putin. It's interesting because Putin called me, and we don't talk as much as we used to, and it is fun when he calls. And he has, here's the thing about him, he has a very subtle sense of humor. And I appreciate that because I'm more gregarious and Latin, and that's why it always worked as a friendship, because friendships need to kind of have those opposite components. And his clan is from St. Petersburg, and I know more people in Moscow, but we do have, certainly there's an overlap.
What's up, Just Like
He called
Honey?
me, said, I'm going to have Tucker on, and I said,
How's it going?
go. I said, you know what? I said, do a whole thing. I said, give him a dissertation. And he goes, no. I go, do it. And he did it.
What's up, T?
That's for the people that think that I really know Putin. That there are people that watch your show that think that Russia pays me. Because I've questioned I've questioned our policy, our dedicated policy of nuclear war. The American defense establishment's dedicated policy of more nuclear war.
Honey.
I watched the interview. Favorite part was when Putin was like, hey, he said to Tucker, he goes, hey, thank God you didn't get into the CIA, because Putin doesn't respect anyone who doesn't have real power. And what's cool about that moment is Putin actually respects like the CIA, because he said, they were always our enemies, but he goes, a job's a job. And he kind of smiles, because if all you fight against is the CIA, you kind of have a respect for them. Which with Putin, his entire life, he's been fighting against this one group of people, right? And the way he said that to Tucker, he's got, Putin doesn't care about people in the media. He doesn't, I don't think he really respects the media. This is not, so when he said that, he's like, oh, thank God you didn't get into the CIA. He was basically like, I would have respected you if you were here to poison me. Because that's the type of guy he is. And that's the thing. Here's why Putin is, even though he is murders people, here's what's interesting about Putin. He's not on TikTok. This is what we like about Putin. He's a relic of another age. Let's say that about him. He's an armchair philosopher. He's grandpa. If, grandpa had hundreds of nuclear weapons. He's a relic. He's not really interested in the new media landscape. We can say that. That's not, he's not interested in that. What Putin orients himself from his position. He's the first answer was 30 minutes. He goes, this is why I believe what I believe.
What's up, Em? What's up, Nikki?
Is it junk? Was he filibustering? Is it whatever? None of that matters because this is the guy, this is his perspective. You don't live in Russia. So the reality of the situation is my interest is that America doesn't go to war with Russia in a capacity with nuclear weapons. And my interest is that America doesn't instigate a wider war in that part of the world that becomes a war that we're fighting. This is my instinct. This is not a veneration of his worldview per se, although there are certain things he says, which I completely get it. And there's certain things he says where I go, okay, I was a debate guy.
What's up, B-girl?
I know kind of what he's doing, but that moment was my favorite when he kind of has that aw shucks moment, because the fun of his life is over, by the way. The fun of his, like, he's at the top of the mountain. It's very lonely. He's got the big desk. But I'm not comparing myself to Putin. I wish. That if I was on Ozempic and it really worked, perhaps. But no, what basically the thing about Putin is at this point, he's only living for Russia, or what he thinks Russia is. Like his friends are all older, they're all dying. The excitement of his life, being a spy, climbing the ranks, fucking the women, killing the people, your life almost being taken all the time. That's kind of over. That's over.
I love his list of things. Fucking the women, killing the people.
It's now become, now he's of course trying to outrun these coups. That's why the Prigozhin thing, he probably felt alive again for the first time. He's like, oh, I gotta kind of take this plane out of Moscow. He probably felt alive. He said, this feels like the old, I guarantee you, at some point to one of his friends, he said something like, well, it feels like the old days.
What's up, okay? What's up, Lexi?
Feels like the old days. Because he's had absolute power over there for a while. And he's gets boring. And that's why people are like, this interview's boring. That's what everyone said. It's boring. I don't like it. It's not fun. That was the critique of the interview. It's boring. It's not fun. It's not interesting. It's boring. Where's the back and forth? Where's the yelling? I want them to yell at each other. Yeah, it's a little dry. It's a little dry, but that's what it is. What do you think Putin, like all these people, this is what's interesting about the QAnon cult. The QAnon people, again, not all wrong. We know that. But they're wildly speculative about most things. And they are not afraid to go really deep into the what if bag. Downright insane about others. That there are body doubles, people have died, but they've been replaced. JFK Jr. is coming back. But by the way, if you want to talk about if JFK Jr. is alive and he comes back and he runs with Michelle Obama, it's over. It will be over. But what I mean by the QAnon cult is that politics by its very nature is boring. I think the hardest thing for us in our society to wrap our heads around is that there is a banality. Yeah, politics are boring. What's up, Pitt? And the chance that an individual can affect change democratically as a result of researching more about government is pretty much moot. Like, it's not unreasonable for people to have an apathy towards it because it's not valuable. What's up, DL? The problem is that in aggregate, it's a disaster if everybody withdraws and becomes, cheap or useful idiots or whatever else. So it's not fun to study politics for the most part. It's also not fun to study economics for the most part. Economics are pretty boring. But when you study politics or economics for the purpose of finding corruption and understanding the exceptions to what's supposed to be going on, finding the problems, I feel like that's a lot more entertaining and it's a lot more engaging. And I actually feel like that's the lens through which these subjects should be taught. And when they're not, it's all but impossible to digest and learn them. What's up, out? To the evil that we see in the world. It is not nearly as exciting as we think it's ancient blood cults and shape-shifting lizards and all the things, but what it really is the cold marble floors of a bank in like Geneva. It's the high heels of a woman walking across the cold marble floors of a bank in Geneva. What's up, Brittany? It's a very short phone call on a line that people assure each other isn't being tapped. It's a lunch where people are very vague about their intentions, but there's an underlying discomfort. there is a banality to it. That's where obviously the phrase, the banality of evil. It's what and we just aren't built like that. So much of American culture has been imagined by Hollywood in spurts of 2 hours and hours on TV, or half hours even. Storylines that have beginning, middle, and end, and they are filled with intrigue. And it's not to say that there isn't intrigue in the world. It's not to say that things aren't interesting, but that's really what it is. It's not these. It's this guy's talking about czars. He's talking about Vladimir being this guy being baptized, and this is like the greatest. One of the other great moments is Tucker's like, "Where are we now?" And
what's up, dog helmet smiles? What's up, Para?
Putin's like 1500s. He's like 15. You will fall asleep. Most of the things where people are being killed, if you were to get a full accounting of them, you would go to sleep. This is not an episode of a show you like. This is not White Lotus, where at the end of 8 episodes, we're like, who kills who? White Lotus, the body's there. It's in episode 1, so you know it's all heading somewhere in episode 8. But if I were to sit down, and not that I would do it, but if a scholar were to explain to you the Israel-Palestine conflict or Russia-Ukraine, you'd be in bed. You'd be in bed. You're killing each other. Wait, what? Prince Philip? Vladimir being baptized? The Cossacks or whatever? It's boring. And then I think people just have this idea, and you could see there were certain moments in the Putin interview, because my interest isn't politics, it's always the human angle. There was just certain moments, and that was really one of them where
Humanism is a really good angle through which to learn politics and economics, because if you're a humanist and you want things to turn out well, you don't just get to believe whatever you want about outcomes. You can look at the empirical evidence of what things do what, and that leads you to what should be done. Hey, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back. What's up, Gerald? Giggity. Hey, what's up, Marcus?
Putin's like, a job's a job. And the way he said that, he was basically saying that was the fun of my life. That was the excitement of my life. The funnest part of when you're a comedian, a lot of times, is when you're running around open mics, not knowing what will happen. And you have all these people, and you're all on the same level, and you're all running around eating slices of pizza, and you're all broke, and you're all trying to figure out how to be a comedian.
What's up, Jack?
Not to say that you don't find fun throughout your career. You do. But it changes. There's more pressure. There are expectations. Sacrifices are greater. They're more real.
What's up, Don't?
In the very beginning, you sacrifice almost nothing. The expectations are very low. You're having a lot of fun.
Jacko says hot. Well, thank you, Jack. What's up, Don't? What's up, Jasmine? How's it going?
Fun. I think in Putin's world, when he was a spy and he didn't know that the future of Russia is resting on his shoulders in his mind, he had a lot more fun. It was a lot more fun. And you could see that when he goes, they were always our enemies, but a job is a job. He's like, without them, what are we? What are we? What are we? He has a respect for the enemy. He does not respect media. He does not respect interview. He does not care. In the beginning, he goes, are we having a show? We're going to have a talk. Because if we're going to have a talk, I'm going to talk for 30 minutes. You're going to be bored. Some of your viewers will tune out. I don't care. I don't respect you, and I don't respect them because I'm one of the very few people on the planet that has a nuclear arsenal. I respect those people. Just like when he said, I don't speak to Biden, but our agencies talk. We have communication.
He's talking about the way that Putin thinks and feels.
They say to me, that nuclear test is not about you. I say the same thing to them. Our agencies talk. They talk. So seeing the kind of light, his eyes lit up only a few times, but during the interview when he said, yeah, they were always our enemies, but a job's a job, you could tell. And I felt, dare I say, oh no, they're coming for me now if I say it. dare I say, I felt a little.
Oh no, they're coming after me if I say it.
Sorry for him. Because he's locked away in that palace. He's locked away in the palace. And he's basically got, in his mind, the history of the Russian state on his shoulders.
What's up, Betsy? What's up, Just Will?
You know?
How
And
goes? Good morning.
It's not that much fun, probably. He's not having that much fun.
He's saying that we should feel bad for Vladimir Putin because he's not having that much fun anymore. Back with the, you know, what did he say? How did he put it? You know, the fucking of the women and the killing of the people, that's over. He's just a figurehead. He has other people do that. So Vladimir Putin's not having any fun.
And then for that second, he remembered, you know, back when it was fun, me and the guys, people are trying to kill us, we're trying to kill them, we're trying to turn assets, they're trying to turn us. It's a deadly game, but it's their game. You know, it's their game. And he goes, yeah, job's a job. He respects that. There was something interesting to me about that. I'm familiar with his rationale for the Ukraine war. I didn't need to know that. I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with most of it. His history lesson in the beginning, obviously, came as a little bit of a surprise. I don't know all of that. But I kind of know exactly why he's his worldview. I'm aware of it. But the human moments that dripped out where he goes, yeah, it was a fun, we had fun. You know, a job's a job. They were always our enemy. We were always going against them. Can you find that part?
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, let's find this. Everybody loves Blue Chew. You take it and your penis gets hard. It's your online cost. Of it made
Come on,
of it.
Tim.
Blue Chew got us free for getting injured and on it. This is also in a gacko. Could say it and I just admit it's one of them. There are metals. I was like, only if you're ever the pill. That's
We're skipping the
this
commercials.
is here because
We
paid
don't do it.
advertisement. Now here it is.
We didn't listen to the advertisements. We've had enough. Our kind has had enough of advertisements. What's up, RX?
And I want you to watch Vladimir Putin's eyes here because they come alive like a kid on Christmas morning.
Opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job.
Yeah!
What's up, Dot? Tim is so excited about that response.
Upset! He goes, but that is a serious organization. Like what you're doing, interviewing me, this ain't it. We don't respect none of this. Let's hear it for everyone in the shadows, folks. The FSB, the CIA, the Stasi, everyone. All of the people in the shadows murdering, torturing, killing. I know it's a controversial thing to say. Everybody, the IDF, Hamas, everyone in the shadows, in the tunnels, in the dark. I get people see me, they go, I'm a fan, and that feels so nice. And these guys never hear, they never hear that. They never hear that. These intelligence agencies, they never hear that anyone's a fan of them. They have to kill, maim, torture in the shadows forever. It's not easy. They have this little, group of people. They have this little fraternity of people that respect each other. A job is a job, Vladimir Putin said. It's a little fraternity of people. Let's hear it for all of them. Let's hear it for, I don't care if they killed you or your family. Listen, let's just hear a job is a job.
What's up, Aaliyah? What's up, Sid? What's up, Big?
That is what we have to remember. And that's what we have to tell Michelle Obama. Maybe Tempest Bledsoe comes out. I don't know. But it's a spectacle. There's drums, steel drums. Is it an island feel? Is it a Jamaican feel? I don't know. It's got to be cool again. I want to see white people from the Great Lakes region swaying awkwardly to the music, sway awkwardly to the music, and everybody's clapping, and Michelle Obama goes, you got a fast car, and together we can get in that car, and everybody's clapping, and Tracy Chapman.
And people are crying.
And she's got the guitar out. I'm telling you, that's what it is, because the Democrats need to do their job. A job is a job. Vladimir Putin just said it. He just fucking said it. I don't know if he even knew how profound that was.
What's up, Luis?
But a job is a job, and the Democrats have to do their job. They're not doing their job. They're running a guy that's old and decrepit, and he's not fun, and it's not a party, and you're running him against a guy that maybe throws the best party in politics. It's not going to work. If they're going to throw a party in the back of a house in Arizona that looks like a macaroni grill with a turquoise pool and a bunch of fentanyl vapes, you better throw a fucking rager outside of Boston in a big old Victorian in Hingham, Massachusetts, with a bunch of polyamorous lesbos fingering each other in the middle of a circle. And Tracy Chapman has to be playing fast fucking car, or you're going to lose. A job is a job.
A job is a job. Oh my God, his rants. He is a force of nature. A true powerhouse.
Apparently, so Hassan went on Trash Taste. So this didn't go very well at all. So Trash Taste, for anybody who doesn't know, is probably the most popular anime podcast right now.
I did not know that. Oh, let me copy it. Now I have it in my clipboard.
In the world, and they talk about anime. They decided to bring Hassan on the podcast.
So on.
Do y'all know who Hassan Piker is? He's a political commentator on Twitch. And he is not a liberal. He is a collectivist. And that's not the best. What's up, Miguel? Need it. Come on, doll. What's up, Zachem? Tomorrow?
February 21st, Hassan was on the Trash Taste podcast. And there's a flood of backlash in the comment section about Trash Taste having this dude on their show.
Let me see. I'll pull it up right now. It's actually getting way more unpopular. Like yesterday, it had 16,000 to 15.
Well, people that don't like free speech and liberalism and free markets and stuff like that, like, we don't play that in the West. We don't fuck with that in the West. So I don't know. It's like the fact that any of these people garnered a following at all is shocking to me.
1,000 likes, and it actually still had a positive like ratio. Now it's 18,000 to 28,000. That's nuts. That's brutal, man. You'd think that they'd be more positive to somebody who interviewed Luffy, but I guess not.
Hassan is aware of the backlash, and he does not seem happy, making a number of responses addressing it. So let's take a look at all this stuff and let me know what you think.
Oh boy.
First off, some analytics. The video currently has 293,000 and...
People are weird. Can you imagine being a collectivist? So collectivism is like socialism. The Nazis were nationalists, socialists, communism. It's taking a group and saying that it's more important than individuals and individual rights, which is like the basis of liberalism. And America's a pretty liberal country. Liberalism is pretty important. So I like when people are like, I am an anti-liberal. It's like, that's not a very popular thing to be.
God damn. And look at it now. That's in one day, bro. A singular day.
And this is after Hassan directed his viewers to essentially combat what he's calling the brigading. First, a brief clip of the podcast itself just seems fitting to play at least like, a short portion of that. And then we'll take a look at some of the comments so you can get some more of the context.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Trash Taste. I'm joined once again by the boys, and we have a returning guest because you're back in Japan now.
Hell yeah, I'm here permanently now. This time it's for real.
Self-deported?
For real?
Yeah, now that my country's on fire, I chose Japan to just stay here.
Okay. Whoa.
But yeah, we got Hassan. He's back. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no politics. Sorry.
Yeah.
No politics.
I was thirsty. And then I had a soda. That's my story.
Sorry, I don't
Well,
want to hear
actually,
it.
I love how they can't get 30 seconds into the episode without this dude bringing politics up. I'd prefer my anime discussion not to involve a guy who celebrated the death of innocent civilians in no less than 2 different recent modern conflicts, and who carries water for authoritarian regimes and celebrates terrorists indiscriminately attacking civilian vessels at sea.
Yeah, collectivism is a rough thing to support because it's like racism is a form of collectivism. Like there's all of it's really bad. Like liberalism and bohemianism and like all that stuff. Like that's good stuff. People generally pretty much universally support it. So I don't know. I honestly don't know how somebody could go about trying to be a public figure and be a collectivist. It's like, oh, what's that? You need to sleep. You're gonna skip the soda. Oh, okay. What's up, J-Rock? Sugar. What's up, Wolf? Nothing too much. We're watching some Twitch drama. Apparently, this collectivist commentator, Hassan Piker, went on an anime show, and people didn't like it, and now he's mad, and people like to see him mad because they disagree with his opinions.
Abducting their crews, and who still stone women.
And I'm one of them. I'm not judging people.
Into death.
I hope he gets really mad and that we see it.
For not obeying their every command.
Thanks.
Another one saying, I've been a viewer of the Anime Man and Giga for more than a decade. As a female viewer, I am absolutely disgusted seeing 3 men, the biggest...
I wonder if I went on the podcast, who would have a worse dislike ratio? I wonder what would happen. Me, maybe, I don't know. I'm actually curious.
Who thought having Hassan is a good idea. This isn't just a simple drama that can be ignored. That's like saying 9/11 is just drama, then proceed to have Bin Laden or Al-Qaeda members as guests to talk about their favorite video games.
Seems like it might be an insensitive interview. What's up, Vince?
Bro, these comments are out of pocket. Oh my god. It would be crazy. If Bin Laden was still around, there would be people that would invite him on a podcast and ask him about anime. I guarantee you that would happen.
Today on the podcast, we're going to be asking Osama bin Laden what he thinks about anime. Well, when I'm on dialysis, I watch a lot of anime.
Been following both Joey and Giga since 2015, but now I'm unsubscribing. Not going to watch someone who endorses terrorism by hosting this guy. Once again, those comments were just some of the comments that you can find by sorting by...
I would want to have him on. I'd want to have RFK on and have him be like, the milk is poison.
Top comments. And it seems like there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of comments where people share similar sentiment. Interestingly enough, the pinned comment is from Trash Taste, and they say, we don't and have never deleted comments on any episodes.
Yeah.
And this is because a number of people have been accusing them of deleting comments that are critical of Hassan. For example, this tweet that reads,
Trash fight. Yeah, it's a my favorite emoji combinations are trash can, fire, and then or like clown, and then the shit emoji. Like if somebody's pulling some clown shit, some super clownish shit, that combination of emojis will let everybody know this is clown shit. It's been identified as such, and now we know. What's up, Cass?
Trash Taste is getting heat for having Hassan Piker on the podcast and then deleting comments critical of him. That account make...
You can also, like, there's a lot of, you can do dog shit, you can do bat shit. Because the different descriptors, like, mean different things. Like, I get so upset about Delta and them landing planes upside down and serving rotten food to people that anytime I'm on a Delta flight and people are like, hope you had a great flight, I hope you had a nice day, I hope that you'll fly again with us soon. I'm like, yeah, right, you piece of dog shit. You're fucking dog shit. And then they know that they're a piece of dog shit.
Making a follow-up tweet that reads, even the Trash Taste Reddit wasn't impressed.
Jesus.
Going on to quote, first time seeing a 50% like to dislike ratio on a track.
Well, it's not the first time. You didn't see 50%.
And that's just a polite thing to do. It's a polite way to behave. It's a good thing to do. Everybody should behave that way. The world would be a much better place if they did. No, please don't do that. What's up, Luca? What's up, A-Heart?
It's less than that now. It's like a third. It's way less. Yeah,
Now
it's
those
way
comments
less.
are just gone. Is the person who manages the channel actually deleting them? Taking a look at the provided screenshots, we can see there's actually a lot more to that comment. The full comment reading. The first thing I did when this episode came out was scroll down to the comments. There were hundreds of them expressing the fact that they did not like having Hassan back. Some of them had almost 1,000 likes. Now those comments are just gone. Is the person who manages the channel actually deleting them? Please let this just be a YouTube glitch, because otherwise, wow, that would be low. As we already went over, Trash Taste made a very brief response to...
Must be one of the weird people. Yeah, exactly. Like Tim Walls. What a weirdo. Tampon Tim. What a joke.
denying that any comments were deleted. Still, it's very interesting that comments on both Reddit...
It's just so hard to say, right? I mean, there's a chance that they did it, but...
Now, if comments are gone, someone deleted them. And if more than just one person's comments are gone, case closed. Oh, it might be a glitch that specifically did. No. The comments are getting deleted.
As somebody who's familiar with YouTube system, there's also a chance that they didn't.
Nope.
Editors note it's most likely the comments were mass reported through Hassan's counter brigade, thus triggering YouTube's automod, which removed them.
Speaking of the Trash Taste subreddit...
Oh, see? Asmongold's editor had a good point. If a streamer has a lot of people and they encourage them to go report a comment, that comment will automatically be taken down while YouTube investigates it. And YouTube investigating things takes a long time because a shitload of people use YouTube.
Reddit, let's hop over there and take a look. Specifically this post that reads, seems like Hassan has brigaded his community to quote-unquote get in and actively counter the brigade, the comment section, and linking to a tweet that we'll take a look at next. As for the post itself, it got 563 upvotes before being locked by the moderators. With this mod leaving a pinned comment, a sticky comment rather, that says, for anyone reading this, if you are not interested in talking about the actual content of the Trash Taste podcast episode, please don't make comments. All you're doing is making our volunteering harder, where we'll just have to lock certain posts and remove posts as well.
I think like it's a complicated topic because
the Streisand effect is real. And when you try to ban certain things and certain topics and certain information that's pertinent, it'll make people quadruple down and make sure that they get out the thing that they wanted to.
Because like when you cover...
You feel like you should take notes. What, from me, from Asmongold, about Hassan? Because what we're listening to and talking about is so multi-layered. What would the notes be for? What's up, Vic? What's up, Drew?
For a lot of like really...
Like for your trash fire?
Divisive and controversial stuff.
You got me.
You become divisive and controversial. Like there's nobody who covers this kind of stuff that isn't like that. Like whether it's Hassan...
I'm divisive and controversial.
Me... XQC, anybody who talks about any of these controversial topics, they do have a huge amount of people that get mad about them. The issue is that there's a lot...
I have the hugest amount of people who get mad at me because I'm a libertarian. So I piss off all of the Democrats and all the Republicans with my libertarian bullshit.
A lot of people that they view things like Trash Taste or they view like content as non-political content.
You know who else are libertarians? Trey Parker and Matt Stone. The show South Park is a libertarian viewpoint lampooning and criticizing of American culture.
Once somebody gets kind of like labeled like that and people don't like them like that, that's it, right? That's totally it. It's natural.
You're religious? I'm not religious, but I am spiritual, I guess.
What I'm saying is like, this is how it happens, is that if you cover controversial topics like that, you're going to get these comments.
When you stare into the abyss, be sure to understand that the abyss also stares unto you.
You will. Like, whether you, like,
You're 100% religious? So you're like radically, like a radical religious?
This is just the way it is. Like, it doesn't matter like whether you think that...
How radical?
You should or not. Like, you cover controversial topics, you talk about things that are extreme, you are going to have people that are going to say this shit because they're going to be pissed off. Like, it's kind of like the same argument that I used with like woke video games. So if you bring on somebody who's like extremely controversial, politically minded, etc., you're going to alienate a lot of those people. And the reason why...
Yep. Hey, 86, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Like on a scale from 1 to 10, I mean, like, what are your habits and traditions? Are they like a like Muslim call to prayer every day, or how involved are we talking?
Is because a lot of people use video content.
Oh, an 8.6. Okay, that tells me all I want to know.
And like things like Trash Taste as an escape from the real world. Like, there's a lot of people that I'm friends with privately, but like they don't want to do shit with me publicly because of like all the drama that I'm involved with, right? And I think that makes sense. Like, and I don't really think like, because you got to keep in mind, like, this is their job. This is their job. It's their career. And so like, am I going to ask somebody to like fucking like put your career at risk because of me? Like, what is this? Like, no, bro, like, this is your job. It's your life. And so I totally understand it. I totally get it. But pussies, they're not pussies. They just, like, everybody does things that they wouldn't do normally because of their employment. That's just how it is. That's life.
Yeah, that is pretty true. Can't fuck up the meal train. Got to be able to have food to eat and an income. It's the #1 cause of people cucking out on a situation. I'm a 3 times a week TFC, pick your kids up on Wednesday kind of gal. Used to teach Sunday school. I see. What's up, Waste? What's up, Nicole? What's up, baby?
There are people that wear uniforms, people that, report to bosses that they don't like, and they are polite and cordial with them, even though they wish they could tell them to fuck off. That's life. They're pussies? No, I mean, to a degree, I agree. And
Nicole, that's awfully forward.
I actually think the world would be a better place if nobody took any of these comments about anybody seriously, and everybody just let anybody talk about anything, and nobody gave a fuck, and people just thought about the ideas and the conversations rather than getting fixated on it. I agree. I think that's true. But that doesn't mean that other people are going to think the way that I do, right?
Of course I'm still up. I'm a marathon streamer. I'm the best. What's up, Gio? Nicole.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to help the situation.
Yeah.
Well, this presents a very fun opportunity. Let's take a look at some of the top comments.
Super spiritual. I have a very hyper-specific belief system that ties into science. So there.
It's on that post that the mod.
But you shouldn't be surprised, by the way. You should not be surprised. If people don't want to deal with you or like you get a
science.
Get a reaction like this is just how it is. Because you talk about topics that are like really personal to people and they get in there.
For example,
no, not Scientology. It's like, so we have astrophysics, we have quantum mechanics, we have traditional, normal, Newtonian physics, all that stuff. But we don't have a grand unifying theory of mathematics that they all work in. At the scales of the quantum and small, quantum mechanics works well. Astrophysics is not useful for quantum mechanics, etc., etc. But we haven't really mastered these things yet. We know a lot about them, but not everything. What's up, Amadeus? You just watched some really dope stuff on quantum mechanics? Thanks. So quantum mechanics is interesting because I don't think that it's the smallest scale of reality that we can study. A lot of people think that, but I think that there's even more fundamental stuff. Nicole. What's up, V? Gravity and gravity waves? Yeah, that too. But so one of the things that I have a huge problem with is dark energy, dark matter. So traditional physics, astrophysics, says that the Big Bang happened and everything is exploding and flying apart. Not only is everything exploding and flying apart, it's still exploding and flying apart. And the explosion is increasing in energy and intensity all the time. But we can't find where that energy is coming from. But it must be happening. because we can observe redshift, and our observation of redshift from distant stars versus closer stars allows us to estimate different speeds and directions and sizes, and it concludes this inconvenient truth that we're accelerating in our expansion. That's just wrong. It's so wrong in so many places that it's just like, this is incontrovertibly incorrect. No, like, this is not right. What's up, Scottish? So what I think is happening is that blank space is not infinitely divisible. You can only divide blank space so many times until you've divided empty space to the absolute smallest blank area that you could ever get. That is called one space quanta, the smallest unit of empty space. And if these space quanta fill everything, and they're everywhere, and they have any level of interelasticity at all, redshift becomes imminent, and it doesn't mean that the universe is expanding. And it points very strongly towards the Big Bang is a big birth and a breath in, and then there's a big crush and a big collapse, and that will happen over and over and over. There's not going to be some type of big diffusion of matter, deep freeze, where time ceases to exist because everything becomes cold and motionless. That, assuming that that's going to happen, is ridiculous. So all of that points to GUF, or Grand Unified Field, GUFT, Grand Unified Field Theory. And there being a Grand Unified Field would mean that when we die, our energy returns to the Grand Unified Field. And what we are, consciousness, is a synaptic antenna in our brain that taps into the Grand Unified Field. I should be a teacher? Thank you, Lisa. That's a very nice thing to say. I kind of jump around and use terminology that's not standard, so that can make it difficult to follow sometimes, but I do mean well.
This top response that talks about how pathetic it is to issue some kind of counter brigade, and
thank you, Lisa. I'm learning from you as well.
And how that's also a brigade. The next one reading, yeah, that
Well,
was
the reason why Hassan's doing it. I'll tell you the reason why. I mean, maybe I'm mind reading, but I'm just thinking about it from my perspective. He's probably doing it because he wants to be able to collab and do stuff with these other.
Do you, Nicole? What's up, Deep?
Other people. But if enough people hate on it, the fact is that Trash Taste receives income. It is a capitalistic venture. It makes money. You know, like maybe they would do it for free, but they'd sure have a harder time getting everything edited and getting everything shot, getting cameramen in there, having somebody make a set, etc. Right? If enough people don't like you, then it becomes not worth it to collaborate with you. Because, like, for example,
I did play guitar. It was a lot of fun too. Why doesn't God have a major role? Well, what's up, Rapple? My thoughts about logic and science dictate that I have to look at things logically. And when I look at the level of complexity that's at work on the planet, it points away from a central creator and not towards astronomically massive levels of complexity. Point away from a central creator. That song is called Doornails by NoFX. What's up, Isabella? The technicality of it all. The granular nature of the notes. What's up, Taboo? AG? Yeah, the kind of stuff's fun to play. What's up, AB? I don't know, Nicole. How about you? I'm not knowledgeable. What's up, Board? Amy Lee? Doll Parts is fake. Oh no, Doll Parts, you fake. You're a phony. A big fat phony. Am I gonna stay awake all night? I mean, it's 7:11 a.m. That has been decided.
Like bringing somebody on like Elon Musk, for example, or like Donald Trump.
I'm an ultra hot girl IRL. Microphone broken.
Like, that's like a huge amount of popularity, but it's also a huge amount of hate. But because they're so popular, it's like a net positive. If other people feel like collaborating with you is a net negative, they're not going to want to collaborate with you. And then you get alienated, then you have people that won't defend you, and then you get kind of like, you know, separated from the group. Is the contrary just polemic or promoting killing people? No, I'm just saying, like, that's the reason why he's trying to do that. Because if you don't...
What's up, Daisy? What's up, Dallas?
...do that, then these people that are on the show are going to think to themselves, well, we don't want to lose money. We don't want to have people hate our show. I don't want to bring this guy on again when the last time we brought him on, everybody got mad. You see what I'm saying?
Right below that, this comment reading, great. Another creator telling his community to counteract the hate. Looks like this is going to be more than a 12-hour drama.
It's been on for,
then there's this one that reads, of all the things he could have done to calm the flame, he just sends it into a blaze. This one's really funny because of how things played out. So this comment says, will the mods A, ban Hassan for brigading, B, delete this post, cue Jeopardy music. Turns out it was actually option C. Lock the post and threaten to remove comments. Okay.
I think that you should allow people to discuss this kind of stuff. Like in general, like I can understand a hate thread like not really wanting to be on there. But like I generally don't even delete a lot of hate threads on like I'll give you an example, right? Like now I'm not saying that I never delete hate threads. Of course I've done it before whenever I feel like they get really personal or they get really weird or whatever. But like, let me just go and I'll give you an example. This one here. So like this has 3,000 comments. A lot of these comments are Amber Heard, not a single event, infinite money, Nerf toast. Like a lot of these comments are negative, right? Look at his face, like a kid going, I mean, Trump's funny. I think so too. But anyway, last Amber Heard Johnny Depp was entertaining. Generally don't get how people can sit through it. So like a lot of people are...
Doll took that picture yesterday. Oop, I changed it. What's up, Dee Dee? What's up, Jimmy? Welcome back. Thank you, Lisa. It is nice to be welcomed back.
Are being critical on the subreddit, but like this is about the content of the event, right? It's about the content of the stream, and so like if people don't like that, that's fine. Trump's a content machine. I miss transmog competitions, viewer rates. Yeah, people are not happy about it, and so like you have to let people have people saying to stop launching them, right? I mean, this is always how it is. So like I let these go through. Now, like at a certain point, it could be too much, right? But especially if somebody's criticizing the content, the actual content itself, and it's not being made personal or like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit.
All right. I think we heard all we need to hear about the Hassan Piker scandal drama. Libs demand Elon Musk gets murdered while saying she doesn't pay taxes.
Elon Musk.
Ryan signature, please. You want a signature? I'll send you a fake Ryan Reynolds signature. Don't think that I won't.
Like, when you do X him, and by X I mean formerly known as assassination. You don't have enough people to even investigate me at this point. I haven't filed my taxes in like 8 years.
Let's check in on the tolerant.
She says that people, to call to violence towards Elon Musk, and then saying that they won't even be able to do anything to investigate it because they don't have any staff. That's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Left, Abe. Let's see how the rainbow people are doing.
Have I been playing? We played WoW for a little bit, but I got a tiny bit sleepy. So if I'm getting sleepy, you guys are probably bored out of your minds. And then also, if I fall asleep playing hardcore WoW and I die, I will get really mad and freak out. Freak out. What's up, Heart's Dancer? Doll, please don't call me fake. It hurts my feelings.
Doing.
Guess who's off their medication?
With their no room for blottle blump.
Guess who's off their medication? Imagine walking into a situation and someone is doing that. No, I would nope out immediately.
Hate here.
Oh, I thought you meant me. Whew. What's
In
up,
this
me?
household,
What's up, myself?
love is love. We tolerate everything because we're the tolerant left, and we want everybody against us dead.
What's up, Gia? Myself, how goes, man?
Let's assassinate some motherfuckers.
Here's some more insight into an ugly lefty chick's brain. She has had hers scrambled with a side of cheese, probably. This is Woke War Room. If you want to see what a mental breakdown looks like, watch this woke nut job admit that she hasn't paid taxes in 8 years and calls for Elon Musk to be assassinated. Just straight up. Just straight up. The left-hand side.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, subverting the chat filter is totally PC.
Has been able to do whatever the hell they want for so long that this doesn't bother them at all to just openly do crimes on social media and post them.
Yeah, there's been a vacuum of prosecution in one way and everybody else being immune for long enough that those people think that they don't have to follow the law. You can't talk about assassinating people.
Most people are like, oh, I'm committing a crime.
Yeah, somebody took the time to image search me. They must think this person can't be real. That would be too good to be true. We gotta find it. We gotta get to the bottom of this. Nobody looks like that.
Let me keep a low profile. All right. Let me not record myself committing a felony.
Let me not record myself committing a felony. It's something that we should all aspire to say to ourselves before we broadcast things over the internet. What's up, Rikes? What's up, Nico? Burner Boy and Luca?
And then post it to my social media. That's what most people are doing because most people are reasonable. Again, lefties, they're not reasonable because the establishment, the regime, globalism, chaos, manufacturers, they have allowed these people to openly break laws for so long, they're absolutely convinced that law and order doesn't exist. There is a new world order.
Most people are somewhat reasonable.
It's here. The MAGA world order.
Most people are good. Most people are somewhat reasonable.
You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
We're going to arrest you. You're in a lot of trouble. This was real stupid. This is real stupid. And so here this is a minute, this is a minute-long video that is going to end this chick up in prison for years. 4 years. On one hand, I'm glad that she's being arrested. Then I go, I got to pay for this chick to be in prison. But you know what?
What's up, Georgie?
But some things I'm willing to pay taxes for. To arrest mentally ill nut jobs. She can't explain to you why she's upset. She can't give you a specific reason, a policy. Oh, I just hate Elon Musk. Why do you hate Elon Musk? Well, the mainstream media press told me that he's a Nazi. Did you bother looking into it? The mainstream media press, the one that told you that there's an N-bomb tape of Trump. Remember that one? Tom Arnold. Remember that? That one never came out. Weird. That never came out. Oh. The same people that told you for cereals, if you don't take an infinite amount of experimental injections, then you'll die in a winter of severe illness and death. Remember, I'm supposed to have died 4 years ago. I've survived 4 of your winter of severe illness and death. That's
4 of them. Hey, Meg, thanks for the favorite. I'll hit you back if I can. There we go.
Weird. The same people that told you Hunter Biden's laptop was definitely for cereals, Russian misinformation, and then, oh, whoopsie, never mind, we got that one right.
Oops, looks like it wasn't Russian misinformation and was extremely material to the election at hand. Oopsie. What's up, Colin?
How many times are you going to be just bold-faced lied to, and you're not going to bother checking? So, yeah, Elon Musk is a Nazi, so you just...
What's up,
Elon
Sheena?
Musk is a Nazi? So you went on TikTok and said, I don't pay my taxes, and let's assassinate Elon Musk? You got whipped up bad. You're in a lot of trouble. Wouldn't be so concerned about the patriarchy. Right? Straight white men, the KKK, white supremacy. I wouldn't be so worried about that. I'd be worried about these goofballs on whatever medium you are watching that are giving you information because they done fucked you up.
Well, she's on TikTok, so she's on TikTok and she's an upset liberal, and the TikTok algorithm realizes that upsetting content to liberals will upset her and get the rage engagement. She's probably spiraling hard. Like, I actually feel bad about it. The surfacing algorithm of these different social media systems and corporations are extremely insidious. People are like, do you have this social media or that social media? And I'm like, no, I don't. I actually don't like social media because I've done a lot of research into the narcissistic and depressive tendencies that it pushes into people's character. And that's horrible. That's like if you're an athlete adding fat and osteoporosis to your body.
You real dumb.
What's up, Mark?
You're real dumb.
And it's not like a maybe. Like, I have done scientific experimentation on the surfacing algorithms for different platforms and then read through the research of the efficacy of different effects and how they've impacted the users. Facebook actually ran an experiment where they took people's feeds and some were organized from happy to sad and some were organized from sad to happy, and the ones that were organized from sad to happy, those people were significantly more depressed, and they ran that experiment on hundreds of thousands of people. How many people went from depressed to killing themselves as a direct result of that experiment? Like, that's horrifying. That's infuriating. Not a good thing to do. What's up, Mike? So the different experiments that they did in terms of surfacing algorithms and how they could, farm the most content, is basically like the 7 deadly sins. If you have one of those and it registers and connects, people are going to look at that and they're going to pay attention to it more than almost anything else. Positive emotion is not remembered as much as negative emotion. Negative emotion releases cortisol and adrenaline and trauma, and it records things permanently, so you can avoid that in future. The surfacing algorithms figured that out, and they use it against their users for better retention and engagement. And it's horrifying, absolutely horrifying, the extent to which it is planned out, it is on purpose, and it is affecting people in mass.
And so here you are, just openly admit.
And TikTok is just absolutely Chinese spyware and or the Chinese government trying to fuck with people as much as they can, and or just completely sacrificing themselves to the fact that they know that the surfacing algorithms work best when they run on wrath and anger and porn and violence, and they just serve it to people. What's up, Jake? More of a deep dive. Kind of. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the agreement in chat. What's up, Jake? Deep breaths.
Admitting to felonies. She's like, oh, well, who's going to come get me? What, the FBI's going to come? The FBI's going to come get me? I ain't paid my taxes in 8 years. Yeah, the FBI isn't the one that usually does that. That's the IRS. And the IRS is definitely going to come after you. The IRS is like... Yeah.
I hope they abolish the IRS. Wouldn't that be awesome? The IRS is completely indefensible. First of all, there shouldn't be an income tax that was supposed to be to fund a war as an emergency measure. And the government was like, we kind of like having all that extra gravy. We're going to keep the income tax. The government should not be collecting that much money. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, no, you don't need to collect 30% of people's work over the last year so that they're living enslaved for a third of their time, giving their shit to you guys through the IRS, which requires so much work, and the tax code is so fucked that it costs more to run the IRS than it's worth. 1,000,000 times over. It would be better to just print and inflate the monetary base to pay the taxes and have the income tax be gone, or use demurrage from shipping, or the shipping costs through the Panama Canal and other things. It's like having an income tax on the citizens of a country is absolutely ridiculous. It's insane, and the fact that people have come to accept it is terrible. I do think that Trump and Elon are going to abolish the IRS. I think that he wants to do that because I think that he understands the same thing. Elon Musk is talking to Ron Paul a great deal in terms of what should be done and what shouldn't be done to disenfranchise the most insidious parts of the financial apparatus of the federal government. Ron Paul knows his shit for sure. Ron Paul is really old and spent his entire career being an honest, good statesman politician that told the truth and told people, hey, if we don't ever balance the debt and we live like a house or an individual that's in debt forever, like eventually it's gonna be really, really bad. We can't just ignore the debt. We have to have a country that is actually creating and maintaining value in a way that their currency is going up, not deflating down. And getting rid of the IRS would be a huge step in that direction. Auditing the Federal Reserve would be a good thing to do. Ending the Federal Reserve would be a good thing to do. Auditing Fort Knox is a good thing to do. We are so far gone into having allowed the government to get way too massive that it's terrifying. So what we're doing in terms of trying to cut that stuff back, especially in terms of like getting rid of the IRS, I think cannot be understated in its importance. When people are like, I wish they weren't cutting stuff, like they shouldn't be doing that. It's like, I don't think you quite understand what's at stake here. This is going to be the difference between the dollar dying or remaining the global reserve trade currency. I don't think that's a small deal.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for admitting that openly on video and posting it to your social
Which part's bad? What's up, Fiona?
media under your name. Why? Oh, wild.
That is wild.
And again, if for some reason why you're confused why she's doing this, why she's openly calling for the murder of Elon Musk, why she's openly telling people that she ain't paid tax, she hasn't filed taxes
in 8 years.
I think Dave Ramsey will tell you it's not illegal to not pay your taxes, but it is illegal to not file your taxes.
What's up, Fiona? Ryan Reynolds looks like me. I don't look like him. It's the other way around.
And
yeah, the pace of the conversation and then weighing in with text is definitely, there's an asymmetry there. So I appreciate that. My name is Pool, Deadpool, shaken, not stirred.
And that lady, if you're confused why she's admitting this, look at what they've been allowed to do.
Uh-oh. Just an other dude got banned. Somebody had their wiener out. Oh. Rip Bozo.
For the last 10 years, at least, burned down cities. They put on Black Lives Matter shirts, and then they killed dozens of black people. They put Black Lives Matter shirts on, and they went and burned down predominantly
Yeah, the Chaz and the Chop.
black neighborhoods. They,
The Fall of the Soldier couldn't keep the cow in the barn.
fortified elections openly. These people were scanning ballots seemingly multiple times. Okay, nobody ever got arrested. Nobody got ever arrested for anything. Nike stores looted, Targets burned down, Wendy's set on fire. They had a Nike store around anymore with hats in them. And not a single person arrested for any of that. Because the left wasn't arresting lefties. Letting crazy people like this out.
Well, that's also why the federal government completely fell apart over the last 4 years. The people that are left-wing leftists that work for the federal government, the type of people that would be attracted to working for the federal government, knew that their side was in power, that they didn't have to do shit. The administration was never going to fire anybody that was a leftist from the federal government. So people didn't come in for like 4 years at all. Didn't do their work. Thank God the federal government sucks and them not doing their work is them not taking our rights away. So like that was good. But now people are like, they shouldn't be fired. It's like, really? They shouldn't be fired? Pretty sure they've gotten a free paycheck for long enough and they should be fired to go find jobs in the private sector like the rest of us. Who names himself Justin? I mean, he's probably being sneaky. It's Justin, but he's hiding. What's up, Fierce? Am I gay? No, I'm not gay. What's up, doll? Fire them all. Yes. What's up, doll? I mean, firing people who are doing a bad job is better for the consumer, it's better for the other employees, it's better for the management, for the owner, it's better for everyone. So anybody that thinks that people that are doing a bad job shouldn't be fired, it's like, I understand not wanting someone to lose their job on an individual basis, if that's all you're considering, like, yeah, like let the person keep their job. But there's so much more at stake than that.
In our communities cause more chaos, which then the politicians and these criminal elites would go, oh, listen, look at all this chaos over here. It's Donald Trump's fault. By the way, we need more taxes, we need more money, we need more agents, right? And then they never arrested any of these people. So she's never seen any of her friends, any of her social sphere. She's never seen any of them held accountable for any of the crimes that they've done. So she thinks that she could continue doing this. She doesn't understand. We've shifted the dynamics. We're now running the FBI. We're running the IRS.
Yeah, especially with Kash Patel being confirmed. He doesn't think that the FBI should exist, and it shouldn't. These ABC agencies have no right to exist, and they need to be abolished. So having a director of intelligence that doesn't think that the FBI should exist is fantastic. It's exactly the type of attitude we need to be able to cut these tumors off of the federal government before they take over the whole country.
Right? The IRS was only auditing conservatives. Now the IRS...
Yeah, and again, yeah, nobody will know if they're doing a bad job if they don't lose it, and other people won't have any incentive to do a good job if they don't see people that aren't doing a good job, being moved out of the situation. If they see them taking advantage of the situation, then they'll want to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, they become demoralized or jealous or angry. It's no fun.
This is only going to audit itself and people who are openly telling people, I ain't paid taxes in 8 years. I ain't filed taxes in 8 years. Come get me. Okay. Let's see how that works out. Or your Huckleberry. There you go. These people are insane. And
do you guys know what that means? I'll be your Huckleberry. What's it mean? Hound. Does he say that? I don't know. I didn't know that. I haven't watched. Was it Game of Thrones? I'll be your Huckleberry Hound. Oh, Huckleberry Hound. Like that. I'm like, is that the name of an obscure character from a show that I don't watch? Oh, wait, no, you're just talking about what I was literally just talking about, Huckleberry Hound. Whoops-a-daisy. Sometimes my ADHD really derails my train of thought hard. Not the Hound from God. Why would I assume that? I don't know. I was very certain too. Like, that's exactly who you must be referring to. What's up, Abigail? What's up, Mano?
I'm going to have a weird feeling that we'll be making a follow-up video, or at least we'll be talking about it on the stream, where this chick is arrested. It's going to be great. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the video. Support you. See more lefties just openly admitting to felonies because they got TDS and EDS. Hit that subscribe button and make way. This is the Salt. Let's flow.
I have TDS and EDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and erectile dysfunction syndrome. Savage. That is a funny thing to say. Lip zipped. What's that zipped lip? What you talking about? Ooh, what's happening in New York City? That sounds fun.
I don't know how, bro. Like,
CEO of Djibouti. Milena sleeps in a separate building. Then what?
After seeing all the crazy shit that happens in New York, it really is no surprise that Gotham City is based off of New York. I mean, New York's turned into a PvP server.
2 people in custody tonight.
New York is a PvP server. PvP means player versus player. So like in World of Warcraft, if I'm fighting monsters that are a part of the game, they're not that challenging. But if I run into another player and he wants to kill me and I want to, and we're fighting each other, that's dangerous. So New York being a PvP player versus player area, it's a dangerous area. There could be combat, which is totally different than PNP. Yes, that's right, Lexi.
Night after the FBI search.
Yeah, I know who she is. Sleeps in a different building. What, I would assume, than Trump? Okay.
Search of a Diamond District pawn shop. The 2 men had been buying stolen luxury items from South American theft groups and then reselling them at their stores.
Oh no.
So the owners of this store right here are in FBI custody for allegedly
Hey, thanks for the favorite chocolate.
working with a South American robbery crew to sell stolen items.
Wow.
Some of which were taken from the homes of professional athletes and other wealthy individuals all across
Jesus.
America by a gang of Chilean immigrants residing in the U.S. illegally, living out a twisted...
Man. Isn't that nice?
...version of the American dream
Wow.
with the alleged help of an American business.
How you guys doing? Body camera footage showing 4 Chilean nationals being questioned by authorities last month in Ohio. And in the trunk, a Louis Vuitton bag. Where are you guys headed to today? Orlando? Wrong way. Florida's that way.
Orlando, wrong way.
Oh, a bunch of fucking retards. It's a Chilean. I'm fucking disgusted, bro. Everybody knows that everybody from Chile isn't like this, okay? Like, that's just some people on some racist bullshit. I think that. We know that you just had a few of your roaches show up in our country to do some dumb shit. Nobody's blaming you.
Jajinsky and Juan Villar are accused by federal prosecutors of regularly serving as fences for South American theft groups. Their Diamond District pawn shop raided Tuesday.
Someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. This is Joe Burrow's house.
Federal prosecutors say the
Joe
thieves made off
Burrow.
with rough.
Nobody better try to break into my house. You're gonna get shot for absolutely certain.
$300,000 in luxury items, including watches, glasses, piles of cash, and Louis Vuitton luggage.
Jesus. These are, wait, and they're taking photos of themselves? What is with all the self-snitching?
Alleged gangbangers also posed wearing the NFL stars JB9 and number 9
No way. They take a photo.
and chain necklaces.
I have to say, this is kind.
Hi, what's up, baby? What's up, baby? Look at this picture. Look at this picture of me with all this stolen stuff. I don't have it still, but look how nice that stuff is. This is a picture of me with it. What is the utility of creating this massively devastating piece of evidence against what you and your buddies have done? You gonna show it to somebody? What's up, babe? Check this out. She's gonna be like, oh my God. You had all that stuff and now you don't? And you stole it? Yeah, let's have a baby.
Kind of a power move, though, right? I mean, at a certain level, I kind
Jerry
of
Seinfeld over there.
respect it. I do. You got balls to do this, right? Like, yeah. I mean, it's self-snitching, yeah.
I mean, I feel like you can respect the balls it takes to do something if the people get away with it. But if it leads to them being caught, that kind of undermines any respect or appreciation for being ballsy. No calling the cops. Chilean girls are different. They're like that. Looks like a stable man with a stable future. What's up, Peter?
Yeah. But it's a power move. Now, it's not a good power move, but it is a power move.
They come here almost exclusively.
It's a power stupid move. It's power stupid.
To commit and engage in criminality.
I feel like my privacy has been violated in more ways than one.
Prosecutors say in their search Tuesday, investigators found large quantities of suspected stolen property here at the pawn shop, as well as from a storage facility in New Jersey, where they also found sports memorabilia and power tools that are commonly used to open safes.
What a
These
surprise.
are the individuals that
Imagine my shock.
wake up every day with one intention, is to commit as many crimes as possible to
right.
make money in any way
That's right.
possible.
Yep.
So evidence links one of the thieves busted robbing a football player's home to a pawn shop.
That's why you don't want to have too nice of a house or too nice of cars and stuff. People try to take it from you. It's dangerous. What's up, Red? Good morning. Thank you.
In Midtown Manhattan.
So they're just selling it right back to the pawn shops. That's how it happens. Self-snitching? Yeah, it is. It's not so much a power move as an indictment of the weakness of the justice system. Yeah, there's a little bit of that too, right? Yeah.
There's a little bit of that too.
A little bit.
Nobody's talking about is this FBI bust reveals a shocking level of cooperation between illegal criminal gangs and New York City businesses that look and appear legitimate. And with one of these operations taken down right in the heart of Manhattan,
The rent for a building like that in Manhattan is like $75,000 a month. So yeah, they shouldn't be doing illegal shit. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know how anybody not doing massively illegal shit would be able to afford any space for $75,000 a month. That's nuts. And so these places will sit empty at $75,000 a month. And you'd think, why don't they lower the rent, the price of it? Well, because it's a bundled asset owned by a hedge fund or owned by a whole bunch of people, or it's a mortgage security and people own pieces of it. And when you adjust the rental price, it adjusts the value of the underlying investment. You have to get sign off from like potentially hundreds of parties. It's actually not worth it to try to get through and have everybody change the situation. And it just sits empty and just rots. The bundled assets, the mortgage-backed securities, the rehypothecation, the leveraged lending. What's up, Levi? What's up, Mark?
you've got to wonder how many other predatory businesses like this.
Those are the dirtiest words. Those are the type of words that really get people hurt.
Are hiding in plain sight, especially when crime statistics show New York City has experienced an astronomical rise in moped-related snatch and grab.
Moped crime videos in like countries other than America are terrifying. Now we got it in New York. It's like Africanized killer bees, like they're moving through And it's like, no, they're coming.
Robberies over the last 2 years. An 8,000% rise to be exact, with
8,000%? What?
criminals stealing watches, purses, bags, and other valuables from unsuspecting victims in some of the city's richest neighborhoods.
Well, 8,000 is too much. The cops just gotta like cordon off that whole thing of all those mopeds and then just like put dynamite in it and blow them up. And be like, all right, this is for the public good.
Which has,
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean,
Blow
like
'em all
if you're
up.
gonna go, like, I mean, how many of you guys want to farm a dungeon that doesn't have any loot in it? I mean, it makes sense that they're gonna go do that, but it's just crazy that they're here to begin with, right?
What's up, Doc?
Last summer, when thugs approached customers at restaurants, forcing them to put their Rolexes in pillowcases before speeding off without getting caught. But it doesn't stop there. The city also...
Who would have a Rolex? Why would you buy a Rolex? And if you had a Rolex, definitely have a gun on you. But then also, having a Rolex and a gun on you increases the chance that something horrible is going to happen either to you or someone else by like 1,000,000%. Thugs. Have a great day, Red. Thank you for the kiss. Much appreciated. That's my favorite emoji. I appreciate the gift.
also saw a rise in robberies in Central Park and in Midtown by Times Square. And when you combine those with the out-of-control shoplifting epidemic we're experiencing, a troubling picture starts to emerge of a city flooded with so many illegally stolen items that they're now being sold openly at stores on the side of the street. And that brings us to the real reason why this bust is so important. It exposes a highly profitable industry.
A bust. What's up, Steph? What's up, Val?
That when combined with New York's sanctuary...
This is what I was saying before about how, like, the businesses that are, like, enabling this need to be the ones that get fined for it. Because, like, not only are they doing this, but they're making money off of it, too. They're the ones that are making money off of these clowns, and they're paying them, and they're enabling this entire thing to...
It's not even just enabling it, it's incentivizing it. Enabling something is one level of badness. Incentivizing something is a whole other ball game. Warren Buffett famously said, not that long ago, his entire life he's understood how powerful and important incentives are. And even to this day, he still underestimates how powerful they are. So if you incentivize something, look out. Or if incentives in a situation are upside down, look out for that too. That's bad. What's up, Mad?
To happen.
City status acts as a magnet.
Incentivizing crime by buying stolen stuff. It's like committing crime at scale,
To bring the world's worst criminals to our city, where we not only allow them to hide from the federal government while...
Fire them. Well, I think they own the stores. So they got to figure out what to do. Fine them or put them in jail. Who knows?
They live in taxpayer-funded homeless shelters, but also the opportunity to be the worst versions of themselves, all thanks to New York's decriminalization of petty theft and assault, which, as you're about to see, has created a...
Decriminalization of assault? I must have missed that. I had no idea that New York decriminalized assault. Is that correct? What's up, bozo?
A pipeline of products stolen from the law-abiding and then sold on the streets of New York in broad daylight.
Of course.
What in the backwoods BS is that I'm on?
This right here is the entrance of the business where this gang was allegedly able to sell off stolen property. And it's right in the heart of Midtown on 47th Street, 6th Avenue.
We buy, we pawn, we sell. You sure do.
You sure do.
Diamond District.
Yep.
I got my wife's engagement
They sure
ring
do.
here. Not at this place, at another place nearby. But the point is, this is an area full of legitimate businesses that have been here for decades. But hiding in plain sight was apparently a criminal operation of proportions nobody ever imagined.
You don't have to be a new business to be engaged in criminal activity. You could have a normal business for a long ass time and it's like, oh, we can't afford the tax bill or this or that. And it's like, well, we either give up and die or adopt some criminal tendencies. What's up, JJ? That's one of the underground consequences of inflation. Inflation, printing of dollars that you shouldn't print, or just printing of dollars at all, inflates the supply of dollars and devalues them. So people that work, that have a job, that have a set amount of income, that income becomes worth less value. And that sucks. Because then, even if your wages are stagnant or if you're having small increases in your wages, they can be outpaced by inflation, and it'll rob you of the value that you're owed.
Prosecutors say.
What do? I'm a computer and information scientist and a cryptographic economist. What's up, Lors?
The men brokered the sale of countless pieces of stolen merchandise taken from across the United States by South American theft groups. The two were allegedly the middlemen, buying the loot from the thieves and selling it at their store. A customer of the pawn shop.
So what's unbelievable about this is that the store on the upper floors here, they're paying thousands of dollars a month to be right here in the middle of Manhattan, but they're selling stolen items from all across the country.
Well, that's why they can pay the $1,000, is they're buying stolen.
Oh, it's not $1,000 a month. It's like $75,000 a month.
Stolen items, and then they're selling them. That's the whole reason. That's how it works. Yeah.
These guys do not know what New York storefront real estate is worth. I don't blame them, but it is exorbitantly higher than what you would compare to anywhere else. What's up, B86?
Yeah, people steal stuff. That's new. The problem, so the issue with this is that it's like you're always going.
Well, yeah, I mean it's up everywhere, but way more so in New York.
To have thieves. But having thieves that are from another country, that are nationals from another country, that are illegally here, and the state is unwilling to prosecute or go after them or even investigate the problem.
Here's the problem with somebody who is in the country illegally committing a crime. When the police arrest that person, they can't arrest that person. You cannot take somebody into custody without knowing who that person is. And maybe you can arrest them and try to bring them to the police station and figure out a little bit, but you cannot put them in a cell. You cannot book somebody without knowing who they are. People that are here illegally are not registered in any system. They cannot be held by law enforcement because they don't have a social security number. We don't know who they are. We can't keep track of them. People might end up starving or dying. It's a policy that's important. You have to know who somebody is before you put them in prison. I think it's something that we can all agree on. And then what happens is, unless the police department is willing to fund sending that person all the way back to where they came from, which is extremely expensive, they just get let go and they suffer literally no consequences of any kind whatsoever for breaking the law in a way that harms and steals from another person and getting caught. Nothing happens that's bad. So illegal immigrants that commit crimes do so because they've done so before, potentially, and even gotten caught and realized that there's a loophole in the system. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
This is a massive unforced error that doesn't need to happen, and it doesn't, like, there's no reason for this to exist.
Before we get into this wild story about how a gang of foreign criminals was able to break into homes all across America, it's important to understand that this collusion of legitimate businesses and unlawful residents of this country is nothing new in America's largest sanctuary city, which is home to over 400,000 people who are illegally residing in the United States.
What's up, Lords? Good morning. What's up, Miss Smith? Cabria? What's going on?
Which creates a big problem. You've got a massive number of people who can't legally work yet need to feed.
Getting sleepy? Well, it's been a pleasure hanging out. I'm probably not going to be on for much longer, so I don't think you'll be missing too much. What's up, Chris P. Bacon?
Feed themselves, pay rent, and buy clothing, creating an opportunity for businesses to prey upon these people or to team up with criminal gangs and then prey upon the rest.
I've been streaming for what, like 7 hours? Oops.
Wow. Society.
Let's see. 6 hours and 38 minutes.
A gang of Chilean
Exactly what they do.
migrants are accused of snapping brazen photos after allegedly storming Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow.
Why am I leaving so soon? An odd shift. Well, those can be nuts for the circadian rhythm. Hopefully it doesn't go too bad. Did I have a good time? I had the best time. I had a wonderful time. I had a charmed time. I'm pretty. Thank you, lords. Much appreciated. I prefer handsome, but that's, you know, I feel like you meant well.
$7.5 million Ohio mansion. The alleged gangbangers also posed wearing the NFL stars JB9 and number 9 chain necklaces. Burrow's girlfriend.
So it's shocking to me that it's like, how can you see these videos and then be like, yeah, sanctuary cities and all this stuff is good. Like, yeah, no, this is great. Like, this is the right side of history, guys.
These guys that were running stolen products up to the 3rd floor of this store right here, they might look like jokers from the photos they posted on social media, but they knew exactly where they were going. They knew how to get in, and this might not be the first celebrity's home.
And that's the other thing is, like, these guys aren't stupid. Well, they are kind of stupid because they're taking photos of it, but they're not really, like, they're calculated.
They know that there's nothing that anybody can do except for deport them, and if that's not a priority or funded, that's not a risk.
However, the FBI...
What's up, Jay? Mike, I can tell you, actually, the secret behind exceptionally white teeth, and it's a really good one. Looks like Ryan, but chooses the name. Blake Lively. What's up, Jay? What's up, Ash? Thank you. The way that I whiten my teeth is you get whitening toothpaste, then you make it so the water is as hot as possible. So you brush your teeth with the hottest water that you can possibly stand without burning yourself. And then what water is molecules that are moving much faster and colliding with things much faster. So it not only cleans your teeth better, any type of whitening thing that you have in your toothpaste is colliding with and interacting with and interchanging with the material way, way, way more, like 10,000 times per second instead of, you know, just being like colder water that's just bumping around. Almost like a cold water is moving slower and creates like a barrier and a way for like tartar and stuff like that, plaque, to be able to hang on, versus hot water is going to be immediately something that both disperses anything that's dirty and then integrates any soap or anything that you're using into the teeth. So especially on your front teeth, getting it as hot as you can stand, don't burn yourself, but getting it really, really hot and using your toothpaste, you'll see almost immediately that your teeth are exceptionally white. Well, I don't call them that. What's up, Hard? That was fantastic. I mean, is that not good advice? It's good advice, right? The secret of my perfect skin? I don't know. I don't know about that. What's up, Jennifer? My skin tends to be extremely dry. Dry to the extent that, like, if I don't put something on it, like, it'll crack and bleed. So I do, and then it stays pretty good. People that have more naturally oily skin that doesn't dry out generally have more skin problems. So it's kind of automatic for me. I don't do much. What's up, Kim? Yeah, the teeth brushing advice is good. What's up, Aphrodite? Naki? Yeah, I have very dry, sensitive skin as well. So our skin would tend towards fungal, and then skin that's more oily would tend more towards bacterial, because you have a fungal bacterial balance on your skin at all times, and depending on which way your body leans, it'll do that. So like apple cider vinegar is something that will change the pH and balance in a way that will make it less fungal, more bacterial, and that can be helpful for dry, sensitive skin. Good morning. Am I a doc? I am not a doc. I'm a computer and information scientist. It stands to reason.
Says that stolen goods from multiple celebrity home invasions were being sold out of this particular business. Yep. The full extent to how those items got there has not yet been revealed by prosecutors. But the thing that's odd...
Well, no, apple cider vinegar is good for put like in your hair, like for integrating into a shampoo, for putting on your skin externally if you have dry skin. You don't have necessarily a bacterial fungal balance in your mouth. It's going to be mostly bacterial. The bacteria that are in your mouth are the bacteria that are required for the very beginning stages of digestion. If you use mouthwash that neutralizes the bacteria in your mouth, your odds of getting diabetes go up astronomically, because the way that your digestion is supposed to start breaking down gets neutralized, and then you're eating food that's not ready for the part of your GI system that it's entering. I look health conscious. Well, nicotine is bad for you. I have degenerative disc disease, and it's bad for that. But having nicotine on board while having a conversation makes the conversation more fun. I don't know. Bacteria doesn't like acidity, that's correct. Yeah, baking soda is great for neutralizing what you should in your mouth, but leaving what needs to be there. So like Listerine, that's way too much. It's gonna nuke everything. But baking soda is a great pH balancing cleaner that you can use on your teeth that whitens them and will neutralize a lot of the bacteria that you don't want while leaving the ones that you do and need. So baking soda is pretty good.
What about this robbery is that these guys had no
with smoking pipes.
Problem taking pictures and showing off with all their loot. Either this was their first time committing this sort of crime.
Oh, with the nicotine for conversation.
Or they'd done so
I got you. What's up, Alex?
many home invasions and successful raids that they figured nothing was going to happen to.
Because nothing can happen short of deportation. And if that's not happening, then they're immune from consequences.
That's always how it is. Everybody that I know that did shit that you weren't supposed to do, it's when you start taking photos of yourself with things that you stole or things that you bought with stuff that you stole.
All right, we're going to watch something else because I think that we get the gist of what's going on here. You can always wash with baking soda. Yeah, I guess you could wash the outside of your body. Oh, damn. A prank turns deadly. The bonsai pipeline water slide collapse. Dang. Sounds scary. Do I wash myself? No. I have an earth shield that I'm generating. What's up, DJ? Euphoria. What's up, Emmy? The bonsai pipeline water slide collapse.
On the 2nd of June 1997, students from the senior year at Napa High School visited Waterworld USA in Concord, California. It was their end-of-year trip, and for many it was a significant milestone. The last time they would all be able to spend time together before moving on to college,
I'm doing good. How you doing?
And their adult lives. However, due to a prank gone wrong, the day would end up being significant for hundreds of people in an entirely different and deadly way.
Ooh. You guys ever watch Fascinating Horror? It's such a great YouTube channel.
Waterworld USA opened for business in 1995 with a number of rides and attractions, including Northern California's longest lazy river and the only large wave pool in the local area. Attractions were designed to provide entertainment for a wide range of guests, with shallow pools and play areas for children, supplemented by larger, taller, and more extreme water slides for teens and adults.
Thrilling. Sounds fun.
For several years, the park operated without major issue. Accidents of any kind were rare, and the attractions were kept in good working order, with new attractions and theming added every few years. The park gained a...
I do podcasts. This is my podcast. But I also appear on other podcasts.
...reputation as an excellent day out, especially when complemented by its nearby sister...
I'm also streaming on Twitch under Duncan Blownuts.
...park, Waterworld Sacramento, and the wildlife theme park, Marine World Africa USA. Locals could buy a season pass for all three attractions, which were owned and operated, at least until the late 1990s, by the same company. There was a great deal to recommend Waterworld USA, and this was
twitch.tv/Duncan Blownuts. DUNCANBLONUTS. It's the same as the stream title. It's in the stream title. Hey, thanks for the favorite. Much appreciated. Thank you, lords. I'm a classy gentleman. Class.
Perhaps why in 1997 it was chosen as the location for the annual end-of-year trip for seniors from Napa High, a school about an hour north of the park. Every year, graduating students would enjoy a class trip, and it was almost always to a water park. In previous years, they had visited Manteca water slides.
These are my pictures behind me.
But in 1997, it was decided that this year, the trip would be to Waterworld USA instead. Over the course of many successive end-of-year trips,
Okay, when do the people die? Get to the part where the people die. I don't care about anything
to the ground
else.
Cracking the lifeguard to pick up their radio and begin making a call to park security. Once around 30 people had entered the slide, there was a loud cracking sound.
So the prank was that a whole bunch of people were going to go on the water slide all at once, and that would be funny. And they thought that a water slide that had these little tiny supports could handle 30 people in one of the sections at once. These people all won a Darwin Award. Thank God these people were seriously maimed and injured. If they were just out there thriving and having lots of kids, all of them, imagine the horror.
The fiberglass of the slide tore. Bolts that secured it to the supports pulled through the tear, and a whole section of the slide, the most heavily loaded section of the slide...
Oh, what are the odds that the most heavily loaded section of the slide broke? These people are morons.
Fell open like a trapdoor.
Oh, I did take a break from the game. We're watching Fascinating Horror on YouTube. But on Twitch, you can see. Right now, it's a picture of a water slide that's all ripped. It looks like ripped paper.
Dozens of students tumbled to the ground below, falling onto bare concrete.
You went down a water slide and you broke it?
Or into flower beds. Some of them impacted.
Oh my God, that's not funny.
The supports of the slide on the way down. Some were able to hold on for a brief few seconds before they too fell. Student Alinda Franco survived the fall and later gave this account of the accident. The sound of fiberglass cracking is ingrained in my mind forever.
How could you be dumb enough to lead or follow 30 people onto a fucking slide of any kind? What? Didn't your parents ever tell you one at a time on the slide? What is happening? Hey, Euphoria, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great day. Broken slides are no fun.
I remember starting to fall and trying to grab onto something. It was like the platform was just an arm's length away, but I couldn't reach it.
Yeah, that's because you and 30 people ran onto it, and then you were in the middle of it, and it broke, and so you couldn't reach anything.
As soon as I felt myself starting to fall, my brain shut off.
I think your brain shut off well before you started to fall. That's the entire problem here, honey. Did your kids run to help? I mean, did you get hurt?
The ground below was instantly littered with injured teenagers.
Injured teenagers. Severely injured and very stupid teenagers.
Blood contaminated the splash pool of the ride.
Blood contaminated the splash pool of the ride. Oh, that's brutal.
As park staff descended on the area. The number of casualties and the multiple injuries suffered by each casualty were overwhelming. Emergency services were called and a steady flow of ambulances began ferrying 32 injured teens to local hospitals.
I have 3.
There were so many that no one facility could accommodate them all, and some students had to be taken further afield. The principal of Napa High, Lars Christensen, was informed and immediately drove to the park. He arrived to find the road blocked, with access only available to emergency vehicles.
Yeah.
He was forced to leave his car on the side of a nearby highway and run the rest of the way to the park. Once there, he was shocked to see that there were so many casualties that students were still awaiting transport to hospital even an hour after the accident.
Yeah. That's 30 people getting grievously injured. Yeah, that would hurt my feelings too.
He was shocked still further when police officers on scene asked him to identify a body. 18-year-old Quimby Gallotti had sustained serious injuries to her head and chest from the fall.
I hope all the other people feel responsible.
And did not recover. She had been a consistent honours student and had recently...
She was an honor student? Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure about that?
Been awarded a college scholarship to study psychology. In the weeks before the trip, she had expressed to friends and family that she did not feel ready to leave high school.
Yeah, apparently being on the honor roll is not all that it's cracked up to be. This is going to sound sexist, but whatever. The male leadership that thought that they should be that reckless and that the girls should be participating too. Like, no, men should protect women, even if it's from bandwagon deciding to do something that's reckless. Like, you gotta have some balls and be like, no, this isn't a good idea. No, don't do that, you guys. I mean, come on. Just, come on.
Now, she never would. In the aftermath of the accident, an investigation was launched.
Oh, so she was the only death? Yeah, I hope they all feel bad.
There was some speculation that the construction of the slide had been faulty.
The construction of the slide was faulty because it couldn't handle 30 people? Is this clown world? Hey, Jack, thanks for the favor. I'll hit you back.
But it was ultimately found that the attraction was safe when used as intended.
Yeah. With 1/30th of the load. What's up, Eric?
It was built to be ridden by one person at a time, but was designed with tolerances such that it could hold the weight of 10 people if necessary. With more than 30 students crammed onto the slide at once, however, it had been pushed past its limits and had broken.
Duh!
The senior class of Napa High had felt safe in pursuing the tradition of clogging, as they had done so without incident in previous years. However, in previous years, the class trip had been to Manteca water slides, a park where many of the slides were built into the sides of hills, and thus would not collapse.
That seems like a pretty big difference, kids.
Under any circumstances. Despite not being...
That sucks, Lords. That's like a horror situation. Going on something that you assumed is market regulated and safe for it to not be.
Found at fault, Waterworld USA paid out around $4 million in settlements to end legal proceedings against the park. The Bonsai Pipeline Slide Complex remained closed for almost a year before being rebuilt, rebranded, and reopened.
That poor park.
The 1997 senior class of Napa High went ahead with its graduation ceremony as planned, even though many students in attendance were seriously injured. Students who had fallen from the water slide attended as best.
Well, I smile a lot more when we're watching comedy. Watching this is like...
they were able. Some in wheelchairs, many with casts and mobility aids, assisted by healthcare professionals. Almost all of the injured students were ultimately able to attend, and the ceremony was, for all of them, a sober but moving way to end their time at high school.
Wow. Reckless behavior. Silly, reckless behavior. Be safe. Risk management. Safety first and then teamwork. There's a cartoon character that look who Johnny Bravo. Hold hands. What's up, S? Yeah, definitely. They should have been installed correctly. Sometimes it's okay. Huckleberry Hound. Ooh, what's this?
If your dog acts like this and you really care about its well-being as well as the people around you, you should definitely train it to not do so. This video that I got tagged in shows a perfect example of something known as barrier aggression. This guy is walking up to this dog. We can see it frantically chewing at this gate. And obviously this dog looks very aggressive and not very welcoming. Now, even if you're not familiar with the term barrier aggression, it's something that all of us have seen at one point or another with
Weird. I didn't know that.
dogs, where they get really mad that there's a fence between themselves and some sort of stimulus they want to check out. And a lot of the time, people find barrier aggression funny because dogs look angry at first, the gate opens, and they're no longer angry, and once it closes again, back to the aggression. But if this is not properly dealt with, eventually when a dog gets out of a barrier, it will actually attack whatever's on the other side because it's so frustrated. There's no telling how far along this dog is in its barrier aggression.
Well, probably pretty far because it's chewed through like almost that entire board.
But I would still recommend.
That dog needs some pepper spray. That'll calm you down. Hey, what's up, Rigby? Yeah, for sure. It's a good thing a kid wasn't sliding down. Digging the sweater. The cable net sweater. I look like I'm about to go yachting. I'm about to go yachting. I'm batty. My logic is going yachting. See, do it. Sam Hyde talking about modern women. This will be interesting.
This is something I saw on Twitter, and I've said it.
Going good. Good morning. How's it going with you? Yeah, you gotta train it with the watermelon for sure. My boat, my yacht in Dubai. What's up, George? Thank you for the favorite. I'll hit you back. Does it work? Sometimes it doesn't come up until you exit the app and come back. Hey, AJ, what's up? Thank you for the 3 hats, man. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm dual streaming, so we're also live over on twitch.tv/DuncanBlownuts, same as the stream description. And then you'll be able to see what I'm watching in addition to being able to hear it.
Said before, but when people talk about the sowing your wild oats and going out there and having and stuff, the tweet was they say that you're supposed to get that out of your system, but it's possible that what you're doing is getting it into your system.
A
Yeah.
little time trap.
Yeah, I think if you
self-fulfilling prophecy trap.
if you're one of these guys that has like a high school sweetheart and everything's going good for you, I think it's probably a mistake to go out and try to a bunch of women.
Yeah,
It could rob you of your destiny.
It could rob you of your innocence. It could rob you of your
perfect nature.
But I never got double D's.
Yeah,
I never had a squirter.
I gotta cheat because I never had a squirter. That's what Nick Rochefort just said. And there are people that do feel that way, and I think that that's not an appropriate way to feel.
I never had a squirter.
How about this? I've any girl with that are like over a certain like any type of size to them. Okay,
Yeah.
not like small ones. How many pairs have you seen?
A lot.
Okay. I don't know if this is true for you. I've never seen a parrot that was even.
Oh yeah, no part of the anatomy is even.
Size-wise?
Now you know I'm a graphic designer.
You're a symmetry
and the way I
kinda
look
guy.
at the way.
Plus, your heart is closer to one breast, so that breast will get more blood pressure by definition because of its proximity to the heart and the way the vascular system works. If anybody's expecting perfectly even breasts, I don't. That's you're expecting something that can't be.
The way I look at stuff, I'm like evaluating margins and stuff all the time. I've never seen a pair. You might have. I'm sure
I wouldn't know.
You've been fine, but when I look at them,
What's up, Nicole? What you doing,
Nick? It's to what I see in my head is like this.
No, I was saying that you can't expect a pair of perfect breasts because it's a stupid expectation. I'm sure you do. Right now? What the? Nicole, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. When I see someone looking at me like this.
Wow.
Imagine you're looking at a pair of a big right now.
Wow.
That's what I see.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. Chris, you look up uneven.
Yeah. That's brutal. I'm sorry that happened to you.
I just start punching him.
Yeah. I
Thank you, AJ.
I've seen some. I remember the best set of tits I've ever seen.
I'll tell you what. When the okay, there you go, right there. When it's time to go, they start I'd say take your pants off. They take their pants off. They start taking their shirt off. I go, no, just leave that on.
That's so mean. Nice. Dude, AJ. Bringing the ratio back into the right direction.
By default.
Yeah. No, they do nothing.
Is that weird?
Is there a name
No.
for it?
No.
It's uneven tits.
Was it? No. Is there a name for not the
It's
phobia of it?
being bothered by mutant bags.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a name for that phobia, Chris?
Well, breast asymmetry, but I don't know the.
Can you type in fear of breast asymmetry?
Like an instrument.
Ooh, really? What happened?
It's from mutant women.
Big bags.
Uneven bags.
When they're small, it's fine.
We could probably make our own.
We could make our own. Yeah, we
Which
could
everybody
learn.
will say, oh, you like small, you like guys. That's what.
No,
Yeah,
what are you, a
yeah.
pedophile?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that makes you. Why don't you fuck a guy?
Yeah, I
You-
did.
any- you know, you get anything thrown at you.
I
no
don't
matter
need.
what
I
it
don't
is.
need a big set of fucking flapjacks.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't need. Yeah. You're right. I don't need to see 2 tennis balls in socks.
I don't need fried eggs on a rusty nail.
Yeah.
Which is what they turn into after age 25.
Any chick with
Flapjacks. Yeah.
a big, you fucking her on her back, they're shaking. She looks
Yeah.
fat.
They're going off like this.
Yeah. They look bad.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
I remember like one of the
Yeah,
better set
Chris.
of I've seen. There's air in there. There's air. There's just air in there. I love girls.
You start sawing them off.
This is just. This is not. This is not funny. This is too much. It's over the top. It's crass. I can't do it. Therapy. Sounds culty. I mean, it did sound a little culty. That much is difficult to deny. The Psychology of the Fool. I can watch that and I can learn all about myself.
Great. The snowpocalypse didn't, Dylan. Hey, holding up. Did I move you out here at a bad time, do you think?
I mean, we considered suing you. I was sitting there going, can I take legal action against him?
It's a cult, and I have prima nocta privileges.
Called a lawyer, and apparently I cannot. Listen, I'll give you free meals.
Yeah.
Every time we go out forever.
We
How about
were,
that?
I mean, I was on a bread line 2 days ago. My opener flies into town. We're going to fly out for shows. All the flights grounded. We can't go anywhere. I mean, we're waiting outside of a supermarket for an hour, and then we're eating fish sticks in the dark of my house with no power. And I'm like, Joe fucking Rogan, man, this was a real fucking leap of faith, but it's looking better today.
It'll be fine.
Listen, be fine.
It was they're calling it a once in 120 year storm. But I think what that means is like ever recorded. Like you go back to 1800, so what we're talking about, or 1900 rather. Like what kind of fucking instruments were they using?
Yeah, what were they jotting down?
Farmer's Almanac was the big thing back in those days, and I don't think they have.
How did that work?
Farmer's Almanac. What a crock of shit. Horse shit. It's like tarot cards and astrology.
Because that fucking thing was apparently kind of accurate.
No, yeah, there's a lot of cyclical stuff that's about the seasons, and you really, to make an almanac, just during each season, write down stuff about what's important to be doing right now, and then collect it all together and be like, oh, in furtherance of planning for each individual situation or instance, let's use the almanac to know when we should do what in terms of the cyclical information about what to do during what seasons to maximize output and survival.
It's kind of witchcrafty.
It's crazy.
Breasts should be okay. The History Channel, how far back have men talked about breasts? What's just the beginning? It's like the fundamental motivator of men to do anything, get anything done for the boobies. What's up, IDK? Astrology, bro, exactly. It's all just astrology. Same difference. No, astrology is not the same. An almanac is way more valuable than astrological nonsense, but it is fun. It makes good for fun conversation. This is the astrological wheel right here. The Gemini and the Capricorn and the Cancer. It's the album cover for the album by The Good Life called Album of the Year. So, I mean, I know my stuff. Astronomy club. No, not astronomy. I don't. Astrology. Astronomy. Astrology. Now I'm confused. Breastises, exactly. It's what it's what the men die for.
Crazy.
Yeah, they
It's
would
crazy.
predict like next year's winter cycles.
Yeah, and harvests and things like that. Yeah.
What did they do? How did it work?
Well, it was just wild driving around Texas and seeing nothing but snow.
Yeah.
And it looked like Vermont. It looked like you were in the Northeast, but it didn't. It was like wild to be in Texas driving around and nothing was open.
Yeah.
So like gas stations weren't open, fast food wasn't open, nothing was open.
No.
You know?
Tell you what was open, the Houston airport, and my boy Ted Cruz is like,
yeah, he was out.
Now in America, we got the OSHA. And OSHA will come in and shut your ass down. But it would be nice if stuff was made safe before OSHA. There's actually a YouTube channel about industrial accidents and stuff that OSHA investigates. Like there's an NTSB channel about like airline crashes and shit. These channels are a lot of fun. Cars are all in ditch.
And by the way, isn't it sad that like he couldn't get away with it? It's like, here's the thing about the Bush family. Say what you want about them, maybe whacked Kennedy, bygones, but
yeah, it's nuts when the cops don't respond. It's like, what do I do now?
I mean, now our leaders can't even get caught taking a commercial flight to Cancun. Like, that's pretty sad.
But here's the thing, like, what can he do? What is the reason for him staying?
I think it's just the optics of how it looks. Yeah,
right.
but of course, no, he doesn't have any of.
Can he make it warm out?
No, I don't think he has any power to do anything good.
Maybe he should be there with blankets.
Yeah,
to put him
well,
over
it's
the
funny.
pipes.
It's like the people that hate him the most are the ones that are like, he should be there. And it's like, doing what?
Well,
here's
the thing, though.
Yeah.
He was one of the vocal critics of Mayor Adler, who's a Democrat,
Right.
who went to Cancun as well.
Right. What is it? Everybody goes to Cancun?
I think he was in Cancun.
It's Dunkin' Blow Nuts.
In Cancun, or was he in one of those?
That would be DB.
Thing at the house.
Yes,
But
it was in Cancun, or was it Puerto Vallarta? Well, it was one of those nice places in Mexico.
Yeah, and he wanted, and he's the mayor of Austin.
Yes,
Yeah.
He went down there and he was saying now is not the time to relax.
Yeah.
What? Cabo. There you go, Cabo.
Yeah.
So he went down there. What? I mean, that's the place to relax.
Yeah.
I mean, fucking Sammy Hagar's got a song about it.
I mean, it's crazy to watch. It's also crazy that he got caught and then he came back.
Well, he said, I was always coming back. I was.
DP is a common nickname. I did not pick it up. Pick it. Samuel or BJ. You got the DP, you got the BJ, you got the TP, you got the DAP. They're a lot more popular on Kick than on other platforms.
Being a good father. Like,
Yeah.
So you had to put a spin on it.
Yeah, I was dropping my face. I feel because Ted Cruz is the face of the guy that always is caught. Like he looks like the kid at school who gets in on the prank too late, and then the teacher catches him. Like he just looks like he gets caught. He's not one of those guys who gets away with it. No matter what happens, he doesn't get away with it.
No, he's. Did you ever see those videos that they made where
I did not think that through.
it was? I don't know who released the full video. The videos that they made where he was running for president and he sat down with his mom and he was talking about, I go to church every day, and she's like, every day,
right?
His mom threw him under the bus, like,
Yeah.
every day.
Yeah.
His mom was like, bitch, you don't go to fucking church every day. And it was like they had to retake scenes, and it was.
Oh, the whole thing's a nightmare.
But
And
they showed it.
How about somebody from the wife's group text leaked, because they were inviting neighbors going, come to fucking Cabo or wherever the hell, come to Cancun.
Yes.
What's up, B?
And somebody leaked it to the New York Times going, here's the group text proving they were inviting us all.
I wonder how many moms were in that group text.
Too many.
Yeah, these are the videos.
Oh, this is great.
But these things are always gross, man. Those like sit down with your mom. Let's pretend the camera's not here.
Right.
My
Tell
mom,
everyone how good I am.
I'm a good person, right, Mom? I'm a God-fearing Christian.
Tell everyone what a good person your son is. Yeah.
He was very good, though. I have to give him props because there was this one situation where what was it? It was a tech thing where he was fuck.
I don't remember.
It was a tech thing where he was fuck. All right, Joe.
God
All right,
damn it.
Joe. You and your potty mouth, not being able to spit out a thought. We're done. We're done, Zolina Jolie. I won't put my fans through that. Not gonna do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We take you now
Sitting there for hours. I don't sit for hours.
live, well, not live, but live enough, to the funeral of the matriarch of the Kennedy family, Ethel Kennedy, which is R.I.P. I'm friends with members of the family, and R.I.P. Ethel passed away. She was, it was a ripe old age, which is a change of pace for them. That is not something that they usually don't get up there. So the fact that she held on for as long as she did without having a plane go down or skiing into a tree is definitely a, this is a good sign that maybe they are turning over a new leaf. Can I say that, perhaps? So we take you to the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle in Washington, D.C. The current president, Joe Biden, the former president, Barack Obama, and the former human trafficker, Bill Clinton, are all standing there to pay their respects to Ethel. That's not even controversial at this point that I'm calling Clinton that. And now there is a secret meeting that Obama and Biden are having. It's not secret. It's out there in the open. And they are talking, and then people are trying to figure out what they are saying. You know, what is happening? The New York Post hired a lip reader, a professional lip reader, to figure out what Barack Obama and Joe Biden are talking about. Now, Biden is angry at Obama. Remember this, because Obama and Pelosi were the ones who kind of had to tell Biden, Joe,
you're not in charge anymore. Well, what's up, Nick? All right, on that note, I'm going to have to go and start my day. 8:35. Good stream from about 1:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. That'll probably be the schedule about 5 days a week, Central Time. So if you guys want to hang out on the next one, sweet. If you want to watch a recording of the broadcast, you can do that on twitch.tv/DuncanBlownuts. It was great to meet you too, doll. Hope to see you guys in the next one. Have a good one, everybody. My beavers. Hi, beavers. Mommy's upstairs. All right. And that will be that. Peace.